And we are live for week 15, feeling a playoff kind of way this morning. We are starting this live stream 30 minutes earlier than usual because there are a ton, and I mean a ton, of start sits to get through today. It's the fantasy playoffs. We got to get these decisions right. I'm going to be starting early today, moving somewhat quickly through the game by game section so I can get to as many start sits as humanly possible. Good morning to everyone who's with me early in the AM here. We got a lot to get through today. Week 15, first week of the fantasy football playoffs in almost every single league. We got to win in advance at this point of the season. Shout out to those already in the comments here. I'm going to jump to a few comments. I'm really going to try to get to as many comments as I possibly can today. Hopefully the most of the season. Isaiah Likely or Fannin, there's no benching Fannin today. And I'd like Isaiah Likely. We have Fannin like right next to Brock Bowers in the projections today. I don't know how you bench him. And Njoku is out. And even with Njoku in, Fannin was playing like a legit tight end one. Hey, Sam, up early in Australia. I'm up early here in Florida as well. What are your favorite TD picks this week? Favorite ladder plays? Yeah, I'll pull up my favorite TD plays. We can jump those up. We are hitting these at around 60% clip right now, the favorite TD plays. I do have a couple free player props today as well, DFS lineup. But I got to be honest, of all weeks across the year, these are the weeks I care about props and DFS the least, where I'm locked into my start sits and my actual fantasy leagues coming down to the finish line here. Tough one this week. Been watching you since the beginning. Thanks, man. Really do appreciate it. Michael Wilson, Scary Terry, Juwan Jennings, Breece's pieces. Yeah, I don't know how we trust Breece Hall today either. We're about to jump into the game-by-game section. We'll get to this Jets game. Breece Hall is such a tough click for me today. I got to choose between Breece Hall and Harold Fannin in one of my leagues, and I'm leaning Fannin somewhat easily there. Really tough. I mean, Breece Hall is probably going to get 15 touches at least. He could easily go over 20. Not an easy guy to bench any given week. That's the case, but he's playing the defense allowing the fewest rushing yards per game to running backs. And he's got Brady Cook at QB. This offense really might not sustain drives. Yeah, I don't think you can start Breece's pieces. Today, I still think we kind of have to start Michael Wilson, even in a super tough matchup for him. Happy playoffs to every single one of you already in the live stream. Guys, if you're locked into this live with me here in the AM, like at a minimum, we can rest easy because we are out grinding our opponents. It's one thing I've always been very good at. You're not gonna outwork me. You're not going to have more information than I have for my start sit decisions. And we can't play around with the start sits this week. This is year 5, week 15 of the Sunday morning lives. Grateful for you all. Grateful to be a part of another fantasy football playoff. It is an accomplishment to make it this far, but everything resets now. Now it is 1 week. You got to advance every single week. Absolutely no mistakes can happen. Shout out to all the OGs tuning in, people that have been tuning in across the whole season, the WalterPicks subscribers, especially any brand new viewers today. Shout out to every single one of you. All right, it's time to jump into the game-by-game section. Good morning, everyone. Happy fantasy football playoffs, everyone. I'm feeling a different type of way this morning here with the fantasy football playoffs underway. RIP to anyone who played Kyle Pitts. By the way, on Thursday night, I did, in my highest stakes league, I did play against Kyle Pitts on Thursday night. We got to battle back and somehow overcome the odds there. That was the greatest fantasy tight end game in my lifetime playing fantasy. It wasn't even close. Absolutely wild stuff there on Thursday night. Really crazy opening game to the fantasy football playoffs. All right, we're going to go game by game here. I'm going to move a little bit quicker than usual because, again, I'm going to try to get to as many comments as I possibly can. That's why I'm starting the live stream 30 minutes early today. All right, we're going to jump over to the QB ranks here to start, and we're going to jump right into the Bills-Patriots game. This is just a straight-up playoff game in the AFC East. Both these teams will be playing this game like it's a playoff game. Josh Allen comes in as the clear QB1. I put him in his own tier today. In tier 1, his floor, to me, is close to 20 points. He could easily go over 40 points in this game. If you have Josh Allen, obviously you're smashing him into the lineup. James Cook, he's a must start, even against a pretty good Pats run defense. The rest of this Bills offense pretty tough start-sit decisions across the board. I want to start Dalton Kincaid. First game back for Kincaid last week, went 4 for 41 and a touchdown in the stone-cold best matchup for tight ends against the Bengals there in week 14, was the tight end 8. Last week, he only played 34% of snaps. He ran only 14 routes. Still had 5 targets. Still good for a 19% target share. I think the target share, the snap percentage, the routes all increased this week in a playoff game here versus the Pats. Kincaid's certainly startable. I wouldn't call him a must start, though, with some of the other tight ends across the board today. And then basically every other Bills player, you can't start. You can't start Shakir right now. He's been like totally phased out of this offense, like a super unexciting role the last couple of weeks. He did score last week. He had 2 catches for 16 yards. Guys, Khalil Shakir has 3 catches for 21 yards in his last 2 games combined. Not a guy you can feel good starting at all. And then none of these other players could possibly be started. The Bills, by the way, they're 1.5-point favorites in New England. On the Patriots side of this game, let me hop over to the running back ranks here, because this is a pretty difficult, there's a bunch of backfields like this right now across the league. The Patriots are certainly one of them. Pretty tough for fantasy right now. Ramondre Stevenson, in his second game back last week, he saw his role climb to 59% of the snaps, 41% of the carries. He saw some targets as well, and he was the preferred goal line back too. He had 2 carries inside the red zone. Ends up stealing 40 rushing yards, another 40 receiving yards. Didn't end up scoring. But he could vulture a touchdown here from Trevion Henderson. This is like a true 50-50 hot hand type of split. We do have Henderson ahead of Mondre in our projections. I agree with that. I think the ceiling for Henderson, the big play ability ceiling, does make him worth starting over Mondre. But man, pretty rough for fantasy decisions. I am starting Henderson in a bunch of leagues today. I think some tough calls with him still in some other spots. Him versus RJ Harvey, or him versus Ashton Genty. I got to make those calls in a couple of my leagues. Tough decisions. I'm benching right now Henderson, I think, in that specific 3-way start sit. The Drake May, he's a must start, and basically nobody else is a must start on this team, though I do want to start Diggs. This is more of a vibes than numbers thing here with Diggs, because similar to Shakir, his role has not been good over the last few games. 5 catches for 56 yards, no touchdowns over his last 2 games combined. He's not even playing half the snaps. But this is a playoff game. He's the best receiver the Patriots have. And the last time he played the Bills was his best game of the entire season. His only game over 20 points this season, Stephon Diggs, came against the Bills. He went 10 catches, 146. This game clearly means something even more to Stephon Diggs. I don't know how you play your best receiver only half the snaps and don't get him very, very involved here after what he did against the Bills last time. And the Pats also likely to be trailing in this game. So I do kind of want to start Steph Diggs. I do. I'll hop over to the wide receiver ranks here. This is not a week, though, here, guys, in week 15, that you want to force anything. You know, I get a little loose with it across my leagues, and I force things throughout the season that I have high conviction on. This is not one of those weeks where I'm going to be forced to get very often. I'm going to be following the projections like pretty closely here in week 15 across all my leagues in the playoffs. Honestly, a little bit just so I can sleep at night when I make some of these tough, wrong start-sit decisions. This is a stressful part of the fantasy football season. This is just pure stress at this point in the fantasy season. I'm definitely feeling that way, at least here coming up in several matchups against Kyle Pitts here in week 15. All right, so that's the Patriots versus the Bills. This game has one of the highest over-unders in the slate. Again, the Pats are 1.5-point underdogs at home, almost a 50-point total in this game. I do like the Bills to win this one, but as a Pats fan, obviously rooting for the Pats. All right, on to the Ravens-Bengals game. Another really exciting game. Another game that should have a lot of fantasy points scored in this one. We cannot bench Lamar Jackson in week 15. We can't do it. We've talked about him a bunch on the live stream over the last month. I had lost faith last week, and finally, we saw Lamar Jackson come back to life a little bit. Over 22 fantasy points last week, finishes the QB 8, and he ran for 43 rushing yards. This was his first game running for over 40 yards since week 4. And the carries have been starting to uptick a little bit. He has at least 6 carries now, at least 6 rushing attempts in 3 straight games. Gives me some hope here for Lamar Jackson against the Bengals to really come through in the fantasy football playoffs. Only 7.5 points against the Bengals last time. That really should have been higher than that with Isaiah Likely's drop touchdown. Mark Andrews and Isaiah Likely hop over to the tight end ranks here. Some tough tight end decisions today. I mean, I want to bench Trey McBride, but you can't do it. You can't do it against the Texans. We'll talk about that game coming up in a second too. I want to start Andrews and Likely. They're both top 10 tight ends. I mean, it has been a print fest for tight ends against the Bengals this season. I mean, you can't go wrong playing tight ends versus the Bengals. And there's some really, really tough Isaiah Likely start sits out there. I saw in our Discord. If you're a premium subscriber to the WalterPicks app, I'm checking that Discord daily. I'm going to be hopping into that Discord with 30 minutes before tip-off today to make sure I get to any start sits I didn't get to for any of the WalterPicks subscribers. But I saw start sit in there this morning. Isaiah Likely or Brenton Strange. I got to choose between Isaiah Likely and Juwan Johnson. Isaiah Likely versus Tyrone Tracy. These are like legit Isaiah Likely questions today because he gets the Bengals. He just went 5 for 95 against the Bengals 2 weeks ago. He should have scored in that game as well. If he scores in that game, that's a 20-point game from Isaiah Likely just 2 weeks ago against this defense that has not stopped a tight end a single time this whole season. I mean, it really is crazy. 24.1 points per game allowed. Almost 100 yards per game and 7.5 catches per game allowed by the Bengals. I mean, these are over Trey McBride stats, guys, just in the tight ends playing the Bengals. Like, it's really hard to wrap your head around just how bad this defense is against tight ends. I mean, multiple 100-yard games. Hunter Henry went over 100 yards. Colton Loveland went over 100 yards. Pat Fryermuth went over 100 yards. Isaiah Likely went for 95. Last week, Dawson Knox went for 93. I mean, every single week, they're just getting smashed. The tough part about this is there's 2 tight ends here. And honestly, they're rotating Kolar in as a third tight end, like more frequently than you would expect too. He's playing like a third of the snaps. He only played 24% of snaps last week, only 4 routes though. They really are mostly using him to block. He's getting like a target a week. But it does make this a little bit more difficult that there's 2 of them. You know, we can't guarantee both Likely and Andrews are going to have big games, but at least one of these guys is going over 15 points. It could easily be Likely. I mean, it's like a 50-50 in my opinion. We have Andrews just ahead of Likely, but man, I do want to start Likely today. We're going to have Samps on the live later today. We're going to have Seth joining as well. And I know Samps is in on Likely this week from the calls we had at WalterPicks, the projections team calls. Maybe he'll convince me to put Likely in over Tracy. Right now I'm going Tracy over Likely, but super tough call there. Derrick Henry's a must start. Lamar's a must start. Zay Flowers, he's a must start for me this week as well. He continues to just be allergic to the end zone. Like, he's not going to score. He doesn't get end zone targets. He did get an end zone target. He got an end zone target last week. First one since week 1. But yeah, this game environment, you kind of have to start Zay Flowers. You kind of have to. The Bengals offense is going to be able to keep pace in this game. The Bengals are 2.5-point underdogs at home. 52-point total. And that is not the highest total of the day. That goes to the Lions and the Rams, who we're going to get to coming up in a bit. All right, let's keep going. Like I said, I'm going to move kind of fast through the game-by-game breakdown today because I'm going to get to as many comments as I possibly can get to. That's why I started the live stream 30 minutes early, because we're on playoff time this morning, guys. We're on playoff time. We could not be more locked in. All right, let's get into the Jets-Jaguars game quick. This game is really rough for start sits. I mentioned Breece Hall at the beginning, answered a quick start sit for someone who was in the live stream right when we started. And Breece Hall is one of the toughest starts for me of the week. I think I put him in my must bench category for running backs. I did because I'm benching him. I'm benching him for DK Metcalf and Harold Fannin in one league. And I think it makes sense. On one hand, it's tough to bench a guy like Breece Hall when we know he's going to get at least 15 touches, assuming he stays healthy throughout the game. And he has been dealing with knee soreness, kind of similar to Josh Jacobs, which is like a little scary too in its own right. But this has nothing to do with the knee for me, really. He's going to play probably over 70% of the snaps. Last week, he had 14 carries, 1 target. Like, he's going to get 15 touches, I think, at least. He's the entire offense. There's still no Garrett Wilson. Mason Taylor is out now too, who was their best receiver, alongside A.D. Mitchell and John Mechie. But they got Brady Cook. Brady Cook is starting for the Jets, and Brady Cook is not a good NFL quarterback, guys. I mean, he's an undrafted rookie. He should do a little better maybe than last week since he was thrown in. But then you also have the matchup here against the Jags. And for whatever reason, the Jags really have been a pass funnel defense They are allowing the fewest rushing yards per game to running backs in the NFL. Only 64 rushing yards per game, under half a touchdown per game allowed. And the reason is people aren't running. Like, these teams are not running against the Jags. They're allowing 17 carries per game, which is the fewest in the NFL. And then you throw in the fact that Brady Cook is at the helm. How many carries is Breece Hall really going to get in this spot? I do think has like a somewhat intriguing receiving role today. I think the way Breece gets there today is he gets 5 catches, 5-6 catches on 7-8 targets. And they dumb it down for Brady Cook, give some dump offs to Breece. That would make a lot of sense. And the Jags haven't been great at stopping the receiving work from the running backs. And teams have been, because they haven't been running a lot, like they have been throwing a lot. Can the Jets really throw a lot, though, with Brady Cook? I'm not so convinced with the weapons that they have. So, yeah, all that being said, I lean towards benching Breece. That could definitely come back to bite me. There's always going to be a ceiling with the talent profile of Breece Hall, but the matchup's not great. The team environment's just not great today. And then that's the only Jet you could possibly consider starting. Everyone else just needs to be benched. Like, we cannot start these receivers who I have been calling out as sleepers over the past few weeks. But yeah, without Tyrod Taylor, I feel totally different about this team. You can't start any of the pass catchers. Breece Hall is really like a desperation start, in my opinion, this week. On the Jaguar side of this game, Travis Etienne has been a league winner up to this season. There's no reason to think that slows down here versus the Jets. The Jaguars are 14-point favorites at home in this one. Let me hop over to the running back ranks again. Show you where Travis Etienne is at. I already got them up on the YouTube Live. Their 14-point favorites at home are the Jacksonville Jaguars in this spot. We got Etienne projected for almost 15 points. This feels somewhat near his floor. Tootin is like kind of an interesting deep sleeper today, but he can't be started with the role that he's been playing. He had negative points last week. Can't be starting someone in the playoffs that had negative points. Last week, though, I wouldn't be shocked by a big Tootin game if this spread ends up coming true. 14-point spread here. But Etienne's coming off one of his best games of the season. It was actually his highest point total, his highest fantasy point total of the season last week. And now he gets a Jets defense that's all injured. All their talented players were traded away. He had 20 carries last week. If he gets 20 carries here versus the Jets, if he's going for 15 plus here, I don't know how we bench Travis Etienne at this moment in time. Jacoby Myers, again, projects as a top 12 wide receiver. His role's been great. Guys, he hasn't been under 11.4 points in 4 straight games. He's got at least 14.5 points in 3 straight. He's scored in 3 straight games. We have him ranked ahead of Brian Thomas Jr. I won't be shocked if Brian Thomas Jr. outscores Jacoby Myers. I was actually pretty pleased with Brian Thomas Jr.'s game last week, but he only had 12 points. He went for 87 yards, only 3 catches in a really good matchup. He was up to 83% of the snaps, 20% target share, had a ton of air yards. There's still a real ceiling here for Brian Thomas Jr., but he's not a must start at this point. He's startable, but not a must start. And we do have Jacoby Myers ranked ahead of him, which I agree with. No one else in this team could possibly be considered. Trevor Lawrence does have, I think, a reasonable floor. He's been at least 19 points in 3 straight. The addition of Jacoby Myers has been good for Trevor Lawrence. He's startable too. 3 straight games with 2 touchdowns. Has a really good chance to throw another 2 today. He's been a top 12 QB now in 5 of his last 6 starts. So yeah, he's startable. He's like a back-end QB1 this week. Let me hop over to the QB ranks again. There isn't probably many of you that are going to start Lawrence because I'm starting Burrow, Lamar, Stafford, May, Mahomes, Dak, and Dart and Purdy and Goff. I'd start all those guys over Lawrence. Jackson Dart, we got to talk through on the live today. I've been struggling through the Jackson Dart start sit all week. There's a really tough one, I think, to work through. There is a little bit of weather to talk through in that game too. I'll actually just jump to the Weatherman Sam report really quick. The general weather report today, it's very cold in most games. Like most of these non-dome games, it's extremely cold. Feels like temperatures around 0 degrees. I'm just not concerned. Like I'm really not concerned from a fantasy perspective about the weather today. The Giants game is the one game. There might be some snow pregame. They don't have a heated field. Like there could be some impact there. We'll talk through that later in the live. But in general, I really do not think you should let the weather dictate any of your decisions here in week 1 of the fantasy playoffs. I'm not letting the weather let me overthink things today. It's cold. There's no statistical evidence that cold at this level, and it's not extreme cold, it's just very cold. There's no evidence that this is going to impact NFL offenses. Like there's no statistical evidence to suggest less scoring, less offense, better for defense when it's cold. These guys are professionals. They can play through the cold. This is not significant wind. There's some moderate wind out there. I'm really just not concerned. That's the Weatherman Sam report here for week 15. Well, we will talk to the Giants game, though, specifically coming up in a second, because that does seem like a bit of a moving target right now. All right, on to the next game. I do like the Jags minus 14 there. I think that spread makes sense. The Jags, almost impossible for them to lose that spot against Brady Cook. All right, the Chiefs versus the Chargers. The Chiefs are out, guys. Like, they're basically out. Like, it's pretty much over at this point. Even if the Chiefs win every single game, they're probably not going to make the NFL playoffs. What a time to be alive in the AFC right now. I mean, the Chiefs have just insanely dominated the AFC for basically the past 6-7 years. I mean, we haven't really seen, we've seen one Super Bowl without them, basically, in that span. If they do lose, they are officially out. So one more loss in their last 4 games, and they're just completely cooked, 0%. I think their playoff odds right now are in like the 15-20% range. So this is a playoff game for the Chiefs. I've been saying it really for the last several weeks. You kind of have to play these guys in these playoff games. Mahomes is coming off like one of his worst games of his career against the Texans. I am terrified of this Texans defense. Has me terrified to play Trey McBride this week. I understand the Michael Wilson fears today too. I think both those guys still kind of have to be started. Again, we'll get to that game here in a second. But yeah, you're starting Mahomes today. You're starting Mahomes. You're starting Kelsey. Marquise Brown is out in this game. It does, I think, pump some life into Xavier Worthy. We have him projected for just 8 points. It's not a great matchup on paper here for the Chiefs. But yeah, you're starting Rashee Rice. You're starting Mahomes. You're starting Kelsey. The other guys are really tough picks. Kareem Hunt, Pacheco are in a pretty even split. Rashard Smith is still mixing in on some downs. And Xavier Worthy, I think, is like a ceiling play, but the floor is so low right now for him. The Chiefs are 5.5-point favorites at home in this one. By the way, this is one of those games that's going to feel like it's freezing. On the other side of this game, you got Justin Herbert playing with one hand. I mean, the guy is playing quarterback with one hand. I mean, it looks like he had a bionic hand on Monday night. And it did seem like it was leading to more turnovers for the Chargers. I mean, it's like hard to hold on to the ball with one hand for Justin Herbert. I think he had a few picks in that game too. There were so many turnovers in that Chargers Eagles game. But Herbert is not startable right now. You can't start Justin Herbert right now. I mean, there's just definitely better options out there for you. I would honestly argue that like Bryce Young, even against the Saints, is in play. We got Mariota ranked pretty firmly ahead of Justin Herbert. I agree with that too. Herbert's going to be a tough call next week if you make it there with Herbert against the Cowboys. That you could consider. Here, this spot versus the Chiefs, like you really can't force it. I don't think with Justin Herbert playing with one hand. The Chargers running backs, also super tough. I mean, I think it's going to be like a 50-50 snap share situation where Hampton gets like 65% of the actual touches in the backfield. But if Kamani Vidal is out playing Hampton early in this game, I mean, Vidal could easily out-touch Hampton. Another one of these somewhat difficult fantasy situations. It makes neither of these guys must starts. We have them both outside the top 24 running backs. Hampton does have a ceiling with his talent profile, but he's not a guy you need to force here against the Chiefs. Lad McConkey is going to be in so many start sits today. I've already seen them in the Discord. He had 2 points last week, 1 catch, 12 yards. I think he still had a 21%, 22% target share. I'm fine starting Lad. I mean, they're underdogs. It's not a great matchup for him, but I think Quentin Johnson is a little bit more likely to draw Trent McDuffie in this game. Like, I don't think Lad's going to be shadowed by the top corners on the Chiefs, who actually ranked like middle of the pack against receivers this season. McConkey's startable, not a must start though. He's outside the top 24 wide receivers. The receivers though, I mean, there's some big receiver tiers. They pull up the wide receiver ranks. The wide receiver 21 through the wide receiver 31 is tier all in the same tier for me. I mean, tier 3 to tier 4 is wide receiver 9 to wide receiver 31. I mean, we got insanely flat projections for receivers this season. This is not many people are really talking about it. This is like a really down year for wide receivers. Outside of the elite guys, the Jamar Chase, JSN, Puka Nacua, Lamb, Pickens, Amon-Ra, Rashee Rice, Nico, if you want to toss them in that category. Outside of those guys, horrible year for receivers. Like the wide receiver 14 this season is down like 3 or 4 points in comparison per game to the wide receiver 14 last season. really rough season so far for receivers. Make some really tough start sits here in week 15. And man, the Michael Wilson start sits, they're going to get to me today, man. You got him against the Texans versus Ladd against the Chiefs. Like, that's a tough start sit there. We got Michael Wilson projected ahead. I think you probably do have to go Michael Wilson, but I wouldn't knock someone for going Ladd McConkey over Michael Wilson this week. I think that's pretty reasonable of an opinion over a projection there. All right, that's the Chargers Chiefs. Again, Chargers are 5.5-point underdogs, 6-point underdogs now in Kansas City. On to this next game. I've already alluded to it. This has got to be some of the toughest start sits of the season here. And this is the Cardinals versus the Texans. Michael Wilson, guys, in these games without Marvin Harrison, like, he's literally playing like Jerry Rice. He doesn't have a game. There's been 3 full games without Marvin Harrison. He's got 10 catches at least in all 3 of these games. He's averaging 13 catches for 140 yards per game. 13 for 140 is his average. He scored twice last week. He was the wide receiver 1 in that game, 37 points. He's now got multiple 30-point games where he finished as the wide receiver 1 overall without Marvin Harrison. Now he gets the Texans, the best defense in the NFL, arguably have the best corner in the NFL in Stingley too, who you got to think is going to be up against Michael Wilson. And guys, I don't actually think Michael Wilson is like this insanely talented player. But if he's going to have anywhere near this volume, like, you kind of have to start him. We kind of have to. He doesn't have a game. In the games without Marvin Harrison Jr., Michael Wilson does not have a game with less than 15 targets. Man, you got to start him. I think he's a must start. In most start sits, he does rank a little lower than he has. He's at wide receiver 14 for us after the top 12, but it's still like must start territory in most leagues. And again, if you're scared of the Texans defense, and I am scared of the Texans defense, I'm okay deferring to some of these other guys up to like the tier 4 receivers, like Ladd McConkey. And then Trey McBride, similar thing here with him. I mean, we really haven't seen big tight end games versus the Texans. Like, this defense is reminiscent of that Denver Broncos defense back in the Peyton Manning days that led them to a Super Bowl. Like, this is a Super Bowl defense here. I actually do think the Texans have like a legit shot to get there. Brenton Strange, he had 12 points against the Texans earlier in the season. Kittle went for 14. Warren went for 11. I mean, these are the top games versus the Texans. Like, what is the ceiling here for Trey McBride? Like 14, 15? You kind of have to start him, though. Like, there's just no benching him. The role that he's in, he's putting up wide receiver 1 numbers. He's averaging 7 catches for 72 yards a game. He's over 18 points per game. He hasn't been under 10. He's been under 10 once. He scored 9 points in that one game he was under 10. Like, the floor is still good. The ceiling I'm worried about for McBride, but the floor is still around 10 points. So I don't know how we bench McBride here in the fantasy playoffs, but man, what a rough matchup here in the first week of the fantasy playoffs. Jacoby Brissett cannot be started here against the Texans. I think the bottom probably starts to fall out here. I mean, we just saw Mahomes' worst career game against the Texans, similar to Michael Wilson. Like, it's not like Jacoby Brissett is actually this elite talent. He's just putting up massive volume. He's been good on massive volume. That's all you need in fantasy. If you're good on massive volume, you're going over 20 points. You don't even need to be great on massive volume to put up 20 points in fantasy. But yeah, against the Texans, he's an absolute must bench and just a complete must bench. The running backs here are absolute must benches. DeMarcado is back this week too. Really throws a wrench, honestly, into the backfield. Now it's a 3-way backfield. Good luck guessing who's getting the targets here between Bam Knight, Michael Carter, and DeMarcado. I do think next week there is a matchup good enough. Yeah, they get the Falcons and then the Bengals. So these running, Bam Knight specifically, I think is worth holding on to, but cannot be started today. I do like the Texans in this game. The Texans are 7. They opened as 7-point favorites. They're now 10.5-point favorites at home. And speaking of the Texans, I'm going up against him in several leagues today, and I am terrified to go up against Woody Marks. Woody Marks ranked as running back 8 for us on the week. I honestly think this might be a little bit low. Woody Marks could easily lead all running backs in touches today. Easily. Would not be shocking. He was near the top of the league last week. He might have been number 1 last week. He had 26 carries last week, guys, and 3 targets, almost 30 opportunities for Woody Marks. That was against the Chiefs. Now he gets a Cardinals defense that's a bottom 5 defense against running backs. I mean, this is a top 5 matchup for Woody Marks here. You couldn't ask for very many better matchups here for Woody Marks. And then on top of that, Nick Chubb's out. He's out. He's been stealing some of the carries and some of the targets. So he's playing alongside Agumba Wale and someone named Jawar Jordan, who's not going to touch the field. Jawar Jordan not touching the field. I thought Dameon Pierce was on this team still. He might have gotten hurt earlier in the season. But Agumba Wale, he might steal some of the receiving work. But guys, Woody Marks is clearing 20 carries in this game. If he stays healthy, and he's been getting banged up and then coming back, I feel like so much this season, over the last month especially. But he's like never really been actually ruled out from a game, Woody Marks. Last week was one of those. If he plays the whole game, Woody Marks is clearing 20 carries. And he's doing it against an ideal matchup. He's in my DFS lineup this week. Woody Marks he's priced way too low given that environment I just described. Every running back's been smashing this Cardinals team. He could easily go for 30 points today. Would not be that shocking. Multiple rushing touchdowns in play here for Woody Marks without Nick Chubb. Blake Corum and Kyron Williams combined for over 40 points last week against the Cardinals. That game was not close. Bucky Irving and Rashad White, they combined over 20. Etienne went for 20. McCaffrey obviously went for 35. The Seahawks running backs, they combined over 30. I mean, this defense has been really bad and really bad like lately too, which is what you want at this point in the fantasy season. So yeah, Woody Marks is a smash start. There's no benching him really, I don't think today. All right, let's go to the QBs. Seeing some people ask for some QB start sits. That's the main Texans take. Obviously, we're starting Nico. I don't really want to start anyone else on this offense, like anyone else. Dalton Schultz can be started as like a floor play, but I doubt many of you are considering starting Dalton Schultz. I really don't want to start Jaden Higgins or any of these other receivers. All right, that's the Texans. And the Texans defense, absolutely start them if you have them. If you're just joining the YouTube live, guys, we're feeling a playoff type of way here this morning. I'm moving kind of fast through the game-by-game section of the live today. I started 30 minutes early. We've been up since 8 a.m. here on the live because I'm going to get to as many start sits as I possibly can get to today. All right, let's jump to the next game here. Browns versus Bears. Bears are 7.5-point favorites at home in this one. This is another one. It's going to feel like around 0 degrees. For the Browns, two rookies here that you kind of have to start. Like, there's really no way around it. You're starting Fannin and you're starting Judkins. So Jerome Ford and Dylan Sampson, both out in this game. These have been the primary pass catching backs for the Browns all season. This is like big time injuries for fantasy for Quinshon Judkins. He only had 9 points last week. He had a 58-yard catch that sort of saved his day, 14 carries, but he saw 70% of the carries. He's now had 3 targets in back-to-back games. We got him projected for 3 targets here too. That might actually be low for Judkins with these other running backs out. It's going to be Raheem Sanders and Travion Williams mixing in. I don't think Judkins plays like 100% of snaps or anything, but definitely good injuries here for Judkins. Like, you kind of can't bench him. The Bears have been like middle of the road versus running backs too. And then there's Harold Fannin, who I'm starting over Breece Hall, like somewhat confidently. He had 8 for 114 and a touchdown last week, 25 points. He was the tight end 1. Last week was Harold Fannin, and Njoku was out. And we just mentioned those 2 running backs. The primary pass catching running backs are out too for the Browns. And that actually matters for Fannin, who gets a lot of the short yardage targets. I mean, he's running a route tree, like a very diverse route tree, very diverse role, like a true chess piece for the Browns. Then you look at the matchup versus the Bears, and it's really not that scary of a matchup for Fannin either. They're allowing 14 points per game to tight ends. They haven't been great at stopping slot receivers this season too, and that's kind of the role Fannin plays on this offense at times too, is just slot receiver. So yeah, you kind of have to start Fannin. Like, I think we got to be starting Fannin today. Always tough, like a little risky, I think, to be starting rookie tight ends in the fantasy football playoffs. But I mean, we've seen really consistent usage. Shedeur clearly likes Fannin. Target shares have been at 33%, 22%, 29% over the last 3 weeks. He had 11 targets last week. And the Bears offense should be able to score, I think, versus this Browns defense. I don't want to start Shedeur Sanders in the fantasy playoffs. I can't get myself to do it. I'm in some leagues with bonuses. He had 40 points last week in one of my leagues with the bonuses. He had 34.5 points last week. QB2. So I get it. That some of you might want to force Shedeur. I think it's just too risky in the fantasy playoffs. I'm not willing to do it. I really am not willing to do it. I'm going to be starting Mariota over Shedeur. Maybe Shedeur has a higher ceiling. I could get behind the narrative. Just too risky for me in the fantasy playoffs, in my opinion. Jerry Jeudy is a sleeper this week for sure. Like a pretty clear sleeper this week. He had 16.6 last week. He was a top 15 receiver last week. Only 3 catches for 76 yards and a touchdown. He had 5 targets, only a 13% target share, but this is a good matchup for Judy against the Bears. They're big-time underdogs in this game, too, and Shedeur and Judy, I think, are starting to build a bit of a connection. He's a sleeper, not a must-start. Kind of an interesting DFS play, though. I don't mind Judy's props today either. They're in the 30s. His prop lines are in the 30s. I did consider him as a free prop today. On the Bears side of this game, Adunze's back. Adunze's expected to play. We had him projected out most of the week. He is going to be back off the foot injury. It really makes these start sits almost impossible. I don't think you can start these receivers. We have it DJ Moore, Luther Burden, then Adunze, but they're all so close in projection. Let me go to the wide receiver ranks. I actually don't even know. Yeah, I think they did all make it in to the wide receiver ranks. Adunze might have been left off here in the TikTok live ranks. I'll pop into the wide receiver ranks here. If you're watching live on TikTok, by the way, guys, come to the YouTube live. I'm telling you, it is a better viewing experience. I can pull up comments on screen. You can see I'm sharing screen to all the players I'm talking through as well. Link is right in the TikTok bio to that. But yeah, I think all these receivers just kind of have to be benched. All their floors are near 0 points. They all have a ceiling, but because there's 3 of them, plus Loveland, plus this team has gone pretty run heavy at times, and the Browns' run defense, guys, has been really bad over the last month. I think there was a Freaky Friday situation with the Browns and the Dolphins. They never played each other, but at some point they just sort of swapped run defenses, where suddenly the Dolphins' run defense over the last month is top 5 in the league. They were an all-time bad run defense in the first month of the season. And the Browns, complete reverse. They were an all-time good run defense the first month, 2 months of the season. Suddenly they've been atrocious. And guys, I got to eat the L. It's such a rough L for me last week with the Tony Pollard under prop. I was on the Tony Pollard under last week, guys. His rushing line was at 60. He beat the rushing line in a single play in the first quarter. He ended up tripling the rushing line last week. Just brutal stuff. 161 rushing yards and 2 TDs for Pollard versus the Browns last week in a game with some weather as well, where the Titans really weren't throwing effectively. McCaffrey went for 17.4. He had 4 catches and a touchdown in that game. Genty went for 25 points, 8 catches against the Browns. Derrick Henry went for 20 points, and we haven't seen a running back go under 17 points against the Browns since week 10. It's been 5 straight games of 17-plus points from running backs against the Browns. One of these running backs is probably going over 17, and my money would be on Kyle Monunga over Swift, but we have them projected super close. They're both startable here. But yeah, with how spread out this offense is, I'd really prefer to bench every single Bears player today. I think the running backs are startable, but they're even in a split backfield. It's really tough to predict. There are legit 6.5 options. Any one of them could lead this team in touches across Swift, Monunga, Colson Loveland, DJ Moore, Burden, and Adunze. And I'd even throw Cole Kmet in as that half because he has a role sometimes too. You could easily end up scoring some of the touchdowns. So rough start sits, I think, for the Bears. I'd prefer to bench them all. And I don't think Caleb Williams is startable today either. I'm starting Jackson Dart, I think, pretty confidently over him. Speaking of Jackson Dart, good segue onto the Giants-Commanders game. We're moving kind of fast here through the game by game because I'm going to get to as many start sits as I possibly can today. We started the live stream early today because we are on playoff time today. The Giants have to be some of the most difficult start sits of the week as well. I think the Cardinals and the Giants for different reasons. The Giants, we have them, they're coming off the bye. Right? Are they coming out of a bye? Yeah, they had a bye in week 14. So they're coming off the bye, off a pretty brutal loss to the Pats on a Thursday night. Right? It was a Thursday night game. Or was it? No, it was Monday night. I think they went Monday night bye. So it's actually a short bye week. Monday night bye, and now they get the Commanders, who are one of the worst defenses in the NFL. We've been really on this, and it's been working for us. The Commanders are a bottom 5 defense pretty much across the board right now in the NFL. And so that should be exciting for Jackson Dart. The problem for Jackson Dart is they called 0 designed runs for Dart last week in his last matchup, not last week, week 14 or week 13. Again, they had a bye last week. He still ended up running it 4 times on scrambles. He got absolutely lit up on a couple of these scrambles, though. And it seems pretty clear, they just do not want Jackson Dart taking hits. And this is not good for fantasy. We really, really need Jackson Dart to run for fantasy. This is why he was a top 10 QB in fantasy earlier this season. outside of, his last game was his worst fantasy game of the season. It was his only game falling under 17.5 points. But man, he's got a good matchup here versus the Commanders. I think he can get there just passing. We got him projected for 215 passing yards, 1.5 passing touchdowns. Hop over to the tight end projection, seeing some people ask for those. Jackson Dart. I actually almost started Kirk Cousins over him in one league. I was feeling pretty good about that Falcons passing attack on Thursday night. I didn't have the guts to do it though. Definitely regretting that. I'm nervous for Dart. I feel like you have to start him with the matchup. I think there's still a floor here. I'm very worried they could lean really run heavy in this game though. And Jackson Dart's not going to be a part of that rushing. Like we need Dart to have some rushing touchdown potential here. Still definitely has a chance to scramble for a touchdown, but it's just not going to be on designed runs. The Giants are 2.5-point favorites at home. This game has a 47-point total. You gotta have some faith, I think, in Dart here. Let me hop over to the QB ranks. I am starting Dart in one of my leagues. If you can't tell, I've been struggling through that start sit myself. We have ahead of Purdy, Goff, Trevor Lawrence, Bo Nix, Mariota, Darnold, Stroud, Jordan Love, Herbert, Brissett, Tyler Shuck, JJ McCarthy. And yeah, like I'm looking at Dart versus Bryce Young, and it's not even close in our projections. I don't think I can do it here in the fantasy playoffs. You kind of just have to ride with Dart. Wan'Dale Robinson is an absolute must start in this matchup. I really do kind of expect him to smash here versus the Commanders. The Commanders don't have a player that's going to be able to stop Wan'Dale. He's had at least a 30% target share now in 5 consecutive games. The role for Wan'Dale this season is just truly unreal. He leads all wide receivers in snaps. He's 10th among receivers in catches per game. This season, he's averaging over 13 points per game. We got him projected for 14 today. That's a really high floor, high ceiling play. Theo Johnson, in my sleeper tight end of the day, I do think he's got a pretty good floor and ceiling. I mean, he was really involved in their last game. Only ended up catching 3 passes, but had a 33% target share last game. In the games with Jackson Dart, Theo Johnson's been very usable. Clearly a connection there. Hasn't scored since week 9. Commanders, again, one of the worst defenses in the NFL just across the board. They have not been good versus tight ends, bottom 5 versus tight ends this season. We just saw TJ Hawkinson and Josh Oliver score 3 touchdowns last week against the Commanders. They combined for over 30 points. Evan Ingram had one of his, I think this was his best game of the season. 14 points, 6 for 69. I like Theo Johnson this week. I think his props, honestly, are pretty interesting as well. The 2 running backs here, another one of these backfields, like a pretty even split backfield. Super tough to project. Really could go either way here. We have Singletary just ahead. We hop to the running back ranks again. We have Singletary just ahead of Tracy. This was a really tough call for me personally because I think Tracy's better. Like I think pretty clearly Tracy is a better running back than Singletary. And I also think he's more likely to get more catches than Singletary. And these are PPR projections, but I do think Singletary is the preferred goal line back on this team. I think he is more likely to score and score multiple times even than Tracy. They're both startable in this matchup, though. I mean, the Commanders' run defense, I think, is actually the worst part of the defense, as bad as they are across the board. The yards per carry against them has been unmatched. I believe they're dead last in yards per carry, almost dead last, 4.5 yards per carry. But if you look over the last few games, all the Vikings running backs were over 4.5 yards per carry. RJ Harvey's yards per carry was pretty disappointing at 2.7. Achane was at 5.7, though. Ollie Gordon was at 5. Jaleel McLaughlin was at 4. I mean, like the floor for these running backs is 4 yards per carry. But yeah, it's an even split backfield. Makes these starts super, super tough. I don't think we can start Slayton in this spot. I think it's Wan'Dale or bust at the receiver position here for the Giants. Slayton definitely has a ceiling. The floor is near 0 points. A Darnell Mooney-like floor. Anyone that started Darnell Mooney on Thursday night, that was painful to watch. Darnell Mooney, if you were rooting for fantasy. Yeah, both these running backs are startable, but neither of them are must starts. And again, I got to start sit between Tracy. I think I have to choose between Tracy and Pearsall in one of my leagues. I'm leaning Tracy. I think the floor ceiling combo is probably better for Tracy. I do like the ceiling for Pearsall, but the floor is a little low. All right. That is the Giants side of this game. For the Commanders, there's really only one big piece of injury news we're waiting on, and it's for this Washington Commanders team. I just saw a TikTok comment, Devin Neal or Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. And man, if Chris Rodriguez is out, which like he's a true game time decision right now. And I honestly, expect him to be out. Like, I think it's like 60-40 he doesn't play. He didn't get a full practice in this week. They're calling him a true game time decision. They hope he plays. This is the type of verbiage I'm seeing out there with Chris Rodriguez. And if he sits, and the Giants' run defense is honestly probably even worse than the Commanders' run defense. They're the second worst in the league on the season. They really have not stopped a single running back. Chris Rodriguez is dealing with a groin injury. There's also like some re-injury risk here. But if he ends up not playing, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, guys, is very in play. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt should be rostered in 100% of fantasy leagues right now. I added him in multiple leagues this morning. This is why now I'm up on playoff time, week 15. Like, you're not beating me to Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt in my leagues. He's on my team. All right. Jahmyr Gibbs 2 weeks ago, he went for 55 points versus the Giants, and this was a scorched earth game from Jahmyr Gibbs. Stamps called that one on the live. But last week, the Patriots running backs, they combined over 22 points versus the Giants. The week before that, Emmanuel Wilson, Josh Jacobs combined for almost 20 points. Nothing too crazy there versus the Giants. The Bears running backs combined for over 25. The 49ers running backs combined for over 40. The Eagles running backs combined for over 40. Like, there's a 40-point ceiling in the Commanders' backfield today. If Chris Rodriguez is out, like, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt is in play. He really is. Jeremy McNichols is going to have a role too. He's going to play that Austin Eckler role that he's been playing. He's actually been like really efficient. Jeremy McNichols, like, low key, has been playing the Austin Eckler role better than Austin Eckler was. He's been like one of their better offensive players. He's averaging 6.6 yards per carry, Jeremy McNichols. That's third highest in the NFL. And 8.4 yards per reception, 78% catch rate. I mean, he's been good, man. For them in real life, at least. He's not startable in fantasy. Even with Rodriguez out, he's not startable. I would not knock anyone for going with Bill here if Chris Rodriguez is out. And if Chris Rodriguez is in, honestly, it makes this, like, I think, an avoid situation because he's dealing with a groin injury. Definitely hard to say what the split's going to be if Rodriguez is in. But if he's out, like, that really does condense the touches here. Chase Edmonds is on the roster. Like, he might be active, but he's not going to get too much work here. The receivers are both startable. Debo is questionable in this game. But then Jaden Daniels is out with the elbow, so it's going to be Mariota again. I don't think this says what it was a heel injury. Debo's managing a heel injury. Gosh, yeah, he's a tough click today too. I definitely feel good starting McLaurin. I'm starting McLaurin today. I think he's borderline must start. I like Singletary over Tracy just because of the touchdown potential, but I mentioned it's really close, and both are startable. We'll talk through, I'm sure, some start sits there. Let me jump to the wide receiver ranks here again. Mariota is startable too. I was just mentioning, like, him versus start's actually kind of a close call. With McLaurin back, the passing ceiling's there. The matchup is great for both these quarterbacks. I'm scared both these teams will be able to lean on the run really, really successfully when it comes to the quarterbacks. We saw the last start for Mariota, guys, was a 24-point fantasy game against the Broncos. He threw for 294 passing yards and 2 TDs, ran for 55 yards too, against the second best pass defense in the league, probably. So yeah, he's startable. Not a must start, obviously, but he's startable. Terry McLaurin's a must start. Debo is like an okay flex with, I think, a pretty low floor. He's also dealing with a heel injury. And then, yeah, if Rodriguez is out, I'm going to be pretty excited about Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt here in week 15 because the matchup is just unreal. Zach Ertz, also, he tore his ACL. Pretty rough. Pretty sad to see. He was honestly having a great season. We were pretty high on him in draft season. I had him on a bunch of best ball teams. Tough to see right ahead of the fantasy playoffs. But Ben Sinnott, he was actually a really good prospect. But they've been rotating in John Bates ahead of him this season. These tight ends are just like way off the radar. I would love to see Sinnott in like a full-time role though. All right, that's the Giants-Commanders game. Went for a while in that one. Raiders-Eagles should be a pretty fast one. Kenny Pickett starting in this game. Revenge game for Kenny Pickett here against the Eagles. Not a true revenge game. I don't think he has bad blood with the Eagles or anything, but he was on the Eagles, I think last year. think he won the Super Bowl with the Eagles as their backup last season. Now he plays them here in week 15 in a rough situation. I mean, this is a bottom 5 offensive line in the league going up against a top 5 defensive line, even without Jordan Davis. For the Eagles, Eagles are the number 1 defense in our projections this week. Do not bench the Eagles. Seeing a bunch of people ask running back start this. I'll pull up the running back rankings again. Ashton Genty really needs to be started here in week 15. If you made it to the fantasy playoffs with Ashton Genty, which I did in multiple leagues, you kind of have to start him. He's the whole offense outside of him. It's him and Bowers, and that's pretty much it. His floor is like 14, 15 touches. He's seeing a ton of targets, guys. In the last month, he hasn't been under a 14% target share in the last month. And the Eagles have actually been pretty weak against running backs specifically. He's been like really rough on the ground. Under 3 yards a carry. 3 yards per carry, 3.2 yards per carry or below in 6 straight games for Ashton Genty, but the receiving work keeps him alive. The touchdown potential keeps him alive. He could easily go for 20 points. I have a tough time benching Genty. Genty versus RJ Harvey, tough call, in my opinion. Genty versus Trevion Henderson, also a tough call, in my opinion. I have a league with all 3 of them, and I'm benching Henderson right now. I think he probably has the highest ceiling, arguably, Henderson, but also the lowest floor, given the backfield situation for him. None of these receivers could possibly be started. Jack Besh has a role now. Trey Tucker's still just running wind sprints. Kenny Pickett's playing. Brock Bowers is not even tight end 2 this week. He's tight end 3 with Kenny Pickett starting. But yeah, you're starting Bowers. If you have Bowers, you kind of have to start. All right, that's the Raiders side of this game. On the Eagles side, the real Saquon Barkley, guys, he might be showing up at just the right time. 18 points last week, went for 122 rushing yards. Finally had one of those marquee explosive plays. And the reason I've been in on Saquon all season, I've been buying Saquon all season. I made multiple trades for Saquon across my 12 high stakes leagues, or my 12 leagues. Only 7 of them are high stakes. And it was this match. It was these matchups. I mean, it was Raiders, Commanders, Bills. These are all top 10 matchups for running backs. And low key, getting lost in the Saquon narrative this season. He's actually had one of the more difficult running back schedules this year. Like really one of the most difficult. And he hasn't done well in those difficult matchups. He's done much better in the easier matchups. And it was the same thing last season. He was actually pretty matchup sensitive last season. Saquon could really smash here in the fantasy playoffs. He's obviously starting in every single spot. Jalen Hurts ranks as QB3. It was a rough Jalen Hurts game. Let me hop to the must-starts, see if someone asked for those. Shout out to everyone of you on the live with me early in the AM here on week 15, Sunday morning, best day of the week. Man, you got to be grateful for every fantasy playoff week you get. Survive in advance here. Playoff vibes this morning. Jalen Hurts, it looked really ugly on Monday night. But guys, the Chargers have been the second best defense this season against quarterbacks. Like this wasn't a good matchup. For Hurts, it's a much easier matchup here versus the Raiders. I am definitely nervous that they could skew really run heavy in this game against the Raiders. We've definitely seen the Eagles do that in the past. They haven't done it a ton recently, given the matchups they've had. They played the Packers, Lions, Cowboys, Bears, Chargers in their last 5, and this all kind of boded towards more pass-heavy game scripts. We've seen at least 34 pass attempts from Hurts in 3 straight games. He hadn't been over 30 in the previous 4 games. We haven't projected under 30 here in week 15, but yeah, he's still got great rushing touchdown potential. I don't really see a world where you're benching Hurts. AJ Brown has to be started. They've really been forcing him the ball over the last month plus. Doesn't have a game under 16 in his last 3. He's seen target shares of 41%, 28%, 40%, 34%. Doesn't have a game under 10 targets in his last 4. You can't bench that. You cannot bench that profile. Devontae Smith, he's a tougher start, Sid, but he's a start. I lean towards starting Devontae Smith too. He's probably a little underrated at this point. He's been under 10 points in back-to-back games. He probably goes over 10 in this one. Goddard's a bench. Pretty straightforward team here, honestly. You're starting Hurts, Brown, Barkley, and Devonta. You're benching everyone else. And you're starting the Eagles defense, 100%. I do like the Eagles in this game. The Eagles are huge favorites, 12.5-point favorites. I think they cover that at home. This game only is a 39-point over-under, projected to be run-heavy on both sides. The Colts Seahawks. Let me go to the QBs. Let's go to this game quick. We do have Phillip Rivers not in the top 24. I mean, projecting Phillip Rivers was a fun exercise this week. We got 44-year-old Phillip Rivers coming back. And I mean, this really, in my opinion, nukes the whole offense. Like, I'm willing to be wrong here. I'm rooting for Phillip Rivers. This is going to be fun to watch as an NFL fan. But from a fantasy football perspective, like, I really think every single one of these guys outside of Jonathan Taylor should probably be benched today. And the only exception is maybe Tyler Warren, because the matchup is good for Tyler Warren. We have seen Phillip Rivers lean on tight ends historically in the past. We haven't seen Phillip Rivers guys play in almost 5 years. And some of you may not recall, but Phillip Rivers, in his last season, he was bad. Like, he was not a good NFL quarterback. It was somewhat reminiscent of Peyton Manning's last season. Or Peyton Manning, he won a Super Bowl in his last season. He was not good. Like, not a good NFL quarterback. Definitely for fantasy purposes. He was good enough with an elite defense to win an NFL game that maybe Phillip Rivers can win NFL games, but he's not going to be good for fantasy guys. And he's not going to be good for these receivers for fantasy either. Michael Pittman, you have to bench him. Alec Pierce, have to bench him. Josh Downs absolutely has to be benched. Will one of these receivers maybe find a connection with Phillip Rivers and be okay? Sure, maybe. I'll give you that. But I'm not willing to risk my fantasy season on guessing which of these guys is going to be. It's very likely to be Tyler Warren, I think, of actually the group. And even Tyler Warren is like way riskier than usual. Like, Tyler Warren's been like a must start most weeks. And we haven't projected 0.2 points below AJ Barner today. And I don't think I'd actually start AJ Barner over Tyler Warren, but we got likely projected over Tyler Warren. Strange projected over Tyler Warren. Dalton Kincaid projected over Tyler Warren. And Tyler Warren is the second best matchup for tight ends today. But there's so much risk here with Phillip Rivers. This is a scary, scary first spot for Rivers too. Rivers is dealing with a banged up offensive line against one of the highest pressure rate defenses in the league. We did see Kyle Pitts. We did do an homage to Kyle Pitts at the start of the live. I went up against him in my highest stakes fantasy league, of course, on Thursday night. It was the greatest tight end game in my lifetime playing fantasy. But yeah, he went for 15 points against the Seahawks last week. Hawkinson had 12. The Titans tight ends, they combined for 18. We've seen some pretty good tight end games. So Warren is startable, but I really do not see him as a must start here with Phillip Rivers. I'm rooting for Rivers, man. We got him projected for 8 points. We don't even have Phillip Rivers projected as a flex play. Like, in super flex leagues, we're projecting Phillip Rivers should be on everyone's benches. So it's JT or bust, I think, for the Colts in general. And then the Seahawks, guys, and by the way, the spread of this game agrees with what I'm saying here with no faith in the Colts. Colts are 13.5-point underdogs in Seattle. 13.5-point underdogs in Seattle. There might be some rain in this game too. I don't think it's gonna be a ton of rain. It's not enough for me to really care, but that doesn't really help Phillip Rivers. JSN projects his wide receiver 2 only behind Jamar Chase. I just think I might have skipped over the Bengals and thinking back to that Ravens-Bengals game breakdown. But yeah, Jamar Chase is wide receiver 1. I don't know how you don't project him as wide receiver 1 with T. Higgins out, that game environment that he's in. But if you don't, then it's got to be JSN against the Colts here. And it's a really good matchup for outside receivers. JSN has one bad game this entire season. Came a couple weeks back against the number 1 defense against receivers. This is, on paper, guys, the best matchup of the season for JSN, who's having just an absolute out-of-this-world season. He's the wide receiver 1 on the year. Leads all receivers in points per game. Leads all receivers in yards per game. He's at 110 yards per game. He's still over 4 yards per route run. I mean, this is like truly, I feel like I've said this like every week now in the lives. Like, this is one of the most impressive things of the season. Wow, Puka's not even that far behind at 3.8. 2 all-time receiver seasons we're seeing here. There's only 2 receivers, guys, over 3 yards per route run this season. And they're both almost at 4. I'm there like lapping the field. Crazy efficiency here from both JSN and Puka. AJ Barner, guys, is a good sleeper. Definitely a good sleeper here in week 15. Elijah Arroyo's out, I believe. Yeah, Arroyo's out. Barner's going to be playing like almost every single snap. Pretty interesting sleeper. Probably going to be up closer to that 85% snap range. He had a tough tight end matchup last week too. This is not a bad matchup for him. And then the running backs, Kenneth and Sharp, they're in play. I mean, they're 14-point favorites in the game. One of these running backs is going to score. I do like Kenneth Walker a lot today. I have him as a must start. Today, the ceiling for Kenneth, it's in the 25-plus range. It's in the 25-plus range. I do really want to start Kenneth. Sharp is, I think, a little bit more likely to score, but I actually have Kenneth Walker as one of my favorite touchdown picks of the day. I'll pull those up on the YouTube Live again for you here. Pearsall or Yoshivas? Yeah, I lean Pearsall personally there. I do like Pearsall's ceiling. We're about to get to that game here in a second too. Seahawks defense, obviously a start this week here as well. And man, I'm rooting for Phillip Rivers. I'm taking the Seahawks though with the spread at 13.5. All right, Packers, we only got a few games left to go. Then we'll get to my DFS lineup prop picks, and we'll get to a ton of start sits. I started the live 30 minutes early today because I'm on playoff time today. If you guys can't see, I'm in playoff mode today, man. We're locked in. We got to get these start sits right. We got to talk through some of the difficult ones here in a few minutes. All right, Packers, Broncos. One of my free player props comes from this game, and it is Jaden Reed, over 35.5 receiving yards. That's your first free player prop here on the live today. We are at 63% on the free props so far this season. Jaden Reed comes back last week, hadn't played since week 2. He got hurt in week 2, played 5 snaps in that game. So really he only had 1 game in week 1. He comes back, he instantly plays 47% of the snaps, more than he played in week 1. And he sees an 18% target share, 4 targets, catches 4 of those for 31 yards. I think the role continues to grow here for Jaden Reed. And I think the matchup here is ideal for Reed, where the outside corners for the Broncos are so strong. I think this funnels targets to Jaden Reed today. I think he gets at least 4 catches again in this game. We have him projected for over 50 receiving yards in this game. I think people have kind of forgotten the talent of Jaden Reed. I'm not saying he's a must start for fantasy, but free player prop of the day, I feel pretty good about him. Over 35.5 receiving yards. And he's not a horrible fantasy option either. We got him projected over 12 points. Can I see the must starts? Yeah, I got you the must starts, must benches. Everyone else in this offense, like Jaden Reed honestly included for fantasy purposes, like pretty risky today. I mean, they're playing the Broncos. The Broncos rank top 10 against every position. They're number 2 against running backs. They're number 9 against receivers. They're number 6 against quarterbacks. And you're not starting Luke Musgrave. No one's considering Luke Musgrave here on Sunday morning, week 15. But then you throw in the running back injuries in this spot. They elevate Pierre Strong from the practice squad yesterday because both Josh Jacobs and Emmanuel Wilson are questionable. Now, Josh Jacobs has already been reported he's going to play. He's expected to play. But he's dealing with this like persistent knee soreness. And they have a game in 6 days against the Bears. I think they play on Saturday next week. Is that right? When's this game? Let me pull up when this game is. I believe they said 6 days away. Yeah, they play on Saturday night because the NFL does not want us to have nights off. They play on Saturday night next week against the Bears in a huge divisional matchup. How much work are they really going to give Josh Jacobs with this sort of recurring knee injury that he's working through? It's like knee soreness. He's getting an MRI after the game. He didn't even get hurt. Just like a sort of maintenance check MRI. Like is a little scary, I think, with Josh Jacobs right now. You kind of have to start him. I don't know how you bench him if he's playing. You kind of have to start him. But man, I'm scared. I'm definitely scared to start Josh Jacobs today with the injury stuff. And Emmanuel Wilson, he's questionable too. I mean, if Emmanuel Wilson, he's dealing with an illness. Usually guys play through that. He's expected to play too. But if he sits, that does make Josh Jacobs a little safer. I think we see a more even split backfield though for the Packers than usual today. But yeah, still, you kind of still have to start Jacobs. I'm still starting him over Monunga. Seeing that start sit there in the comments. I promise going to get to like tons and tons of start sits today coming up here in a second. Christian Watson has been on an absolute roll. Another 25 points last week. He's been a top 12 receiver in back-to-back games. I think you got to bench him today. I mean, he's startable in some spots. The role has been good. The matchup's rough here, though, for Christian Watson. I do think Jaden Reed, he projects slightly above him. Could easily end up being a Jaden Reed day over Christian Watson with the matchups there. For the Broncos, a low-key injury today that actually matters. Pat Bryant is out for the Broncos. The rookie Pat Bryant is out. He's had like a legit role for like the last many months. He's been playing half or more than half the snaps. He's seeing in most of his games 10+% of the targets on a pretty widespread offense. This does consolidate more towards Troy Franklin and Cortland Sutton. Both of them benefit big time, I think, from this injury. to Pat Bryant. Evan Ingram might benefit a bit as well. Maybe Marvin Mims gets more involved. The Broncos are underdogs. Yeah, they're 1.5 point underdogs at home in this game. This game is not one of the cold ones, I don't believe either. Yeah, pretty good weather actually in this game. Excuse me. I'm not battling flu-like symptoms like last week, but we're on the tail end of it here. RJ Harvey's a must start against the Packers. I'm definitely a little nervous because the volume hasn't been like amazing. Last week was good. 6 targets, man. If we can just get him another 5-6 targets, we're going to feel good starting RJ Harvey. He scored a rushing touchdown again, and he's been a touchdown machine this season. 5.5% touchdown rate, guys. That's top 8 in the NFL among running backs. Only running backs with a higher touchdown rate than RJ Harvey this season. Guys like Jahmyr Gibbs, Jonathan Taylor, Josh Jacobs, Zach Charbonnet, and Kareem Hunt. Sean Tucker, Tyler Algier up there. They're just pure goal line backs. So yeah, it's hard to bench RJ Harvey, even in a somewhat difficult matchup here, especially with the 6 targets last week. I'm starting him over TreVeyon Henderson. I think it makes sense given their respective roles in their offenses right now, even though the matchups are very different. Sutton is a start, and Troy Franklin is startable with the Pat Bryant injury. All right, that's the Packers-Broncos game. I do like the Packers in that one. I still think the Broncos are a little bit of pretenders in the NFL in terms of Super Bowl chances. All right, the Titans and 49ers. 49ers at home, 12.5 point favorites. And yesterday we get a report, suddenly Christian McCaffrey questionable with a back injury. He's going to play. Doesn't sound like a big deal. He's the running back 1 on the week. Ahead of Achane, ahead of Gibbs. They're all right up there in tier 1, though. A firm, clear tier 1 there across those 3 running backs right now. Hill projects his tight end 2. He's a must start. I like Brock Purdy today a lot, too. This is another team coming off the bye. They're coming off a bye against one of the worst teams in the NFL. We haven't seen a 20-point game from Brock Purdy, guys, this whole season. I think we see a 20-point game from Brock Purdy today against the Titans. I like Ricky Pearsall today across all of my start sits. And I mentioned it earlier in live, like in the fantasy playoffs, guys, I really try not to force it. I really try not to force it. Helps me sleep easier at night if I make the wrong start sit, but I went with just the guy projected more across the prop lines, across the WalterPicks projections. I'm leaning just towards those for start sits, the tough ones today. I do kind of want to force it with Pearsall, though. I'm not going to lie. If this was a non-playoff week, I would be forcing it more, I think, across my leagues with Pearsall. I am going to start him in at least one league today. I'm in on his props today, too, over 33.5, 34.5 receiving yards. I like those a lot. I think they get Pearsall back more involved in this offense coming out of the bye in a pretty good matchup for receivers here. We saw multiple good games, guys, for Pearsall to open the season. He went over 100 yards in 2 of his first 3 games of the season. He hasn't had a huge role in the past few games, but he's out there 75% plus of the snaps. You could do much worse than Pearsall today. I do like him as a ceiling play, though the floor is a little scary, especially because they're 14-point favorites in the game. So it's possible they don't need to throw a ton. But yeah, I think we see Purdy go over 20. I think both Jennings and Pearsall are good starts. McCaffrey, Kittle, obviously must starts. Jennings is a borderline must start too. Like a back end, good start. So that's with the top 24 receivers, but this is a good matchup for the receivers and the passing attack, in addition to the running offense. And then for the Titans, Shamir DK, he's a good sleeper this week. The 49ers have been horrible against slot receivers. Imanor being back pushes DK into the slot. And the 49ers are one of the best matchups for slot receivers. He had 5 catches last week. He's got 5 catches in 2 of his last 3 games. He's capable of creating after the catch, one of the better kick returners in the league right now. He had a 32% target share last week. And they're going to get crushed in this game. Like the Titans defense, I don't think there's any hope at stopping the 49ers offense in this game. I think the 49ers offense is going for 30-plus points in this game. And so that does kind of make this Titans passing attack somewhat appealing. And it's DK for me over Imanor as the sleeper in this offense. And then we kind of have to talk about Tony Pollard. We're not really buying into last week for Pollard's projection this week. He'd been under 9 points, guys, in 5 straight games. And then out of nowhere, a 28-point bomb, running back 2 against the Browns. He has an easier matchup this week against the 49ers. Maybe they try to keep feeding the hot hand here. He had 25 carries, by far the most of his season last week, but 0 targets. 0 targets. And Spears is the guy getting the targets. Spears does project a little ahead of Pollard still for us. This is a tough projection. A pretty tough projection here. I get people wanting to start Pollard after last week, but I'm personally avoiding both these running backs. If the Titans fall behind in this game, it's probably going to be more Spears than Pollard, and they're projected to fall behind. They're 14-point underdogs, and I really don't see them stopping the 49ers offense. That's pretty much it here for this team. No one else is really, I don't think, can play. Cam Ward stacks are honestly like somewhat interesting in DFS because he's so cheap. You can stack him with DK and Imanor very, very easily, even Spears, if you wanted to, and have a ton of room left over. There's some really elite plays at the higher priced options at running back with McCaffrey and a receiver with Puka and JSN that you could get in Cam Ward stacks. All right, that's the 49ers and Titans game. Only 4 games left. Panthers, Saints. A bunch of sleepers in this game to talk through for the Saints. Juwan Johnson, he's a start. Guys, Juwan Johnson has like a low-key strong floor. I don't know what the ceiling really is. He doesn't have a game over 20 points this year. He did have 19 points against the Panthers in their first matchup, though. Went for 4 catches, 92 yards, and a touchdown in that game. That was his best game of the season. And the floor really has been like 7.5 points over the last couple of months for Juwan Johnson. His role is pretty underrated. He's top 12 in catches, top 12 in yards, top 12 in targets. I mean, he's startable. Him versus Isaiah Likely is a call I got to make in one of my leagues that's projected to be very close. And man, Likely's ceiling's higher. Juwan Johnson's floor is a tough bench, though. And I think we have those guys really close in the ranks now. Let me hop back over to the tight end ranks here on the live. And yeah, we have Isaiah Likely a few spots below, just a few spots below Juwan Johnson on the medium projection, but I do think the ceiling is higher for Likely. Tough call for me there. Devin Neal is a start. Devin Neal is in a workhorse role right now. There's not that many of these across the league. It really does give Devin Neal a pretty strong floor. He hasn't been under 70% of the snaps. This coaching staff is not using Taysom Hill basically at all at the goal line like we thought they might a few weeks ago with all the injuries in the backfield. Alvin Kamara's out again. He had 19 carries last week. Only 1 target, but he still has 11 targets over his last 3 games. And the Panthers are a good matchup for running backs. This is the best matchup of Devin Neal's season since he's been in this role. This is the best matchup of his last month. See, I get it with Devin Neal. I'm okay starting him, especially in half PPR, non-PPR leagues. I'm cool with it. I honestly think we're projecting him still like a little low. We're projecting him like more closer to his floor, I think, than his ceiling. This Saints offense continues to just successfully run a lot of plays too. Like every single week, we can kind of bank on them to run a lot of plays. The efficiency for Devin Neal has been pretty disappointing. He's been at 3.7 yards per carry in 3 straight games or below. 2.6, 3.4, then 3.7. We haven't projected just above that in this game, though. He still projects for 11 points. He's startable. Devin Neal is a back-end start today. Olave versus the Panthers. They do have J.C. Horn, one of the better outside corners. Has me a tiny bit nervous for Olave. He's coming off his worst game of the fantasy season when it matters most in a good matchup versus the Bucks too. He did have a 25% target share. I think he dropped, almost had a touchdown in this game. The Panthers are not a great matchup for him, but he did go for 104 yards against them last time, 21.4 points. You can start Olave today for sure. Guys, Chris Rodriguez is a bench. He might not even play. And if he plays, he's got injury risk too. I think you kind of have to bench Rodriguez in your mind right now. And Ja'Cory Crosby-Merritt, he should be rostered in all leagues. He could legit win weeks this week if Rodriguez is out in that matchup versus the Giants. Chris Olave is startable. I would not call him a must start in this matchup though. And he's certainly only a start in PPR. And then Devon Vele every week has to be called out as a sleeper because he's just in a legit role in this offense. He's playing every single snap, 93% snap share last week. He's been at a 23% target share or above in back-to-back games. Last week was a heavy rain game. They threw a little bit less in that game because of it. So that does skew Olave and Vele's numbers a little bit. But yeah, I think we're honestly on the pessimistic side here for Vele projection-wise too. We're at a 20% target share. His prop lines are kind of interesting too. Not an official 3-player prop, but he's at 34.5. You're getting a guy at a 25% target share on an offense that throws the ball a lot, and his prop lines are at 34.5. Like that's pretty good value in my opinion. All right, that's the Saints. None of these guys really must starts. Like a lot of these guys can be considered though. Juwan, Devin Neal, Olave, and even Bailey in deeper leagues. And then the Panthers. This game is in a dome, by the way, too. All these other games are in freezing cold. Some of them are going to have some precipitation as well, but it is kind of nice to get these dome games here in a Week 15 slate with so many freezing cold games. Rico Dowdle, already saw some start sits with Rico Dowdle in there. Super tough call here with Chuba Hubbard taking a larger role last week. He's now been under 12 points in back-to-back games, hasn't scored since Week 10. Rico Dowdle, he only played 42% of snaps. This is like another one of these backfields all of a sudden. This is a hot hand backfield. If Chuba Hubbard's outplaying Dowdle in the first half, like Chuba Hubbard's going to outproduce Dowdle in this game. Chuba Hubbard's going to get probably more passing work than Dowdle too, but Dowdle's going to get the first crack. Dowdle's almost definitely going to be the first running back on the field. Like he's going to start. And so I do think it makes sense to project Dowdle ahead of Chuba Hubbard. And the flip thing, the reverse thing here could happen too. We could easily see Dowdle outperform Hubbard in the first half, and then suddenly Dowdle smashing with 25 touches in this game. So yeah, Dowdle's like a back-end running back 1, high-end running back 2 start. Hubbard is like startable 2 in desperation. I would start Devin Neal over him. I think we actually have Hubbard projected ahead of Neal right now. I think I'd probably go Neal over Hubbard. Both these running backs have a ceiling and kind of a scary floor too. Tedero McMillan, it's got to be started here, I think, in Week 1 of the fantasy playoffs. This is another team coming off the bye. We've seen him go for at least 11 points in 4 straight games. He only had 1 catch in his last game, went for 43 yards, though. You got to think they get their star rookie involved here coming out of the bye. And I do want to just note, Bryce Young, if you're struggling at QB right now, I think you could do much worse than Bryce Young. Guys, if we go back to last season, Bryce Young really came on down the stretch. He was a QB, like a top 5 QB down the stretch of last season. In his last 3 games of last season, Bryce Young went for 27 points, 17 points, 36 points. Was a top 2 quarterback twice in the last 3 games last season. And we're starting to kind of see him heat up this season. I was like in on him on the 49ers on that Monday night game, complete dud. I was out last week because of it, but he's been a top 4 quarterback, guys, in 2 of his last 3 games. Now he gets the Saints off a bye. The Saints have been good versus quarterbacks this season, but I don't think they're the scariest matchup. It's not like Bryce Young couldn't go over 20 in this game. We haven't projected for just 13 points, which I think is a little low based on his last 3 games. And he gets the Bucs next week. And we just saw Kirk Cousins rip that Bucs secondary, one of the better pass funnel defenses in the league for quarterbacks. Like next week, Bryce Young could really be startable. So even a stash, if you need a stashed quarterback, Bryce Young's available in most leagues right now. Jalen Coker, his props are kind of interesting. I think they've moved up a little bit since we highlighted one of them in the WalterPicks app, but 74 yards, 4 catches, and a touchdown in his last game. He had a really good connection with Bryce last season. He's kind of an interesting deep sleeper too. All right, that's the Panthers and Saints. A whole nother group of guys that like can consider starting, but like not many must starts in here other than, in my opinion, Tedero McMillan really should be started here. All right, we got 3 games to talk through left. The Lions, Rams, Vikings, Cowboys, Dolphins, Steelers, and then we're going to get to tons and tons and tons of start sits. Let's hop over to the running back ranks on the TikTok Live, the receiver ranks here on the YouTube Live. Shout out to every single one of you in the live stream today. We are on playoff mode here in Week 15, talking through every single angle of every single game. We'll talk through every single start sit across the live today. We got to talk through this Rams game. This is probably the game of the day. I mean, if it's not the Pats, it's the Pats, Bills, it's the Rams, Lions. I mean, the Phillip Rivers Bowl will be fun. But those are the games of the day. I mean, the Chiefs, Chargers should be really fun too. The Ravens, Bengals is up there as well. This game has the highest over-under on the slate. 55-point total between the Lions and the Rams. We got the Stafford Goff Bowl again. These 2 teams swap these quarterbacks. Both these quarterbacks are in play. Stafford's a top 5 QB for us this week. I saw someone ask, "What should I play, Lamar or Stafford?" I'm going Lamar personally over Stafford, but it's close. I would not knock you for going Stafford. I have them both in tier 2. quarterbacks. Tier 2 QBs for me today is Burrow through Drake May. Burrow, Hurts, Lamar, Stafford, May, all in tier 2, all really, really similar options. The only guy above that tier is Josh Allen in his own tier 1. Puka Nacua is like getting close to JSN in yards per out run. We were just seeing that. He's up to wide receiver 2. Just out of this world receiver, really, in such a good matchup for him here versus the Lions. They play a ton of man coverage. They're second worst against receivers on the season. He's going to absolutely smash in this spot. I am playing him in my DFS lineup. Stafford probably runs away with MVP. This is a huge week for the MVP race between Stafford and May because the wins matter too for the MVP race. Devontae Adams is a must start. Kyron Williams is like a borderline bench this week. He did 18 points last week, but this is the toughest matchup that exists for running backs this season. And Blake Corum is stealing like half the work. Corum probably played a little bit more than usual last week because it was such a big blowout against the Cardinals. But guys, I feel like we talk about this every week. There's been one game over 15 points, 2 games over 15 points against the Lions for running backs this season. Josh Jacobs didn't do it. Swift didn't do it. Derrick Henry didn't do it. Judkins went over 15. He had the best game of the season versus the Lions back in week 4. Chase Brown didn't do it. Aaron Jones and Jordan Mason didn't do it. Saquon did not do it versus the Lions. Josh Jacobs recently did not do it versus the Lions. It's only Tyrone Tracy and Quinshon Judkins that have been over 15 points versus the Lions. This game does have a really high total, but I'm definitely nervous for Kyron Williams. He ranks as a back-end running back 2 this week, and then Corum is not startable. Even in the growing role in this matchup, do not start Corum. 26 points last week. He was the running back 3 last week. Corum is one of the highest, probably the highest upside handcuff that exists in fantasy, so I think he should still be rostered. If Kyron Williams were to miss time, Corum could be a top 5 running back in fantasy. That's pretty much it here for the Rams side of this game. For the Lions side of this game, I don't know how Jahmyr Gibbs isn't in contention for the MVP of the fantasy season. He has 3 games with at least 37 fantasy points in his last 5 games. Wild stuff. So another 7 catches last week. He had 7 catches and 3 touchdowns last week to Jahmyr Gibbs. Huge over-under in this game. So yeah, he's running back 2, even in a tough matchup against the Rams defense. And Montgomery's an absolute must bench. He's like just not startable. He's a touchdown. He's either scoring a touchdown or he's going under 10 points. Like there's no real world where Montgomery goes over 10 points without a touchdown in the role that he's in right now. He does have a touchdown in back-to-back games, but I certainly would not bank on it here against the Rams. J-Mo, Amon-Ra absolutely have to be started in this spot. J-Mo and Amon-Ra have to be started. All right, let's just check if there's any other news that I've missed on. Emmanuel Wilson, Chris Rodriguez, both game time decisions. We're still waiting on Quentin Johnston is questionable with the groin. Rashad Bateman, Parker Washington, Khalif Raymond, all technically questionable. All I think are going to play. But yeah, you're starting both these receivers, Amon-Ra and J-Mo, need to be started in this game environment. And Goff is startable too. There's a bunch of QBs I prefer over Goff. Dart versus Goff is a super, super close call. I think I would prefer Dart in the matchup. But man, this game environment, this total for Goff is definitely startable. All right, on to the next game here. I do like the Lions, by the way, in this game. They're 6-point underdogs. It feels like too many points in a game that should be pretty close. Vikings versus the Cowboys. This is the night game. And guys, I got some feelings about this game. First of all, Will the Thrill, who ranked pretty high for us in our ranks this season, in draft season, he was like free in every draft. I like him in this spot. He's in a dome in Dallas. This game has a 48-point total. He's available in a bunch of leagues. I don't mind starting him at kicker today at all. I think he goes for 10 plus points tonight. A really reliable kicker in a really reliable game environment here. And we talked about it on the live last week. I was pretty like all over this, honestly. I had some JJ McCarthy stacks in DFS last week. JJ McCarthy's best game since week 1. Threw for 3 touchdowns, completed 70% of his passes, 7.1 yards per attempt. Those were all like the best since week 1, basically, for JJ McCarthy. But it gets a horrible Commanders defense. But guys, he gets the Cowboys tonight. This is the number 1 match for quarterbacks. And the Cowboys have actually they've been better since the trade deadline, some of the moves they made, but they really improved the run defense more than the pass defense. We've still seen teams just ripping the Cowboys. Hurts, he threw for almost 300 yards. Mahomes threw 4 touchdowns. Jared Goff, he threw over 300 yards. Geno threw for 240 and a touchdown. Brissett had 25 points. Bo Nix had 25 points. JJ McCarthy could get there today. Not saying he's a start for fantasy, but the feeling I have here, guys, is like Justin Jefferson. We got to start Justin Jefferson. I'm seeing someone ask for defense streamers. I'll hold the defense ranks for you to look at. Guys, Justin Jefferson, I refuse to bench him here against the Cowboys. I honestly think we're still ranking him too low in the WalterPicks App, and I got us to move him up as much as I possibly could. I'm really, I think, a bit on an island here on the WalterPicks projections team of feeling good about Justin Jefferson. But guys, here's the facts. Justin Jefferson is still one of the most talented receivers in the NFL. Like, he's in the top 10. I would argue still top 5 of just talented receivers in the NFL. His talent didn't vanish from these past seasons that we've seen him be one of the top receivers, if not the top receiver in the league. Now he gets the best matchup of his season against the Cowboys. And JJ McCarthy actually showed life last week. Still, Justin Jefferson, who, by the way, I was in on his props last week, 2 catches, 11 yards. He has 4 catches for 15 yards in his last 2 games. And the matchup was good last week too. So I get it. I get the concern for Jefferson. I'm not willing to bench him here, though, in the stone cold best match for receivers with a quarterback that's finally warming up. I'm not willing to do it. I will not do it. I will not bench Justin Jefferson today. I'm riding his props again today. This is the second official prop of the day for me today. Jaden Reed's receiving yards was the first one. Second one is Justin Jefferson, over 61.5 receiving yards. I'm going to keep going back to the well here until it hits. I do still just have a ton of confidence in the talent of Justin Jefferson. And my God, he has the 3 best receiver matchups that exist in fantasy this season in his last 3 games. He goes Cowboys, Giants, Lions. I mean, ridiculous spots here for the passing attack. We got to just hope JJ McCarthy can put together a performance like he did last week. And the Cowboys offense, by the way, like they're not being stopped. No, there's no defense stopping them. Like, I honestly don't even think the Texans defense, the Broncos defense would really stop the Cowboys. They've been good no matter the matchup this season. Jordan Addison, he's also in play tonight as a ceiling play. He outproduced, out-targeted Justin Jefferson in both the last 2 games. So yeah, the spot is good for him too. Clearly, JJ McCarthy likes Jordan Addison. We know there's a real ceiling here, and we know the matchup is unreal here. So I think Justin Jefferson's a must start. I think Jordan Addison's a good start. The running backs, I think, are benches, though. This is another one of these split backfields. Aaron Jones is the preferred option. He did have 76 rushing yards last week, but he's not even playing half the snaps. He only had 1 target as well. I really would prefer to bench the running backs for the Vikings tonight. And then on the Cowboys, really such a straightforward offense for fantasy. Brandon Aubrey, there's just chatter in some of my league group chats that Aubrey's going to be a 2nd-round pick next season. I mean, he's averaging 11 points per game. He has 35 fantasy points in his last 2 games combined. He's probably going to keep going. Javonte Williams is a must start this week. Ranks as running back 4. The Vikings are a run funnel defense. They're allowing the 7th most rushing yards. Sorry, the game logs for Javonte. They're allowing the most rushing attempts per game to running backs. You heard me right there. No defense is allowing more carries per game this season than the Vikings. 27 carries per game allowed to running backs against the Vikings this season. Hard not to like Javonte when you look at that stat. The floor for Javonte is good. The ceiling should be pretty good. Malik Davis is mixing in just slightly, but this is a workhorse running back against the team allowing the most carries in the league. So yeah, I'm starting Javonte. I don't think you can bench him. Tight ends. Yeah, let me go to the tight end ranks here. Jake Ferguson is one of the tougher start sits of the week. So obviously we're starting Javonte, Lamb, and Pickens. There's just no start sits hopefully today with those guys. You're starting them. Dak is startable too. Even in a difficult matchup, these guys have been pretty matchup proof this season. I'm willing to look past the matchup. Then we got Jake Ferguson. He came into this game questionable. He is fine. He's going to play. We haven't seen Jake Ferguson over 12 points since week 7. It's been 2 months. since a 12-plus point game from Jake Virgo. Hasn't scored since week 11. But he does have 5 catches in 3 straight games. He's going to be out there almost every single snap. His floor isn't bad. The floor is not bad here. I mean, there's at least a ceiling attached to this offense, too. We've seen the ceiling. I think in most spots, though, I'm benching Jake Ferguson. Like, we got him right behind Colston Loveland. I'm probably going to start him over Loveland. Him versus Tyler Warren and A.J. Barner and Isaiah Likely, like, these are the tight end ranges that he's in. He's right in that tier 4. Theo Johnson is like right next to him, too. All these tight ends are kind of bunched together. Ultimately comes down to who scores. Excuse me. I'm sure we'll get to some Jake Ferguson start sits. All right, and then the Monday night game, Dolphins-Steelers. Achane is going to play after picking up an injury last week. Guys, Achane last week, he was going to maybe have the biggest running back game of the season last week against the Jets. Another reason, like, gosh. This Jets game today, Travis Etienne is going to absolutely smash. And Bashal Tootin is honestly a really interesting sleeper too. This Jets defense was atrocious last week. So last week, Achane, he only ended up playing 22 snaps. He ran 7 routes, had 7 carries. He went for 18 points. He was the running back 9 last week. He barely played. He played like the first quarter. That was it. He was gonna absolutely smash, man, in this game. And he picks up an injury, a rib injury that he's gonna play through. And then Jalen Wright and Ollie Gordon end up smashing. I think they combined over 30 points last week, on top of the 20 from Achane. But yeah, you're obviously starting him pretty much no matter what, no matter the matchup. Not as easy of a matchup, obviously, this week against the Steelers. Jalen Waddle's, I think, a must start still at this point. He's underproduced in 2 of his last 3 games. He came back last week, 5 catches, 50 yards, and a touchdown. Target share just continues to be there. 3 straight games over 30% target share. You got to be playing Waddle. Think Parkinson's a sneaky play? Yeah, he is. He's definitely a sneaky play, for sure. He scored last week. He's had a legit role for the Rams, and that game's going to be really high scoring. It's Achane and Waddle. Everyone else will be benched. Darren Waller and Dulcich, I wouldn't be shocked to see them do well in this match versus the Steelers, but they're really not startable in fantasy. And then for the Steelers, I don't see how we bench DK Metcalf. He had like this weird injury after last week. He went to the hospital after the game. It was stomach pain. I guess he's fine. And he's not even on the injury report. He's coming off his best yardage game and best catch total of the season, not his best fantasy game of the season. But 7 for 148. He finally saw a legit target share for the first 30% target share since week 6. Even with all these additions that the Steelers added, Marquez Valdes-Scantling, Adam Thielen, we see DK Metcalf has his most air yards, most targets, highest target share of the season last week. And the Dolphins have kind of quietly become a pass funnel too. I mentioned the Freaky Friday situation with the Dolphins and the Browns run defenses, and that's kind of led to the Dolphins being a pass funnel. We didn't really see it last week as Tyrod Taylor went down, but Devon Bailey, he went for 24 points. And Olave went for 15 against the Dolphins a couple weeks ago. Deebo Samuel had a 21-point game. I could see a 20-point game here for Metcalf. I do think he's a start. I think the ceiling's pretty high for him. The floor is a little scary. And then another one of these backfields with just such an even split. And the Dolphins have been so good versus running backs recently. Like, you don't need to start Warren or Gainwell this week. They're both startable, but neither of them are must starts. And I honestly lean towards the bench side. We haven't seen a running back over 10 points in the last 3 games against the Dolphins. James Cook was the most recent running back over 10 points. He had under 11 points. Derrick Henry only had 13. Really since week 8, which I believe is the game I pronounced Bijan might have the greatest running back game of all time. He ended up going for 6 points. In that game, we've seen Bijan go for under 14 points, Bijan Robinson. Derrick Henry goes under 14 points. James Cook goes under 14 points. These are all matchups for the Dolphins. Commanders running backs all go under 10. The Saints running backs all go under 10. Breece Hall had 4 points last week. Versus the Dolphins, man, I don't feel good starting Warren or Gainwell at all. I lean towards benching both of them, to be honest. So Metcalf's the start. Everyone else is a bench. Rodgers is kind of interesting. I do think this is going to be a more pass-heavy game script for Rodgers against this Dolphins defense. All right, that's every game. We talked through every single angle of every game, and we are moving on to the DFS lineup, the free player props, and tons and tons and tons of start sits. We got over 700 comments here on the live. We're going to get to as many of these comments as possible, I promise. Appreciate the super chats as well. Oh, God, this is not an easy one here. You can't bench Woody Marks. This is Woody Marks versus Genty versus Judkins and Henderson. We got 4 rookies here, and this is why we draft the rookies. Is really, really common for these guys to start to heat up at this point in the season. And I mean, if you told me before the season Woody Marks was going to like easily project best amongst these 4 here in the fantasy playoffs, here we are. Woody Marks is like a must start. Woody Marks projects for us ahead of Jonathan Taylor today. He's locked in, minimum 20 touches against a bottom 5 run defense. Then it's Judkins. Yeah, I think it's Judkins against the Bears. Judkins, Genty, and Henderson, we have them all projected within like a point of each other. But I lean Judkins. With the other 2 running backs out, I think the receiving role is a lot less of a concern for Judkins. Start 4, Scary Terry, J-Mo Pickens, Neil Marks. There's no benching Pickens. There's no benching Marks, and no benching J-Mo. This is a start 1 between Neil and Terry, and I lean Terry, I think, over Neil. Neil's maybe a little bit safer. But yeah, you're benching Neil here. You bench Neil. Yeah. And there's no benching J-Mo or Pickens, I don't think, today. Love or Mariota, 20-mile-an-hour winds in Jersey. The Jackson Dart starts it for me is going to be so rough. So 25-mile-an-hour winds is the threshold of like real concern, like legit concern. 20-mile-an-hour winds is not super concerning. And you're really not starting Mariota as much for the passing as for the rushing floor. Then you got Love versus the Broncos. Man, I still think it's Mariota. I still think I'd go Mariota over Love. It feels a little gross, man. They project so close. Love has been playing really well, too. It's not like back-to-back 20-point games, but much better matchups. It's not like we've seen no good games from quarterbacks against the Broncos, too. I mean, Pickett and Geno combined for 15 last week. Mariota had 24 against the Broncos a couple weeks ago. Mahomes went for 14. This is close, man. I wouldn't knock you for going either way here, honestly. If you do want to just avoid the weather, I'm cool with that. This game also, this Commanders-Giants game. Bless you. Thank you. Commanders-Giants game has some snow pregame likely as well. Let me pull up the latest weather report here. Because we do really need to make sure we are aware. This is the one game where I think the weather is like a bit of a moving target. So there's wind gusts as high as 30 in this Giants-Commanders game. Oh, gosh, man. I really might bench Dart in one of my leagues for Bryce. And if I feel that way about Dart, I feel like you got to feel that way about Mariota too. The scarier part for Dart than Mariota is like they don't want him to run. It's really clear. They don't want Dart taking hits. It's really not that complicated, by the way. Like, just slide. Run and slide. Like you're eliminating one of the most dynamic parts of Jackson Dart's game by not letting him run. And just slide. Like, it's really not that tough. There's other quarterbacks in the league very good at this. It's very simple. But yeah, I'm terrified that Dart's not going to run. You got 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts. This game's going to feel like basically 0 degrees with the wind chill. There might be some snow pre-game, but not during the game is what I'm reading. But there's no heated field in MetLife. I mean, the MetLife field is honestly kind of a joke. But yeah, they're going to be playing on a frozen field with potentially some snow on top of it. Oh, gosh. I'm okay going Love. If you want to go Love, I'm fine with that. Looking at that weather report again. Jefferson or Devontae Adams, Waller likely. Oh, man. I want to bench Jefferson, but it's tough for me to confidently sit here and tell you to start Jefferson over Adams. I think I would go Jefferson over Adams personally. I would not knock you for going Adams. Really good game environment here for Adams. He's been a touchdown machine, man. The touchdown rate, a 25% touchdown rate on the volume that he has is out of this world. I mean, you do not see this. Like, look at the other receivers here in the touchdown rate column. Tez Johnson, Kayshon Boutte, Christian Watson, T. Higgins. He's smashing all these guys in touchdown rate and on way higher volume. Like, all he does is score touchdowns. 1 out of every 4 catches from Adams this season is a touchdown. I'm still going Jefferson. I think against the Cowboys here. Oh, gosh, it's definitely a risky. It's a risky ceiling play, but I'm not benching Jefferson here in the fantasy playoffs. I'm not doing it. And I would play likely over Waller pretty easily. Burrow or Dak, T is out. Yeah, you're still going Burrow. You're still going Burrow, I think. Boutte or Jaden Reed? Need upside, and Bill's top cornerback will shadow Diggs. Yeah, so I'm not actually sure that's true, and I'm not sure that matters either for Diggs. Diggs is such a tough projection because his role sucked in the last couple of games. He's not playing over half the snaps. He did pop off versus the Jets for 9 catches, but his best game of the season came against the Bills. This is like a true revenge game. You know, we talk about revenge games. It's snowing right now in New Jersey. Yeah, this is the report I saw. And again, they don't have a heated field. Oh man, I honestly, the more I think about the weather in that game, and I don't want to overreact because this isn't like can't throw weather, and these 2 defenses suck. I think you just lean on the running backs in this game, though, especially if Rodriguez is out. I'm going to be playing Bill, I think, in at least one league, and then Tracy and Singletary are in play in that weather. Dart and Mariota, I think, do get like a little bit dinged for the weather there. And again, that field's not heated. So like the snow pregame could impact the game more than most fields because MetLife, for whatever reason, they just don't want to have good fields. Jaden Reed or Boutte need upside. Yeah, this is actually really tough if you need upside. I mean, Boutte definitely does have a ceiling here. I like Reed today. I'm in on his props. Man, I think I lean Jaden Reed, but they both have a ceiling for sure. I do think I lean Jaden Reed. Herbert or Dart? I'm not playing Herbert. What props are you rolling with today, King? Yeah, Zane, thanks for getting me back on track here because I jumped right into the start sits. I'm in playoff mode. The start sits are going to be the focus of the live today for sure, but I do have 2 free player props. I already showed 2 of them. I already talked to 2 of them, but I'll show them here. I like Jaden Reed's receiving yards and Justin Jefferson's receiving yards today as the 2 free player props of the day. Jefferson one is my favorite one of the slate. Like I really do not see Jefferson disappointing versus the Cowboys. Like he's disappointed game after game after game after game after game. It feels like for the last 2 months. The matchup here, the game environment here against the Cowboys. JJ McCarthy actually showed some life last week too. So yeah, I like this Jefferson one a lot. Like if you before the season, you told me JJ McCarthy, he completed 65% of his passes last game. Justin Jefferson is getting the best matchup that on paper that exists for receivers in a game that the Vikings are going to be trailing. I would have guessed Justin Jefferson's prop lines are where Jamar Chase's prop lines are today, which is in the 90s. Like a 30-yard discount we're getting for the recent cold streak from Jefferson. Again, I'm still in on the talent profile for Jefferson. I think you kind of have to start him here in the playoffs, and I like his props too. My DraftKings lineup today, I'll pull up quick. I'm going with the Bengals Ravens stack here with Lamar, Likely, and Chase Brown. I'm doing a mini stack in that Rams-Lions game with Puka and Jameson Williams. And I'm going Woody Marks and Shamir DK. And I'm going with Pearsall. I really like the ceiling for Pearsall in that game. And I'm going with the Woody Marks Texans defense stack as well. I feel pretty good about this lineup, to be honest. This is a tough slate because there's no buys. A lot of good plays across the slate today. But this is the DFS lineup I'm rocking with today. Diggs or Rice, you're not benching Rice. There's absolutely no benching Rice. Kincaid or Strange. It's actually pretty close. I pull up the tight end ranks again. Pull up the tight end ranks on both lives. Yeah, man, we have them both projected for 11 points. Oh, God. I would definitely argue the ceiling for Kincaid is higher. I think I lean Kincaid. The other thing, too, as you guys know, if you guys have been listening to me for any amount of time beyond just this live today, I lean towards the ceiling. Like my personality and my mentality in life is to chase the ceiling outcomes. And in the playoffs, like you're going up against other good teams. And I think that also bodes towards chasing the ceiling for these guys. And Kincaid's ceiling is just absolutely higher, I think, than Strange's in their two respective game environments. Like the Jets offense with Brady Cook, can they really keep that game close? I mean, it's pretty unlikely that that's like a super competitive game. It's probably going to be a pretty run-heavy game script for the Jags. Strange, I think, is like an okay floor play. Kincaid is a better ceiling play, though. I lean Kincaid there. All right, that's the DFS lineup. My favorite stacks today in DFS. I'll pull those up quick. We'll talk through these with Sam's when he hops on the live too. But sorry, week 15 here. I like the Lamar stacks with one of the tight ends. I wouldn't play both, but the Likely or Andrew stack with Lamar feels very strong. Kenneth Walker, Seahawks stack. I like to. The Seahawks defense is going to dominate Phillip Rivers today in all likelihood. I like the Marks Texans defense stack and the Puka Jamo stack. I had both those stacks in the DFS lineup. I do think Kenneth Walker's ceiling is pretty intriguing today with the spread in that game. If you guys haven't yet, you got to download the WalterPicks app. I'm about to get to the start sit segment of this live. We're gonna have Seth and Samps joining here shortly too to help with the start sits. But if we don't get to your start sit, we can't get to them all. I'm gonna get to in the Discord. If you are a premium subscriber to the WalterPicks app, I'm gonna do an AMA in the Discord 30 minutes prior to 1, right when I hop off this live today. Try to get to any start sits left from any of the subscribers. Shout out to all the people doing the premium subscriptions in the WalterPicks app. Seriously, it's the number one way to support me, the whole WalterPicks brand. And my sole goal is to try to bring you guys to championships, especially the subscribers out there. Seriously appreciate all the support. But if we don't get your start sit, you got to use the app. Like we pour hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours into giving the best possible projections and insights custom to your league settings in the WalterPicks app. So it's the best place to go for start sits if you are on the edge in some tough start sits. Okay, yeah, let me go to my must starts, must benches. Let me actually talk through the must starts, must benches quick that I have up on the TikTok live, and then we're going to hammer start sits the rest of the live stream, guys. We're locked in playoff mode here today. So for QBs, I really want to start Burrow, Lamar, Stafford, May, Mahomes, Dak, Purdy. I had Dart at the end there. I actually think I rescinded that must start with Jackson Dart, looking at the weather report. I don't think he's a must start. I don't think Dart's a must start. If they're not going to let him run and he's playing in somewhat difficult weather environment, the matchup's great, but they could really lean on the run heavy in this game. This is also a game, I think, like big first overall pick consideration in this game for the actual NFL draft. For running backs, Javonte Williams, Woody Marks cannot be benched. There's not going to be a single start sit today I see with these two guys. I don't think where I'm telling you to bench Javonte or Marks. They're both top 10 plays. They're both top 8 plays. They both project better than Jonathan Taylor today. RJ Harvey, Travis Etienne, Quinshon Judkins, Genty, and Kenneth, all guys I think are starts. In almost every question, I'm probably going to push you guys to start these guys. At wide receiver, Jacoby Myers, Justin Jefferson, Zay Flowers, and Wandale, all starts. All must starts. I refuse to bench Jefferson here in the first week of the fantasy playoffs. I don't think Samps or Seth are going to talk me out of it. Zay and Wandale, both in really good game environments there. At tight end, I don't know how we bench Fannin. I have Likely as a must start here too. And I put Strange in this list. I like Strange's floor. We had a Kincaid versus Strange question earlier. I lean Kincaid over Strange. Likely versus Strange is a super tough call. Likely versus Juwan Johnson, who I also have as a must start. Super tough call. Juwan Johnson gives the floor. Likely gives us the ceiling. And Likely's numbers honestly look like way worse than they should. Because he should have had 2 touchdowns over his last couple of games that both he dropped the ball at the goal line. And then there was a really controversial no touchdown call last week where he took like 2.5, 3 steps in the end zone and ended up saying he didn't complete the catch. Even without those 2 touchdowns, he's been a top 10 tight end in back-to-back games. Now he gets the Bengals, man. And I mean, I already did my Bengals defense first tight ends rant, but it's truly like one of the greatest positional funnels of my lifetime here. So yeah, I'm in on Likely and Andrews. I think Likely's ceiling is probably higher than Tyler Warren. We do have him projected ahead of Tyler Warren. Man, I think it is Likely over Warren. Warren has a really good matchup too. He's got the second best matchup there's just so much variance with Philip Rivers at the helm. I think Warren is the safest, honestly, of all the pass catchers. With Philip Rivers, I personally lean Likely. I would not knock you, though, for going Warren over Likely like at all. The sleepers at quarterback, I got Corey Krosky-Merritt, assuming Chris Rodriguez is out at running back. Mariota is the sleeper at quarterback still. Pearsall, I like him as a sleeper today, too. I do, of all the guys, and I really don't want to force it in the fantasy playoffs, that I just feel compelled to force it a bit with is Pearsall. Great matchup. We've seen 200-yard games in his first couple games of the season. They're coming out of the bye. Like, I think he has a 100-plus yard game in him today. And then Theo Johnson is a good tight end sleeper as well. WalterPicks OG need a defense. Denver, Houston, or Jags? Yeah, let me pull up the defense ranks here. I mean, it's tough to bench the Texans defense, to be honest with you. I think the Jags might actually rank above them. Yeah, they do. God, you got to go with the Jags. Yeah, they're playing Brady Cook. It's the Jags. It's the Jags over the Texans. The matchups aren't comparable there. And then Dicker or Fairbairn? Yeah, it's Fairbairn. Fairbairn's been on a heater, I think, recently, too. Yeah, you got to play Fairbairn. The must benches I got, I don't want to start Herbert playing with one hand against the Chiefs. I don't want to start Brissett against the Texans. I really don't want to start Jordan Love against the Broncos. Him versus Mariota, we just talked through that one, though. Man, I actually think it might be Love over Mariota, talking through that one more. Caleb Williams, Shadur, and Phillip Rivers, all our benches. Running back, I don't know how we trust Breece Hall. I really don't know how we trust Breece Hall. He's playing a defense allowing the fewest rushing yards per game. The Jags have been a pass funnel defense. Maybe some of those passes get funneled to Breece. I definitely could see it. Because there's no Mason Taylor. There's no Garrett Wilson. Like, it's him, A.D. Mitchell, and John Mechie for Brady Cook today. And the Jags have allowed a lot of catches to running backs this season. But I mean, we just saw the floor for Breece last week in a game mostly with Brady Cook. Again, I'm starting Harold Fannin and DK Metcalf over Breece, like, somewhat easily in one of my high-stakes leagues. Aaron Jones, I want to bench tonight if I can in the split backfield. And I think a pretty pass-heavy game environment for the Vikings. Cowboys' run defense has been better since the trade deadline, too. Kareem Hunt, Chris Rodriguez, Bam Knight, all benches. Rodriguez might not play. Even if Rodriguez plays, I'm pretty skeptical of starting him with a groin injury that is seemingly pretty serious that made him a game-time decision. All of the Colts receivers need to be benched. Pittman, Downs, Alec Pierce. Same thing with the Jets receivers, who I've actually been in on as sleepers the past few weeks. We cashed on, I think, multiple Mechie props, honestly, over the last few weeks. You can't be starting with Brady Cook starting. A.D. Mitchell. Shakir also. I don't know how you start Shakir right now. The game environment should be good. I think he's still the most talented receiver, maybe outside of Kincaid for the Bills. The dude's got 3 catches for 21 yards in his last 2 games. Without the touchdown, he's under 4 points total in his last 2 games. Like, not startable. This is not a startable player. Really risky play, I think, with Khalil Shakir. And then at tight end, I prefer to bench Hawkinson, Goddard, Ingram, and Henry. All right, that's the must-starts, must-benches. Let's get to the start-sit segment now. We're going to have Seth joining us momentarily. Guys, it is playoff mode. We got to get these start-sits right. Morning, Sam. Mariota or Nix? And worried about Jacobs. Should I start Hampton over him? I'm worried about Jacobs too. I think very, very reasonable to be worried about Jacobs. He's dealing with knee soreness. He's getting MRIs after the game, even though he didn't suffer an injury in the game. He's getting like a maintenance MRI. You know, let's just check up on the knee. MRI. Like, not what you want to see for Jacobs. He is going to play today, so you kind of have to start him. Like, it's one of these tough things where I'm worried about him, but you kind of have to start him. And I'm not starting Hampton over him. He's also in a mixed backfield in a somewhat difficult matchup. And then, yeah, Mariota versus Knicks. I do think it's Mariota. I do think it's Mariota over Knicks versus the Broncos. Versus the Packers. Oh, man, we have Knicks just ahead. Oh, man. The weather, too, in that game. He did have 16 last week. I think I lean Mariota personally. The floor feels way safer for Mariota. I honestly don't think the ceiling discrepancy is this big either. I lean Mariota over Knicks. It's close, though. Definitely really close. JMO or Michael Wilson. Wow, man. The Michael Wilson start sits this week, so difficult. He's been playing like Jerry Rice. He's averaging 12 catches per game for 140 yards per game in his 3 games without Marvin Harrison Jr. I mean, it is so difficult to put that on your bench. Yeah, we haven't projected for the same as JMO. I'm going with JMO here. I'm going JMO. JMO is a better player in a better game environment in a way better matchup. Probably doesn't have the same reception ceiling. About to get on a plane. Hope you see this. Have a safe flight, man. Need 2 full PPR. Neil, Hampton, Chuba, Swift, Monangai. What are you doing flying on the Sunday morning of the first week of the fantasy playoffs, man? You got to figure out your priorities here. We got Neil, Hampton, Chuba, Swift, or Monangai. Wow, yeah, this is a tough start sit here. You're going to be sweating this one the whole flight. No matter what I tell you, you're still going to be sweating this one the whole flight. So first of all, let's narrow this down because you have multiple teammates in here. You got Monangai, or one pair of teammates here. Monangai versus Swift. Really interesting start sit there. I agree with our projections here. I lean Monangai over Swift. I think Swift's ceiling is a tiny bit higher receiving-wise, but Monangai is more likely to score the touchdowns. In the Browns' run defense, guys, it's been bad. The last month, it's been just straight up bad. Pollard just ripped 160 rushing yards. Was it 3 touchdowns? 2 touchdowns? So we're going to take Swift out because Monangai we're playing over Swift. If you wanted to play it safe, though, I will say if you wanted to play it safe, you just go with both these guys. They're going to combine over 25 points. So if you're going for floor, doing the 2 running back, same backfield thing is not the worst idea. It's not the highest ceiling option, though. I think I would probably go Neal and Hampton over Chuba Hubbard. Yeah, I think it's Hampton and Monangai. I think Neal is a little safer than Hampton. This is exactly like how we have it here. It's really unlikely we see a 25-point game from Neal. We could see it from Hampton. Hampton, though, has the risk of hot hand from Kamani Vidal. Vidal's outplaying him in the first half. Vidal out-touches him in the game, outscores him, and Hampton goes under 10 points. Like, very, very possible that happens. Whereas Devin Neal, he's just in a workhorse role. He's the only workhorse running back in this question, which gives him the safest floor. He's not going under 15 touches here versus the Panthers. Man, long-winded way of saying I'm okay going Monangai and Neal, Monangai and Hampton, or just go Monangai and Swift. I definitely wouldn't start Chuba Hubbard. And if I had to choose without knowing the context, if you're going floor ceiling, I honestly think I might go Monangai and Neal. Man, yeah, that's a tough one. Jackson Dart or CJ Stroud. Start sit. Weather has me worried. Oh, man. The weather has me extremely worried as well. I mean, if we're being honest, guys, as fun as fantasy football is, this part of the season, these start sits, pure stress. I mean, it is just pure stress. With these types of start sits, Jackson Dart versus CJ Stroud. I'm thinking through myself, Jackson Dart versus Bryce Young and Tyler Shuck. At least these guys are out of the weather environment. Both these guys, Bryce Young and Shuck, they have legit ceiling. We just saw Tyler Shuck. He just ran for 55 rushing yards and 2 TDs last game. He had 23 points in a great matchup. I honestly feel like I trust Bryce more than him. We've seen Bryce go over 25 points and 22 points in 2 of his last 3 games. He's coming off the bye. But yeah, I think I have to go Dart over both these guys, even with the weather. Let me just read the latest weather here too, so we're all on the same page. It is currently snowing in New Jersey. It's going to be snowing leading up to the game, which means there's going to be some snow on the field. And the MetLife does not have a heated field. So there's going to be some slickness on the field. It's not supposed to snow during the game, though. It's not expected to snow during the game. Man. And then you got CJ Stroud against the Cardinals. This is not a great start for Stroud either. Not an amazing matchup. It should be a really run-heavy game, I think, for the Texans. He's at least out of the weather, though, also. I would not knock you off going Stroud. I personally think I'd lean Dart still with the weather report there. Still a much better matchup for Dart. All right, we're going to have our first guest here joining momentarily. Let's get to this one quick. Dak or Dart? It's got to be Dak or Dart. Dak has been matchup proof this whole season. Going up against Pickens, and I have Wandale and tight end Warren are likely full PPR. Yeah, you're going Dak, even if you have Wandale. I'd lean likely over Warren. All right, let's bring our first guest to the stage here. Seth, how's it going?
I will tell you, it is freezing in Nashville today, but I'm so happy to be here. So excited for this first week of the playoffs. So how are you doing, Sam? How's it been going so far?
I'm doing great, man. Yeah, we started the live extra early. we're on playoff mode today, man. I woke up feeling a different type of way here in week 15. This is it, everything resets. What has happened up to this point does not matter in your fantasy league. It's a new season starting really Thursday night.
Oh my gosh, yeah, what a crazy game.
Wild game on Thursday night. And I know there's other people out there in the chat. I did go up against Pitts in my highest stakes league, Seth, up against Pitts on Thursday night. I was projected to win by 40, and now it's an even projection in that game. I mean, crazy stuff to overcome. I think that was the greatest, Seth, since our lifetime of playing fantasy. That was the greatest tight end game of our life. Just crazy to wrap your head around. But yeah, you said it's cold in Nashville. Yeah, the weatherman Sam report today. It's just very cold. Like in all these games, in most of these games, outdoor games, it's very cold. Feels like 0 degrees with the wind chill, and feels like temperature in most of these games. I'm not that concerned. Though the weather in the Giants Commanders game specifically, we've been talking through. It's going to be a slick field. It's going to snow before the game. There's 25 to 30 mile an hour wind gusts, which isn't like none of this is like you can't throw, but it's really not ideal. And then on top of that, I have no confidence in Jackson Dart rushing. Today, he had no designed runs in his last game. They clearly don't want him taking hits. For some reason, they can't teach him to slide, so he's just not going to run. That really limits his ceiling in fantasy, but the matchup for both these quarterbacks, Mariota and Dart, is really good. Some tough start sits there too. But yeah, Seth, pumped to have you on the live. We're going to really be focusing on start sits like the whole time since it's the fantasy playoffs. I've already talked through some of my DraftKings and props on the live as well. Any like absolute must starts or must benches for you today here in week 15?
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot in the chat as well, and it's already a play that I've done myself today. Is Isaiah Likely. Love the guy, especially like if you played against Pitts this week. I think he's someone that brings some incredible upside. I saw a couple of questions in the chat. Warren or Likely.
Yeah,
I don't mind going Likely, especially if you're chasing the upside here. I like his receptions today. And honestly, and I look at this kind of like you got to look at the incompletions as well, or the mistakes. And Isaiah Likely really should have 2 additional touchdowns these last 2 weeks. And at that question, we don't even ask. Like, yeah, Likely's in the lineup. Warren, without Daniel Jones, is on the bench. Warren does have a great matchup. It's a top 5 matchup according to fantasy points allowed compared to the average.
right.
But the quarterback situation, I mean, Philip Rivers, I believe, has the lowest total yards on the week projected. So definitely scared about Warren with the bust probability. Yeah, very high. I think there is some boom potential. I don't know if I'd say 0%. Because he's got such a great matchup and the receivers, it's going to be impossible to get these receivers the ball. So it could just be Warren. But I love Isaiah Likely this week as a high upside option.
There could be some rain in this game for Philip Rivers too, which is not usually a big deal, but anything addition here for Rivers is pretty rough. The thing too with Philip Rivers, I'm rooting for him. It's hard not to root for him.
Yeah.
He was not good in his last season, which was almost 5 years ago. Like
he looks in rough condition as well.
Quarterback. And then, the Seahawks generate so much pressure. I do think Tyler Warren is the most insulated receiver.
Yeah.
Like he does a lot of the short yardage stuff. He can create after the catch. I think all the receivers on this team are must benches. Here, like just not worth rolling the dice on guessing which one of the guys might have a connection with Rivers. They're 14-point underdogs in this game, but
that's
still
incredible.
A ton of Jonathan Taylor in this spot. Yeah, the matchup though on paper is good. Not in terms of adjusted points allowed, but just points allowed. Seahawks have been the second best matchup for tight ends.
Yeah.
And adjusted points allowed.
Yep.
I pulled up Juwan Johnson here, Seth, because I got this start sit in one of my leagues that like it's keeping me up at night here. I say Likely versus Juwan Johnson.
Yeah, that's a
Juwan Johnson projects a little bit better. I think the floor is just a little bit better. He did have, I think, 17 points versus the Panthers like a couple weeks ago. 19 points in week 10 in the same matchup. He scored in that one. He had his most yards of the season.
Yep. Still only 4 catches though.
Right. And like the floor is better, but how much better is it really? Likely ceiling, I agree. is exciting. Even without the 2 touchdowns, he's been a top 10 tight end in back-to-back
Yeah, he's been
games.
good.
This matchup tab, Seth, for the Bengals tight ends, like we might not see this again for a decade, like for any position. Like this is just insane. They're averaging more, like all these averages are above Trey McBride by like a decent margin. 7.5 catches, 97 yards, over a touchdown per game every single week. We're just seeing these tight ends smash. It's a little bit scarier in the Ravens because there's 2 of them. And so it could be Andrews. Like Andrews is a good start today too. But yeah, would you go likely over Juwan?
I think it depends on the matchup. So for me, like there's so much variability based on the Thursday night game with some players doing amazing and some players we're counting on not doing well. I think if you're projected to win, I'd go Juwan Johnson. And it's like the risk there is very low. And it's like the rest of my team can help me get a win this week. I'm not going to get a 2 or 3 like Mark Andrews has been putting up these last few weeks. Right. But if you're like, you know what, it's a close game. They've got some great players I'm scared of. Like they've got a Jamar Chase. They've got a Jackson Smith and Jigba who could, you know, your platform like ESPN, Sleeper, Yahoo are never going to project him for the 30 points he might actually get in this game. So that's where I go likely to keep you in the game.
Yeah, getting to this start sit, the guy I'm going up against, the guy of likely versus Juwan, has Woody Marks. And honestly, like, this is one
scary.
That terrified to go against. I'm playing him over Genty like very, very easily. We have Woody Marks projected as running back 8. He's ahead of Jonathan Taylor, Seth, in the projection, which is like crazy to wrap my head around here in week 15, but it makes sense because the matchup is unreal. Top 5 matchup.
Yep. Great matchup.
No Nick Chubb. The floor, assuming he plays the whole game, which he's been like knocked out of games, come back in to games like several times in the last month, but assuming he plays the whole game, which we're assuming in all these projections.
Yeah.
His floor is 20 touches against the Cardinals. They're huge favorites, 12-point favorites, 10-point favorites, I think, against the Cardinals.
Definitely up there for sure.
How good the defense is. So yeah, I don't see any world where we're benching Marks. Henry does project a little bit better than him still, but yeah, I'm going Henry and Marks there, and I'm playing Stafford over Dart like very, very, very easily.
Yeah, I would agree. I checked out Mark's lines today. They were 92.5 for rushing receiving, which is incredible, and I'm excited for that. Henry, I like his rushing attempts a lot. I actually took that in one of my plays today, along with some likely receptions and some Joe Burrow pass attempts, just to share the whole play I did there. But I'm not very confident in Genty. It's going to be a windy game. It's supposed to be above 15 mile an hour, and anything above 15 mile an hour does have a slight decrease in the number of hurts the passing. And if it's Kenny Pickett and everyone can crowd the line, I think Genty's in for a rougher day. So I really like Henry and Marks. And honestly, I think that it's going to be an awesome week for you that you have those running backs.
Let me jump to this start sit quick, and then we'll get to any other takes you have, Seth. I'm going likely over Goddard, like pretty easily. I've got in the bench category. These running backs are really rough. Aaron Jones, Brees, and Gainwell. I think of all 3 of these as benches. Brees is such a tough one for me today, Seth, because he's another guy. Like he should get near 20 touches today. You got a guy with that talent getting 20 touches, but then you can see Brady Cook's leading the helm. Like, can they really sustain drives with Brady Cook? They're playing the Jags, who are number 1 in terms of rushing yards allowed. So they've allowed the fewest rushing yards per game. And looking deeper into the matchup for Brees too, the Jags have like kind of quietly been a pass funnel defense. They're allowing the fewest rushing attempts per game to running backs.
Very interesting.
They're allowing a ton of pass attempts. For whatever reason, teams are really throwing against the Jags. Can the Jets really do that with Brady Cook starting? Like I don't think so, but they might be sort of forced to with how the defense is played. But yeah, I could see a ceiling game with Brees. I could see him getting to 5 or 6 catches in this game potentially too. Is Mason Taylor's out, Garrett Wilson's still out. But yeah, I think I lean towards Brees over Gainwell and Aaron Jones. I get the case for Gainwell, but the Dolphins have suddenly been like elite versus running backs. We haven't seen a 15-point game really against the Dolphins, and they played some good running backs, James Cook and Derrick Henry. In that list of guys going under 15 points. Versus the Dolphins, and Gainwell is obviously in a pretty even split. I'm kind of nervous for Aaron Jones versus the Cowboys too. While Gainwell projects the best here,
yeah.
I personally think I'd lean Brees in this one, but I'm scared about all these guys. And then this last start sit is DK Metcalf. I think over. You can't start Alec Pierce; he's well off the radar with Phillip Rivers starting, and then DK I like as a sleeper. Shamira DK, I like we got 2 DKs here. Shamira DK I like as a sleeper, but DK Metcalf ceiling I think is really strong versus the Dolphins. Any other must starts, must benches you got for us, Seth?
No, I do think that just like with that start set, I do think Aaron Jones is a good option this week. Last week, Aaron Jones I don't think he had any receptions, but they won the game 31-0. And I think this week against Dallas, you're going to see Dallas scoring points and pushing him more towards that. You can see in the previous weeks, 4 targets, 6 targets.
Yeah.
I like that a little bit. So I do like Aaron Jones for like kind of a safe play. Gainwell is definitely your ceiling play. I think Brees for that play is a floor play. And I think Aaron Jones can kind of bring you a little bit of both. That's what I think the game script will be a little different. But yeah, must starts. I think tight ends this week, that's kind of my call of the week. I think a lot of tight ends are going to help people win their weeks. We've already seen it with Kyle Pitts. I started him in my home league this week, but there's some really great matchups. Trey McBride, it's a tough matchup, but there's no way they get the ball to the wide receivers. He's going to be great. Kittle's going to be great. Brock Bowers, he's going to be heavily targeted. Harold Finn Jr. is going to be great. The Ravens tight ends, I love Juwan Johnson. I think Theo Johnson, Dalton Kincaid. Like, there's so many tight ends this week that I think that throughout the season they've been a little bit underappreciated. And I think this week is like what's going to separate teams from making the second round versus the people that don't have a quality tight end. So that's definitely number one.
Yeah, I in one of my leagues with a bunch of flex spots, I'm starting McBride, Kittle, and Bannon.
Yeah, no problem.
And I'm scared about McBride, but you can't bench him. There's just no
way. Yeah. People have asked about that, but there's no way I'm benching McBride.
Yeah. Like I honestly, I kind of want to be able to bench him, but you just can't. He doesn't have a game under 5 catches this entire season. I mean, the numbers from him, he's almost at those Bengals matchup numbers. He's not quite there, but he's almost there in all of across all of his matchups. And there's no Marvin Harrison Jr. again.
Yep.
His floor is 4 or 5 catches. Still, his prop line's at 7.5 receptions. So you can't bench him.
One of my benches, though, that's a little bit of a hot take. I think my take of the week in my my YouTube video was Michael Wilson, a bench this week. His prop line set at 5.5 catches. That alone should tell you a lot, right? He's had, with no Marvin Harrison Jr., he's at 10. He's been the wide receiver 1, I believe, twice, which is absolutely incredible in 3 weeks without Marvin Harrison Jr. He's been unreal, but I've had him as a bench this week. You can see 15, 10, 11, but the prop line is set at 5.5. Who else do you have to cover? You stop Trey McBride, you stop Michael Wilson, and it's just going to be, I think, a disaster. I have this defense and the Eagles defense. I think I am going to go with the Eagles defense just because the Cardinals, man, they have been pretty good. But I certainly I think Michael Wilson, for me, I am actually benching him in one of my leagues. It is half PPR. I will call that out. But for Devonta Adams, I'm playing Devonta Adams over Rico Dowdle. I'm playing Rico Dowdle. Now, I do have Kyle Pitts in my starting lineup, so I already have a little bit of a lead, so I don't need to chase upside. He's a great upside play. I'm not saying, no matter what, leave him on the bench. If you're down to Kyle Pitts, play Michael Wilson 100%. But if you have any sort of good shot, there's a real chance that Michael Wilson lets you down this week with this extremely difficult matchup.
Yeah, so we've seen 3 games without Marv. He has 15 catches, 10 catches, 11 catches. Hasn't under 118 receiving yards. He scored twice last week. Yeah, you're right. Wide receiver 1 in 2 of his last 4 games. He's been a top 10 receiver in 3 of his last 4. And the one game he wasn't. Marv played half the game. And I targeted him in that game. But yeah, man, the matchup, I agree with you. He's benchable for sure here in week 15. It's so tough to bench these game logs in these games without Marv, but this defense is built to stop a situation like what the Cardinals situation is. It's why I'm a little nervous for McBride too, but I'm more nervous for Michael Wilson. And Michael Wilson is not this elite talent. He's not an elite talent. This has been a volume driven thing. I think was probably underrated before.
Yeah, I think so.
But it's not like this is some unstoppable receiver here. So yeah, I also agree. I'm pretty scared for the whole Cardinals offense a little bit in this matchup. Kind of the bottom falling out from under this offense feels very possible here.
For the first time in a long time, actually. Brissett's been great, so it's not to disparage anything they've been doing, but the Houston defense is bordering on legendary. We're starting to get to that point.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I'd be okay starting J-Mo and Adams over him. We have Wan'Dale Jefferson already projected ahead of him. I agree.
Yeah, same.
Both of those in the Tetero McMillan range is close. I honestly wouldn't knock anyone for going Tet there. No,
I wouldn't. I would go Tet personally.
There's some tough QB start sits. It feels like across the board. Get to some of them. This one, Sam Darnold or JJ McCarthy start sit. You got Darnold as a 14-point favorite against the Colts in the rain versus JJ McCarthy in a dome in Dallas. McCarthy coming off his best game since week 1. He had 20 points last week. 3 touchdowns. He actually looked competent. He completed 70% of his passes, 7.1 yards per attempt. And this is the best matchup for quarterbacks over the course of the season. And the Cowboys offense will put up points no matter who they're playing. Darnold, though, has been better definitely this season, more reliable this season. The matchup's not terrible here for him either. And like if they're 14-point favorites, I think sometimes we can tell ourselves like, oh, it's going to be run heavy. But like if they're up by a lot, like passing probably had something to do with them being up by a lot. Yeah, it's a tough call. Darnold's definitely safer, but I would argue McCarthy's ceiling is higher.
Yeah, I would probably play Darnold in a playoff matchup. Kind of two things I'm looking at here. Number one is if you're between Darnold and McCarthy and you're in the playoffs, the rest of your team probably can help you get a win comparatively. You don't need to be like McCarthy could get you 2 points. He did that to me a couple weeks ago. And the thing I think really helped him against the Commanders is they won that game 31-0. The entire playbook was open the entire game. Once you're up 14 points, then you can really start to run, and now they have to focus on that, and then you can pass a lot easier. Against the Cowboys, they may be in a passing-only situation, and that's where I think he really falls down. Where Sam Darnold, when they're going to be 14-point favorites, the Colts are going to have to try to stop the run. You know you're going to see Ken Walker and Charbonnet in this game, and that's going to bring people up to the line, and we can see those explosive Jackson Smith-Njigba plays. So that's why I would go Sam Darnold this week.
Said this is on paper the best matchup of the season for JSN. I mean, crazy.
Yeah, it is. It is the best of the week. He's facing Jalen Jones of the Colts. That is the best, not only the best matchup, but also the best cornerback matchup in the entire league in terms of fantasy points allowed per route run. So absolutely insane opportunity for JSN.
Yeah, that's crazy. JSN still over 4 yards per route run. I mean, I don't think we've ever seen that in our lifetime across the course of a season. Anything over 3 is like out of this world. There's 2 receivers over 3 yards per route run this season. They're both almost at 4. Puka's at 3.8 now. And
wow, that's crazy for Puka. That's like even more impressive, I think.
And Jason's at 4.2.
Incredible.
I mean, really, truly like incredible seasons from both of them. This is a tough start sit here. Wandale versus Zay. Zay has been allergic to the end zone, Seth, all season. He has 1 touchdown. And last week was his first end zone target. So target within like in the end zone since week 1. So now he has 2 end zone targets in the season. 1 came last week. The game environment here should be really good though for Zay. And he is coming off a good game. He had 20 points last week without the touchdown. Like he can get to 20 without the touchdown. God. And then Wandale has a really good matchup versus the Commanders. I don't really see it unless the weather really ends up playing a bigger role than I expect. Like anyone on the Commanders really stopping Wandale in this game, who has had at least a 30% target share now in back-to-back games. Like he's getting 30% of the targets this week in a really good matchup. So yeah, this is a close call, man. I think I lean Zay personally, but it's a really tough call.
Yeah, it certainly is. But I will note last week, Zay Flowers had the best cornerback matchup of the week going up against Asante Samuel of the Steelers. I think Joey Porter Jr. was hurt or was covering somebody else in that game. This week, he has the 10th hardest match of the week facing DJ Turner, who's absolutely been incredible this season. On a Bengals defense that has not been good, DJ Turner has been excellent. So I am worried about Zay Flowers in that. And Wandale, you know he's going to be getting 10 targets. He's been on the field for like 100% of snaps last game. His route rate is near 100%. Absolutely elite numbers. And that's where I'd probably go if it were me, just for the safer points. I certainly think that Zay has better upside if you are down in this matchup or facing, they're playoff teams. These are tough teams, Zay Flowers. But if you're a PPR league and you're in a good spot, I'd probably play Wandale.
Yeah, totally reasonable. I think you honestly talked me to Wandale there as well. This is a interesting one with a tight end here. Jake Ferguson, Gainwell, Brees, Slayton, Coker, or Corum. So
wow.
I'm going to eliminate Corum from this just right away. I don't think we can play Corum as good as he's been. I think he was the running back 3 last week. But that was in a huge blowout against the Cardinals. Now they get the Lions, who are number 1 first running back. He's just not the prime. Like the role he plays is not really a pass catching role either. That's where the Lions have been so good, is stopping the run specifically. So I don't think you can consider Corum in this.
Not against those guys. Yeah.
So Ferguson, Gainwell, Brees, Slayton, Coker. I would probably take Slayton out here too.
Yeah, I would too. Yep.
Near 0 points. I like Coker as a sleeper this week, but I don't think you could play more Brees or Gainwell or Ferguson. So
no, I wouldn't do that.
I think we already talked Gainwell versus Brees like a little bit. Would you consider Ferguson?
I probably wouldn't, just because Ferguson has been definitely coming back down to earth. with the lineup. I mean, he's been effective. He's been awesome for the team as a real life tight end. And he's drawing a lot of attention because if you don't stop him, he is going to dominate the game. But I probably would go Gainwell for the boom potential. The bust probability, I think, for Gainwell is higher as well. But the way the Steelers have been using both running backs, I really like the boom potential. If I was going for safe points, though, I'd probably play Brees.
Yeah.
So that'd be kind of my decision based on my matchup.
I think I agree. That's basically how we have it in the app here too. The boom potentials. And I do think the Steelers are going to skew more pass heavy in this game versus the Dolphins. I'm actually like somewhat excited for the fantasy point potential across this game with Waddle.
Yeah, should be great.
Metcalf, Gainwell. I lean Gainwell over Warren like just slightly because of that, and because the Dolphins have been so good against the run, and Gainwell's getting all of his points basically through the air, and then maybe some goal line work. But I think I personally lean Brees slightly, but I agree that Gainwell's ceiling is higher. We got a question all the way from Germany here, Seth. We got some euros for the super chat.
Yeah, I was going to point that out as well. I was like, this person really spent up with €6 over our dollar.
Appreciate all this. Appreciate everyone in the live here in week 15. We got one flex between Addison and Kenneth Walker. Corm is not in play here again, I don't think. I like both these guys this week. I think I lean Seth Kenneth Walker, but man, Addison's ceiling against the Cowboys is so high. But you got the Seahawks as 14-point favorites versus the Colts. Like, it feels like the ceiling for Kenneth.
It's huge.
It's pretty high too, and the floor is definitely safer, I think, just from a running back versus receiver perspective. See, I lean Kenneth here, but Addison has back-to-back games, I think, over a 30% target share now against the Cowboys. Like, he's been out-targeting and out-producing Justin Jefferson. Yeah, back-to-back. He's got 17 targets in his last two games from McCarthy. But yeah, I lean Kenneth personally.
Yeah, and I'll put it this way. Your opponent wants you to start Jordan Addison. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to be like, please put Jordan Addison in. Kenneth Gainwell is safe, plus he's got boom potential. That's the perfect cross-section for me. And then we got another question here, Dart or Mahomes? It is tough because Dart certainly seems to have more upside, but I would probably play Mahomes this week against the Chargers.
It's got to be Mahomes. I'm like really scared for Dart. Yeah, I think
I'm worried he's going to leave halfway through the game with a concussion. Like, he could like cost you your week if that's the case. I know that's not like super reasonable, but he's been close a couple times.
In the tiers I have up on the TikTok live, I have Dart at the top of tier 4, and Mahomes is at the bottom of tier 3.
It's a great question for sure.
Yeah, I think they're in different tiers. Like, so it's pretty easy for me to go Mahomes, Dak, May, Stafford, Lamar, Hurts, Burrow, and Allen, all like multiple, at least one tier above Dart.
Agreed.
But yeah, the weather is a little scary for Dart. The rushing's a little scary. The matchup's great. I'm scared, man. I'm like seriously considering Bryce Young over Dart in one of my leagues. And I don't think I'm going to be able to get myself to do it because their projections.
I probably wouldn't do that. But
I just can't get myself to force.
It is scary
in the fantasy playoffs. But you got Young in a dome. He's got 2 20-point games in his last 3 games.
He's been good.
He came down the stretch last season too, and he gets the Bucs next week too.
They could make the playoffs. Like, that's pretty exciting for Bryce Young. I mean, someone that's like, we got to get rid of this guy. Now he's kind of playing to a pretty high level. Pretty awesome.
He could run more than Dart this week too.
Yeah.
I mean, I think
the vibes are immaculate in Carolina.
All right, on a bye, should I pick up Burrow or Shuck for week 16, 17? You got to pick up Burrow.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah.
How's he on the waiver wire, man? Come on.
Yeah, that's crazy. The bye's so massive in fantasy, though. McLaurin, I think he kind of has to start over Pearsall. I like Pearsall this week, Seth.
Me too.
I just was sort of talking about it. Like, in the playoffs, I really don't force it as much as I might in the regular season with my own personal takes over the projections. Pearsall's the one this week that I just feeling like I should force it in some spots. I feel like the ceiling is really high.
Yeah.
For him. I do like his props a lot today. So I probably would just ride with those and not force anything.
I like that idea. Yep.
Yeah, McLaurin, I think, is like multiple tiers still above Pearsall. I think you kind of have to start him against the Giants.
He is hurt. Is Pearsall McLaurin? He was dealing with injury though, right? I didn't see. I know Samps is coming on soon. He's the injury expert. But I saw he was maybe I misread it, but I thought he was dealing with injury, and Debo was dealing with injury. Kind of both those guys. So I was like, oh no.
Debo's dealing with heel injury. He's expected.
Okay.
I think McLaurin is fine.
Okay.
And yeah, really,
That's good.
Since his first game back against the Broncos, where he was like mossing Pat Surtain and this first game back versus the Broncos just gives me a lot of like he's had 2 really tough matchups. Now he gets the Giants. He could explode in this game.
Yeah, I agree. Way safer.
Yeah.
He's healthier, probably. I like Pearsall today, though. So I question, I think, is a great question because personally, I think Pearsall is going to be great today as well.
Kincaid or Dowdle in flex.
Wow.
Projected to lose. I think you got to go Dowdle.
It is the day of the tight end, but it is tough.
Kincaid. I mean, Kincaid's got a ceiling for sure.
Yeah.
But Dowdle's in one of these many backfields. There's like 6, 7 of these backfields this week and just across the league in general. Like true timeshares, like truly could go either way. Like it could be Warren, it could be Gainwell, it could be Dowdle, it could be Hubbard.
Yeah.
Similar to Vidal and Hampton right now too. Like a lot of these backfields really are hot hand backfields, which makes it super hard to project. It's like based on the feel of the coach in the game on how these guys are playing. If Dowdle, though, I think Dowdle's going to start. He's going to get the first touch.
Yeah, I think so.
And if Dowdle gets the hot hand, like he could really smash. Like we've already ceiling for him. So yeah, I think the ceiling is higher than Kincaid's. I need a boom. Wandale, Wilson, Addison, full PPR. Oh gosh. I mean, it's so tough for me in good conscience here to say Wandale's the boom. You know, if you just rewinded 3 months and I was looking at these names and I was saying Wandale is the boom here, but I think he is the best play in general. Maybe Wilson's ceiling is higher. What do you think about this one, Seth?
I would certainly play Wilson if I was looking for pure boom. Like if I'm like, hey, I face Kyle Pitts, I'm down 40 points. Wilson is the guy that's been scoring 30 points a week. Do I think he's going to do that? No. I said in my take of the week, he's a bench. But I'd also tell every single person that I can't tell you he's not wide receiver 1 potential because he's been wide receiver 1 twice when Marvin Harrison Jr.'s missed in the last 3 games. So I would play Wilson personally.
That's fair. Yeah, I definitely like Wandale more this week, but
I agree. Overall, if you're in a tied matchup, I would play Wandale as well.
Winning in, this is the last week of his regular season here.
Wow. Okay.
I honestly think Trevor Lawrence is probably the safest of all these QBs. His floor has been really good. I am a little scared this game could be run heavy for the Jags.
I certainly like Lawrence a lot this week as well. I'm with you. He's another player that, like, last 3 weeks, about 20 points, played against some tougher matchups. He's throwing touchdowns. Jacoby Myers has one of those touchdowns the last 3 weeks. Right. This isn't out of the blue. They added a really strong wide receiver who's had tough quarterback play this year, and Brian Thomas Jr. came back and healthy. Parker Washington is back. Brenton Strange is back. They have all their weapons. This isn't like what happened to Trevor Lawrence? Oh, he got all of his players back, so that's why I like him this week as well.
Yeah, and I'm going Waddle over Monungai, I think.
Yeah, I would as well. Too risky with Monungai.
Fannin, JJ, or Neal. Also,
man.
Seth, I am not benching Justin Jefferson today. I'm curious to talk through this one with you. I think might try to talk me out of because it was the same thing for me last week. I told everyone, do not bench Justin Jefferson last week as well. So I got to eat the L and be transparent about my past takes with Justin Jefferson. I'm just gonna keep going back to the well here though. He's top three matchups to end his season. JJ McCarthy looked reasonable last week. He completed 70% of his passes. They're going to be losing. This is the number one matchup for receivers. I really think Justin Jefferson goes over 100 yards today, has a big game tonight.
Oh, man.
Prime time. He's one of the free player props on the live today. I wasn't able to convince. I think you were out on Friday. You were on that projection team call, but I got overruled trying to make him an official prop in the app. So I make him a free prop on the live.
Shout out, Trevor.
Yeah. Shout out. God, I don't know how in the fantasy football playoffs you get him against the best matchup for receivers this season. His quarterback actually showed some life last week on another good matchup. Would you play Fannin or Neal here? And then
I would. I would. I like Devin Neal a lot actually, because if you look at the last 6 weeks for Justin Jefferson, last week you said JJ looked good, but Justin Jefferson had under 5 points. So they're certainly going to be trying to stop him. Neal has no Kamara. Kamara's out. So I really like his floor. I think he's really safe. Look at the bust probability on Neal. It's the best. So that's where I lean. Plus, if he scores a touchdown, you're in for a great week. Fannin, honestly, I'd almost play Fannin over Justin Jefferson as well. Fannin with Shedeur Sanders has looked incredible. It's going to be a cold, windy day in Chicago. That's one of the games where I don't love the wide receivers. It's just going to be so cold. But tight ends, and Njoku is out, right? Yeah. So Fannin for me is like a player I'd probably play him as well.
Njoku is out, and Jerome Ford and Dylan Sampson are out too, and they all play in similar another type of role. Like we've seen Fannin go in the backfield.
I think he's going to eat today. So between Neal and Fannin, I think Neal's your safe play. I think Fannin's your best upside. And Justin Jefferson, unfortunately, man, he has not been good. Over the last 3 weeks, he has not earned a starting spot in your playoffs. So that I bench him. I said he's a flex at best. I try not to tell you to bench your first round picks, but I'd rather start Neal or Fannin. And I personally would start Neal for safety and Fannin for upside.
You got the angel and the devil here on your shoulders with me.
Yeah.
With Justin Jefferson. I can't get myself to bench him. I do think the ceiling for him is higher than these other guys, but you make all fair points. And Devin Neal's floor, I definitely answered some other Neal start sits earlier. The floor is really good. Like there's just so many of these split backfields across the league. This is not one of them. Like he's locked in for 15 plus touches. He's not splitting this backfield. So like he does have a pretty good floor because of that. All right, let's run through some quick start sits here before we wrap up, Seth.
All right.
Brees or Hampton? Oh man, that one's pretty
close. I would play Hampton personally. I'm excited about his upside. I just don't trust the Jets to score.
I'm okay going Hampton there as well. RJ, Woody, JT, or Love.
Wow.
Super pick 2. You're not benching a quarterback. And it's Woody over JT. It's Woody over JT, Seth. God.
How do you leave RJ Harvey on the bench? He's been awesome as well.
Yeah, he really has. I'm still playing Woody over him. I think
Woody's my favorite play. I agree with you there. And I would play Love as well.
There must be another spot too where he can play JT in this lineup. Genty, Henderson, Rico, Neal, or Tracy.
Ooh. I'm not playing Tracy for sure.
The Giants running backs are really tough. One of them is going to do really well.
Probably.
Point. I mean, the matchup for them is good. The matchup for the Commanders running backs is even better. By the way, Seth, Bill Krosky-Merritt is rising from the fantasy football ashes today.
Yeah.
Is out. Like he's actually going to be playable.
He could be.
To this starts it though. Yeah. Which two guys stand out to you here?
I mean, it's tough here. I think for safety, I'd go Rico and Neal. Those are two guys that are going to have really great volume, even with Dowdle having a lower snap share. He still had 18 touches last week, I believe, 18 rushing attempts. So I really like the safety there. For upside, I like Henderson and Rico probably. Because Henderson's coming out of the bye. That's where rookies tend to take over. There is some risk there, though, and I called this out in some of my takes this week, because Ramondre, when he was healthy, he was taking about half the work as well, and he's going to be the healthiest he's been coming out of the bye as well. So, but I think Henderson definitely brings some great upside against the Bills. Great matchup. Should be the weather. It's going to be cold. Perfect opportunity for the running backs to take over. And then I'd go Rico for upside. But Henderson's risky, so if you can't afford it or you're way ahead, I just play Rico and Neal.
Yeah, I lean Genty and Henderson in this question. I do think Genty, I think is like a must start amongst this group. The Eagles haven't been good versus running backs. He's blocked in for 15 plus touches, and the targets have been there for Genty. Like really insulates him with a floor in fantasy. Like he's been horrible running the ball, and he's still getting over like 12 points most weeks. He had 8 targets in 3 of his last 4 games. It's like
they do have a new quarterback today. Are you okay with Super Bowl champion Kenny Pickett leading?
Revenge game,
Kenny Pickett.
Crazy, yeah. I mean, Genty's gonna to me, he's the most locked in touches here.
Yeah, I would agree with that. If they can get a first down,
a true boom bust. Neal's safer. I'd be okay going Neal over Henderson, but I do think Henderson is the ceiling play. Full PPR, pick 1 flex: Singletary, Hunt, Aaron Jones, or Mondre. Oh man, I think Singletary projects the best for us here.
I like Aaron Jones personally. That's who I would play. I like Singletary as well, and I don't mind that we project him the best, for sure. But I do think, like you said, Tracy could be good as well. And Tracy had the bye week. The Giants, not a team we think about as like a major team we're missing from our lineups last week, but they also had a bye. Tracy said he was good, so I don't want to count that out. So I like Aaron Jones. And again, my personal take, which is a little bit of a take, is that the Cowboys are going to get ahead and force passing from the Vikings, which is going to give Aaron Jones some upside.
Yeah, I'm fine leaning that way. That definitely was a close one as well. I do think Singletary's got a better chance at a touchdown than Aaron Jones.
I would agree with that.
I think the floor is probably lower, though. He's not going to catch as many passes as Aaron Jones is going to catch. Full PPR, League 2 spots to fill. Wide receiver and a flex. Sutton, Flowers, JMO, Myers, Fannin, and
Woo! We got some good players here.
Yeah, already got Kittle and JSN starting. These are just some tough start hits, man. And in the playoffs, like, you got to get these ones right. Like, this really is the difference at times between advancing and not advancing in fantasy football. Yeah, there's a lot of good options here. I think we actually have Myers ahead of these guys. I got a tough time benching Jameson Williams, though, in this game versus the Rams. I mean, the floor has been so good. The Rams are going to put up points against the Lions. He's had at least 16 in 5 of his last 6. He did have a 0 in there as well, but gosh, I do not want to bench JMO at all. I don't think the tight ends should be started either in this start-sit with these other good receivers. Man, yeah, I think we have Sutton last in our projections here. Yeah, in a very sneaky injury this week, Seth, is the rookie receiver Pat Bryant is out. He's been getting like 10 to 15%.
He's been really good as well.
He's been getting 10 to 15% of the targets, like legit role. It's pretty big for Sutton and Franklin, I think. But the matchup's still a little scary for the Broncos, I would say. I would probably put Sutton last on this list. Flowers, JMO, and Myers. Which two are you going with there? So.
I am going Myers. He's like the name that stood out to me. He's had a touchdown the last 3 weeks. I really like Trevor Lawrence today as well. I would go Myers, and I would go JMO. And then, honestly, there's a flex spot available. So it's between Flowers and Fannin for me. And I honestly, with so many injuries on the Browns, I really do like Fannin today. Flowers, again, hasn't been great except for last week when he had literally the best matchup of the entire week. So I think I'd play JMO, Myers, and Fannin. I know that may be a little bit of like a call, but I do like that with Fannin's opportunity today.
Yeah, and I think if there's only 2 spots, I'm going with Myers and JMO as well.
Yes, agreed. Sorry, I misread that. It says 2 spots to fill wide receiver and flex. Yep, you're right. I was thinking that Fannin's interesting over, Myers. He has had 3 touchdowns in a row. Without those touchdowns, he's been disappointing. He hasn't had the volume and the yardage to be startable there. So if you do want to play Fannin, I'm not going to hate on that, but I do like Myers and JMO the best.
Seth, any final takes before you jump off the live that you weren't able to get to yet?
No takes, just the strategy. I look at your matchup closely. I think that just starting your best players is a great regular season strategy. But after Thursday Night Football, things have probably changed in your league, in your matchups. So that's the first thing I would look at. Play upside if you need it. Play safety if you have that opportunity. And then the second thing I'd want to call out is if you've got players that you know you're not going to be playing this week, if you drop them to the waiver wire now, nobody else can pick them up this week. And if there's a defense you're looking at, if there's a player who may be coming back from injury next week that you want to go for, I would certainly do that before your games start this week and players lock in, because it's the playoffs. That bench player is not going to do you any good. So if you're not starting them, nobody else is going to play against them. Set yourself up for next week as well.
Yeah, definitely some good strategy call-outs there. The other kind of thing within the looking at your matchup, I feel like that is a little underrated at times. And I personally, I usually, like, I shut my phone off before football starts. I do not like looking at my matchups during the games. I just want to enjoy watching the games. And I'm also in too many leagues. Like I'm playing everyone, basically with how many leagues I'm in. I usually don't even look at my opponent's teams like over most of the season because
right, me neither.
Rooting for my players. But in the playoffs, like if you check your matchup after or before the 4:00 window games, the later window games, like that can inform some of your ceiling floor decisions too. There's a lot of high ceiling plays.
That's great point.
And floor plays. Guys that are playing in the late window today include Devin Neal. Ricky Pearsall is a ceiling play that I might push in the late window if I'm down by a lot. Kenneth Walker's in the late window. Justin Jefferson plays tonight, so you can wait for that decision in some spots too. The Lions-Rams game, that's in the late window too, and then Dolphins-Steelers on Monday night. So you have some additional info prior to those late window games oftentimes that I think is smart to think through. But yeah, Seth, thanks so much for hopping on the live. We'll see you next week as we survive and move on.
Let's go. Good luck, everybody.
Thanks for hopping on, Seth. All right, we're going to have Samps joining us soon. Let me run through some more of these comments quick. I'm going to try to get to a ton more of start sits. I'm seeing some Woody Marks questions in the TikTok chat and the YouTube chat, it looks like. Guys, you can't bench him. You cannot bench Woody Marks. He's locked in for 20 touches in a top 5 matchup. There's no Nick Chubb. They're 10-point favorites. I don't know how we bench him. He literally is projecting better than Jonathan Taylor. I think that question actually was Chase Brown versus Woody Marks. We actually have Chase Brown slightly ahead, but you got to be able to start both of them. They're both top 8 plays. Hall, Hampton, Tracy, also Kincaid versus Likely. Man, these are so close. The Brees, I think we said Hampton over Brees earlier. Brees versus Tracy. I got a tough start sit myself of Tracy versus Likely. I want to start Tracy. The matchup is so good for Tracy, I'm very curious to get Sam's thoughts on the Giants running back situation because the matchup is good. Tracy is better than Singletary as a player, but he probably is like pretty likely to get less touches than Singletary. That's at least how we're projecting it right now. I think you probably go these first two, Hall and Hampton, over Tracy, and then Kincaid versus Likely. Hop over to the tight end ranks here again. I'll pull up the tight end ranks on the live as well. Yeah, we have Likely 2 spots behind Kincaid. My gosh, what a tough call. Seth likes Likely. I like Likely this week too. I do really like Kincaid though. Kincaid is the best receiver I think that the Bills have. This is a playoff game for the Bills. Really a playoff game for the Ravens too though, and just an unreal tight end matchup. I'm okay going Likely here over Kincaid. All right, let me rip through a few more start sits, then we'll bring. I like Jefferson outline, says Trevor, our lead data scientist at WalterPicks. Yeah, I'm on the outline too. I think he's going over the 60 yards. I think he definitely can go over 100 yards tonight. And I agree. He's maybe as likely to go under, like it's either under 20 or over 100 for Jefferson, no in between. Need to Brees from Andre Hampton, Vidal, and Flex. Yeah, so in these split backfields, it is a safe move to just play both Hampton and Vidal. It's going to be a hot hand backfield. But if you don't want to play it safe, then I would go, I think I'd probably go Brees and Hampton. And flex one need Pierce, Ferguson. You cannot play Alec Pierce. He's completely unstartable with Philip Rivers. I would play Likely over Ferguson. Man, yeah, some of these are really, really close this week. Waddle, Myers, Michael Wilson, pick 2, starting McBride. You don't start Wilson and McBride. I would just go Waddle and Myers. I'm fine with that. They're up against the number 1 defense in the NFL, in my opinion. Jacobs with knee or RJ. Yeah, the knee stuff with Jacobs is terrifying. Jacobs still projects better for us than RJ Harvey, but they have a game in 6 days. You got to think he's not getting his full workload. RJ Harvey's just half a point behind. I'm fine going Harvey here. I'm honestly a little nervous for Harvey too in that matchup, but he's been great. Longtime WalterPicks subscriber. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to all of you in the live right now. All the WalterPicks subscribers tuned in as well. Diggs, Jacoby, Michael Wilson. I think I'd go Jacoby over Michael Wilson here. A really close call too. All right, let's get to our next guest here. Pearsall or Olave, standard league. Man, I think it's got to be Olave over Pearsall. I like Pearsall as a sleeper this week. Stroud versus Dart. Worried about the 6-point passing touchdown too. I'm okay going Stroud. I'd be fine with it. Olave or Dowdle, I'd lean Dowdle, I think, over Olave. Half PPR, Monungai or Swift. I lean Monungai over Swift. I think half PPR makes that easier too. Swift running back and Watson at flex, and Strange, Juwan Jennings, Luther, Monungai on bench. Right now, starting Swift. I just go with both Bears running backs here. Just start the 2 running backs from the Bears. I would go Swift and Monungai. Super safe play. I don't think Luther Burden's in play today, and I'm been high on Burden all season. RJ is a flex over Flowers, Tet, and Waddle. Pick 3. Man, I think you probably do play RJ over Waddle. I think we might have Waddle over Tet. We do. Let's see, where's Waddle at? No, we don't. Man, you might actually have to bench RJ Harvey here. We have RJ Harvey at right around the same projection. 15.1. Actually, he projects the best. Yeah, you bench Waddle here. You play Harvey. All right, we'll get to this start sit here shortly once we bring Samps on. Samps, week 15, the first week of the fantasy playoffs. Ridiculous start on Thursday night. Pumped to have you on, man. We just had Seth on. I think you might have heard some of the tail end of that. How are we doing here in week 15 playoff mode?
Fantasy football playoff stash is activated. Philip Rivers is playing in 2025. You can't ask for much more. I mean, think people really just haven't truly like thought about how crazy it is Philip Rivers is playing. Like, we're just kind of talking about him, right? But it's like it's insane. I explained the situation to my mom, who really doesn't know much about like any of the previous like football stuff, and she's just like she couldn't wrap her head around it. Just like giving her all the information on like just like for what it is. She's like, there's no way that goes well. He's going to get destroyed. So I'm rooting for him, but it's crazy. It's truly insane. Like, it's unbelievable.
The other thing with the Philip Rivers stuff is like he was not good, Sam's, at the last year that he played. Like, this is a potential Hall of Fame QB in terms of his career, great career, not good at the end. Like, it was like one of those careers at the end was like he probably should have hung it up like a year before he did. And now we're 4 years later. And like, yeah, maybe the time off was good because, I mean, he was not good at the end of his career. But yeah, I got very little hope for him. He's playing in the rain against Seattle today. I think all of the receivers are benches. We have Woody Marks projecting ahead of Jonathan Taylor suddenly, which is just like ridiculous to wrap my head around here in week 15 for anyone brave enough to make that start sit decision. But yeah, it's like Philip Rivers' news cycle ended fast because Kyle Pitts on Thursday night, it took over the news cycle in the fantasy football streets. The best tight end performance, Sam's, of our lifetime playing fantasy, like by a decent margin. It was wild to wrap your head around that here as well in week 15. Samps, let's jump to the start sit quick. We're gonna like really try to get to as many start sits as we can. We're gonna lock in on the start sits on the live today because it is playoffs. Let's get to this one quick, then we'll get to some of your takes on the week. Need upside. Tyler Warren, Dowdle, Gainwell, Kyren. I'm starting likely as my tight end one. I think Tyler Warren, Samps, is like the most insulated Colts player from the Philip Rivers stuff, but he's not fully insulated, man. Like, the offense really could not move the ball in the air today. It wouldn't be that shocking. I don't think he's the ceiling play here. I'd probably argue that's Dowdle or Kyren Williams. Even the matchup for Kyren's tough, but the game environment's really exciting. Corum's playing a ton too. I'd probably say Dowdle or Gainwell for ceiling here, actually. What do you think about this one?
If you need upside, it's Rico Dowdle. We've seen him go up like 30-point mark. So is Gainwell, though. So I think that's also worth acknowledging. I've said on the projections calls this week for the WalterPicks app, like, I think the Dolphins being good against the run helps Gainwell in this game. Like, because if you're in PPR, he's like 6 catches, 30 yards, which stinks in real life, but like that's 9 points plus whatever he runs for. And if he scores a touchdown, that's like 20 points. So
yeah, I agree. Sam's, where are you at with Josh Jacobs with the knee stuff? I mean, he gets an MRI after the game for like general knee soreness. Like, it's pretty scary to see your running back, if you're relying on Josh Jacobs today. It's like, it was like a maintenance MRI. It's like every game he just gets an MRI because his knee doesn't feel right, but the MRI comes back clean. He's going to play today. They activated Pierre Strong from the practice squad, but Emmanuel Wilson was questionable with an illness too. Hard to know which guy they're activating for, maybe both. They play in 6 days too, in a huge game against the Bears. It's hard to see him getting like this massive workload, but I feel like you kind of like have to. It's like one of these kind of just have to start him in like most leagues still because it's Josh Jacobs and he's playing. But yeah, what do you think about this start sit here between him, Flowers, and Metcalf? Flowers and Metcalf are both like in play this week too as decent starts.
I think your point makes sense if they're going against like the Giants or something, but they're playing the Broncos. Like, one of my takes is in that game, and I'll say it in a second, but I'm pretty much avoiding everyone in that game except for like one person. And I think depending on your other options, I would try to stay off Josh Jacobs. I like Zay Flowers more than DK Metcalf. That one's not really close to me. I'm not super worried. I was listening into the Seth portion. DJ Turner's awesome. I feel like the skill sets are a little different. He's a big, longer guy. Zay's quick, short game, yak guy. Not super concerned about it, but it's definitely interesting to watch that.
Yeah, I'm okay going Zay over Jacobs. I agree Zay over Metcalf is fine too. Ferguson over Gadsden, I think, like pretty
That's
handy.
easy.
Any takes, Sans, before we get to this next comments you want to get off your chest?
Yeah, so I was just touching on it a little bit. If I have one more person telling me that they're not playing Christian Watson because they're afraid of Pat Surtain, I'm going to lose my mind. I was told at least 75 times, and I repeated 75 times. Surtain is not going to be on him. We've said this. Rotoballer says the same thing. The matchup data does not believe he's going to be matched up on Surtain. And it's not like there's going to be 0 points scored in this game. Plus, the Packers are going to struggle to run the ball. Like, I think Christian Watson's someone you have to play. I strongly believe that. He's been too good in his game log. It's
Who do you
like,
think Surtain is going to be on if he's not on Watson?
I think he's going to rotate around. Roto Baller, who's really good at that kind of thing, believes he's going to be on Dobbs, and I think the skill sets kind of match up there. And if you were to say, like, I have to choose what I think he does, I think he's going to move around a little bit. If it was up to me, I'd put him on Jaden Reed. I think he's the most talented player on the Packers offense outside of Josh Jacobs. But
yeah, I'm in on the Reed prop today over 34.5, 35.5 receiving yards. Feels really low for him. I agree that they're going to have to throw in this game as well. So yeah, Sam's calling a shot there with Christian Watson. I mean, the role has been really good. I mean, he's been producing like a legit wide receiver 1 in fantasy for like 3 straight weeks. Now, I'm a little bit nervous just with Reed back. This offense always is a little bit hit miss with which receiver is going to get the ball. And like Wicks suddenly could have a big game. He had a huge game back on Thanksgiving. But yeah, I agree that the ceiling is justifies considering to start him. All right, let's jump to the start stage. We'll get back to some of your takes here. All right, we're going to ignore CMC. This one, I think it's really these first 2 running backs like need to be started. Both CMC and Quinshon Judkins with no Sampson or Jerome Ford, like it just gives me so much more confidence in Judkins, who I already had some confidence in that he's going to have like legit receiving role in the game. So yeah, I think you got to go Judkins. We have him right behind ETN, who's in an amazing spot this week too. And then we got one flex here. You say 2 receivers, Adams, Watson, Herbert's my QB. Yeah, so you're starting those 2 receivers. So 1 other running back. I mean, you're definitely not starting Corum over Kyron. Would you go Kyron or Neal? Sam, so this is actually a pretty interesting one. Devin Neal's a really interesting one this week. I mean, he's in a workhorse role against the Panthers. Great matchup, minimum 15 touches. But Kyron's in a game with a 55-point total in a way better offense. So I definitely agree with our projection of Kyron over Neal, but I could see talking myself into Neal. I think it's Kyron though, probably still.
It's Kyron Williams, in my opinion. The Rams, I feel a little bit are matchup proof to an extent. And they're going to be on the goal line a few times. And if Devontae Adams isn't scoring, Devontae Adams is their goal line running back. But if it's not going to him, Kyron Williams is in a good spot.
Devontae has scored 1 out of every 4 catches. This season, he leads the NFL in touchdown rate by like a mile. And the guys next to him are like Booty and like these low volume receivers like that. Adams is having an unreal touchdown season. Let's talk through these tight end Sams, because honestly, the tight ends today, they're keeping me up at night. I got Isaiah Likely in a bunch of leagues. I was talking through this one with Seth, and I'm curious. I'm going to throw Isaiah Likely just into the start 6 because I know a lot of people are asking about him too. But we got Theo Johnson, who's one of my sleepers of the week. Like, I actually do really like him today. He's had a clear connection with Dart. Matchup is great. The game environment, the weather is like a little scary, but I think he's got like a legit floor and ceiling today. I don't think I'd start him over Juwan or Strange. But then, yeah, you toss Isaiah Likely into this start sit too. The ceiling is obviously there in the matchup. I got a Juwan Johnson versus Isaiah Likely starts it today. If I go Juwan, I could also play Likely over Tracy, who I'm curious to hear your thoughts on too. Yeah, it's tough to leave Likely on the bench right now, but the floor is a little scarier than I think Juwan Johnson's floor. How would you think through these 3? And then talk to if you'd play Likely over these guys too.
I view Juwan and Theo really similarly, except I kind of like Theo more because I like Jackson Dart more than Tyler Shuck, and it's a better matchup in my opinion. So I think I'd go Theo over Juwan Johnson, although I do like Juwan Johnson to an extent. But they're so similar to me, I just go with the guy I think's got a probably better chance of scoring a touchdown, which is probably Theo. And then Brenton Strange, I think if it was a matchup I felt would be more competitive, I think he's an easy choice over both of them. The concern is they dominate, which I kind of think is going to happen. The Jaguars are my favorite defense of the entire week.
They're our number 1 defense on the week right now too.
Yeah, great minds think alike. But Strange is he's been great, and I think the safest one is Strange to me. But I think if you're looking for a mix of safety and ceiling, I think I go Theo Johnson, and then to Likely. Yeah, I play Likely over all of them. I think here's the thing: if let's act like we're in a reality where the NFL doesn't want the Steelers to win last week, and they give Isaiah Likely the touchdown that he scored, and then the week before that he doesn't reach over the goal line when he didn't have to, and he scores that touchdown too. We would be not even remotely questioning Isaiah Likely as like a weekly start league winner potential caliber guy down the stretch. If he scores that touchdown against the Bengals, that's that's 8 more points added to that total because he lost 2 for the fumble. Like, that's 20 points. Like, Likely is a smash to me. I like him way more than Mark Andrews. Mark Andrews, I was okay with it at the start, but thinking back, like now, longer time to reflect on it, I think that contract they gave him was pretty shocking considering how many holes they have as a team right now and how old he is. Likely's a free agent. I don't know. And he costed them the game last week because DeAndre Hopkins was who Lamar was throwing to, but Mark Andrews jumped in the way and tipped it on 4th down. It was just like, oh my gosh. Not exactly what the nature of this question, but I like Likely over all those guys.
In the kicker piece here, I think I would go Pinheiro over Myers. I think a better weather game there too. But gosh, yeah, the Likely versus Juwan Johnson stuff has really kept me up. I think I am leaning towards Likely as well. This league also gives bonuses for 40+ yard plays, which Likely is way more capable of than Juwan to DK or Judkins.
Yeah,
it's Judkins, right?
Yeah, I think so. It's not a fantasy take. I like the Browns to upset the Bears a little bit. I kind of like it. I feel like the line's way too far apart. The teams are honestly pretty similar, and I think a lot of people will give the edge on defense to the Browns in terms of schematics. I mean, the Bears are forcing more turnovers than anybody, but
yeah, definitely. I definitely give the edge to the Browns defensively too. Barkley, Henderson, Hampton, Woody. I said there's no benching Barkley or Woody today. Saquon, by the way, like. He's finally showed some life last week, and now
I'm really skeptical of last week's life because he came on a trick play. That's what it was. His long play was a trick play. It wasn't because he was playing good. I was the two players with the most carries of 0 or less yards in the NFL this season are Ashton Genty and Saquon Barkley. Man, so it's pretty crazy that that's where we're at. But I do agree you play him this week, and it's funny they're playing against each other. I think in this question.
In that game, that's gonna be fun.
Yes.
We got Barkley and Woody, I think for sure, and then Henderson versus Hampton's close. How are you feeling about Henderson, Sam? He feels like one of the more difficult start sits because the ceiling is obviously there with his big play potential. The matchup is good. The environment's good. The Bills have allowed a bunch of catches to running backs too, which is like kind of the role he's been shoehorned into with Henderson, with Ramondre back. Like he's a bit more into the role that I kind of expected for him this season, where he's seeing like actual target shares, over 12% target share, 3 straight games. The rushing has come down a little bit. They, I think, do prefer Ramondre in the short yardage stuff. And then Hampton, though, he's in kind of a hot hand backfield. Like if Vidal plays well, like he could outtouch Hampton. It wouldn't be that shocking. And it's not what we're projecting, but it's possible.
I'm projecting a lot of bad running against the Chiefs. I kind of think the Chiefs kind of take care of business today, and I think Vegas agrees with that.
Yeah.
I think I don't think Trayvion's that difficult. I think that they're coming off the bye. Bills are not. Patriots at home. I think if you think the Patriots have any chance of winning or being competitive, which is going to happen, like Trayvion's going to have a role. I strongly believe that.
Booty, Monangai, Sharp, Pearsall. It's got to be Monangai, right? I mean, Booty has a ceiling, Sam's, but Monangai, the Browns' run defense. I don't know if you were on
I was there
earlier when I was talking about the Freaky Friday situation with the Browns and the Dolphins. But the Browns' run defense suddenly sucks. Dolphins' run defense is suddenly elite. Monangai's, I think, the best bet on the Bears to score today. So, yeah, I mean, I like Monangai a lot.
And they just announced Odunze is going to officially play, which should help the offense as a whole. So I would take Monangai in this question. However, I've been telling all people all week I do like Kayshon Boutte this week as like a boom bust option. If you got Kyle Pitts, I don't hate the idea of going with Boutte. I think the Patriots are going to want to stretch the field and play action game, get Boutte down the field. I think that they really are going to want that, and I think the Bills are going to score more points this go around than they did last time. If I remember correctly, it was not that game was competitive, but I think they're going to be humming a little bit. They've gotten a little bit better, I think. So I would go Monangai, though.
I don't think the Pats defense stops the Bills offense in this game. Like, I really don't. And I think the Pats offense can keep pace and keep this game somewhat competitive. That's what the spread suggests, at least in the other. This is like the schedule makers we're rooting for the Pats this season. I mean, there's no way around that. I still think it's made the Pats almost a little underrated because their schedule's so bad. Everyone just doesn't really think they're actually that good. But I mean, they're beating all these bad teams. I don't know what else you sort of want from them than to beat all these bad teams. But they're coming off the bye at home in this biggest game of the season by far. They're only like 1 or 2 point underdogs in the game. So yeah, I think it will be competitive For sure. I do like Pearsall a lot today too, Sam. So I like his props, but the floor is low. The floor is definitely low for him. Start 3, Wilson, Diggs, Marks, Jacobs.
They just announced that Chris Rodriguez is inactive, not related to this question, but Chris Rodriguez is not playing. So if anyone has him in your DFS lineup, I recommended them in Discord this week. He's not playing.
Wow. That is absolutely massive. Sam, in that same league, I think, where would you play Tracy or Bill? I mean, like Bill is in play, Sam's. Bill is absolutely in play against the Giants now with Rodriguez out. It's him, McNichols, and Chase Edmonds in the backfield. Like,
I feel like McNichols is going to be annoying. McNichols has been pretty good when he's gotten opportunities. I mean, it's crazy.
I said it or earlier in the live. The Jeremy McNichols, like low key, has been playing the Austin Eckler role better than Eckler was playing it. He's number 3 in yards per carry. He's like averaging over 8 yards a catch. So he's been like really efficient in his role, but he's very shoehorned into a very specific role. Like Bill is going to lead this team in carries today. He could easily get to 15 carries. Like he could go over 100 rushing yards, a touchdown. Like he has big play potential, and the Giants' run defense is bottom 3 in the league. Right?
They're negative. They're like 40th ranked. There's probably some like XFL teams ranked higher than them.
Yeah, I mean we're gonna get the projections updated here momentarily, but Bill's been disappointing this season, but he has still kind of been efficient yards per carry basis. God, I'm really gonna consider forcing him into some lineups. I think he's definitely in play. Very curious to see where that projection lands. Going back to the start sit, sorry, I think it's Woody Marks, and then these start 2 here between Wilson, Diggs, and Jacobs. How do you feel about Michael Wilson, Sam's, versus the Texans? Seth called him a borderline bench when he came on the live. He's more of a ceiling play. I do kind of agree with that. I'm nervous, man. I'm nervous for the whole Cardinals offense today, but I don't think you can bench McBride. And Wilson is so tough to bench. Sam's, he's in the games without Marv, he's averaging 12 catches and 140 yards per game. I mean, just like ridiculous Jerry Rice-like numbers. But he has probably the toughest matchup that he could have.
I mean, I was listening when Seth was talking about it, and he mentioned I think they said his line is 5.5 receptions.
Yeah.
If that's the case, then it's like, I'll take 5.5 receptions. If he gets 6 receptions, then that's not a bad fantasy day, right? We're looking at 10 points minimum if that's the case. Game script, where they're going to be way behind. The Texans could easily be at a point where they're letting off the gas. It's not like Andre Basilia is going to take work or whoever else. I mean, I think they have was the ghost of Trent Sherfield activated from their practice squad? I believe that
sounds right.
We're a crazy spot.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't love him. Obviously, the matchup's difficult, but like, I mean, I don't know. It's an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. What side are you on? So
yeah, I think I'm on the side of the immovable object with Seth.
Yeah.
I mean, it's such a tough call. Honestly, it really, really is. It's so hard to bench a guy with those game logs and the games without Marv. The Josh Jacobs, I'm also kind of scared of, and then like Diggs is like also really tough projection this week because he has not been doing well. His role has not been very large. But the last time we played the Bills was his best game of the season. This is like a true revenge game, playoff game. You got to get your best receiver out there if you're the Pats. Like it should be the biggest role, snap-wise, of the season, I think, for Diggs. Like there's no way around like not getting him on the field, it feels like, in this game. So I do kind of want to play him, but it's more of a vibes like base projection than like a numbers based projection for Diggs because he's been under 6 points like in the last couple of games. I'm kind of willing to overlook that, which like I almost want to bench Jacobs or Wilson here, but yeah, look, he has under 10 combined points the last 2 games, and I'm still like feel pretty good.
Look at what his best game of the season was.
Right, that's what I was just saying against the Bills.
Yeah, it's just
it's just reported too. The Bills are without one of their top corners today.
Is that true?
Christian Benford is out.
Oh, that's humongous. That makes me even more in on Kayshon Boutte because I kind of thought that was going to be the matchup. Oh man. I'm even go back to that question earlier. I don't remember what it was, but I'm more in. I think this is a tough one.
A couple other big pieces of news. Bateman is out. Quentin Johnston is out as well. Chris Rodriguez, as we already said, he's out. Benford is out as well. Some pretty big injury news here. Like
Parker Washington's in.
Washington's in.
Which is big.
Yeah, Nick Chubb's officially out. Trent McDuffie for the Chiefs, he's out. That's pretty
That's
big.
huge.
So
That's
Quentin
huge.
Johnson's out, and Trent McDuffie is out.
Lad McConkey is because they're not gonna be able to run the ball. That's huge.
Yeah, we had a bunch of McConkey questions earlier too in the live. You kind of have to start him now.
Yeah.
I think Bailey, Reed, Burden, Adunze, Judy, Mechie, Yoshivas. Oh gosh,
Some of these guys are not like the others.
Honestly, I think I would lean towards Bailey, Reed, and Judy, or maybe you just go Adunze and Burden. The Bears receivers, Sam's. I don't know how you start any of them. Like there's three of them.
Yeah.
Any one of them could lead the team in receiving. Loveland could lead the team in receiving. Then there's two legit running backs, and they're kind of a run-heavy team. All of a sudden, against a bad run defense, and like Cole Kmet, there's like 6.5 guys that could any one of them really could lead this team in yards today. That makes the Bears receivers like almost unstartable. It feels like I kind of like Vele. He's locked in for 20% target share in a dome. Like that's pretty good in a game in week 15 with like all these freezing cold games. I probably lean Reed. Judy's like kind of sneaky too. I know it's a scary start, but you said
we're not playing Jerry in the playoffs.
you said you like the Browns. Judy could definitely have a role in that, but yeah, which two guys would you go with here, Saints?
I think Vele scores the most points of any Saints receiver today. JC Horn's back. I would be shocked if he's not on Chris Olave. Vele's big body, I go with him. And I probably go Jaden Reed. I think they manufacture him the ball, especially if Josh Jacobs is out. He's going to see carries. He's going to see jet touches, sweeps, stuff like that. Trick play might happen to get Reed the ball. I think it's those two guys.
Yeah, I think that's totally reasonable. I'd go Judy over Yoshivas.
That's tough. That's tough because
I think it's a ceiling. Judy's ceiling is definitely higher than Yoshivas's.
It's possible. If we get Lamar back to full strength and Burrow's, getting those allegations that he like hates football and he's using it as bulletin board material, like I don't know. Yoshivas could score a couple times. I could see that for sure. But I mean, I feel there's so many. That's what like you said earlier. The bye week is so important. There's people like, do I play Judy or Yoshivas in the first round of their fantasy playoffs? That's just preposterous. That's where we're at for some people. It's
crazy stuff. Tough QB start. Herb versus Love. I don't know. Oh, man. I mean, the Trent McDuffie thing makes me a little bit more confident in Herbert. But watching Herbert play with one hand, Sam's like, I can't play one hand Herbert in the fantasy playoffs. I can't do it. Like it looks like he has like a bionic hand. Like it's kind of
sick. It kind of looks cool.
It does look like there was like a plastic hand underneath that glove. Like it was not
a
situation, and he turned the ball over a ton in that game. It felt somewhat related, at least to the hand. I'm still like kind of scared to a Jaden Daniels like situation happens where he falls. He like fell on it a couple times, so it almost seems like it can't get worse because it's just like a piece of plastic somehow. Like very strange. But yeah, I think I would go Love over Herbert personally.
There's other options there. I don't know how you feel about those guys.
I feel okay about Mariota and Bryce Young. I do want to talk to you about Dart too, because
I have a feeling. I have an opinion about Dart. I listened to the conversation you and Seth had. I have an opinion.
Let's
hear
that
there in a second.
Let's hear that take once we get through this.
Yes, correct.
Do you agree with Love over all these guys, or would you go Mariota?
No, I have a pretty strong conviction in Mariota this week against the Giants. I kind of a feel. I'm attacking that game. Let's just say the least. To say the least, I'm attacking that game, and I'm not super worried about the weather. I'm not.
Yeah, it's snowing in New Jersey right now, Sam. So it's supposed to stop snowing. This is like one of the few fields in the NFL that's not heated. So there like will probably be some.
Such a bad field.
It's the field. It's like they want it to be a bad field almost.
Yeah, it's like there was an instance earlier this year where a team intentionally benched somebody because they didn't want him to like risk injury.
Yeah, it's like a Lionel Messi. Like he won't play on these types of fields. We need more.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him.
Gosh, yeah. I mean,
it's crazy.
There's going to be 20 to 25 mile an hour winds. Wind chill is going to feel like 0. None of it in like its own silos is really like raising alarm bells for me, weather-wise. Yeah. All together, it's like makes me a little nervous. The thing I'm really though nervous about, Samps, is Dart not running. Like, so I have Dart in one of my high stakes leagues in the lineup right now. I could go add Bryce Young. Like that's probably the best option I have outside of Dart. They're not even close in our projections. Like I don't think I can force it unless you really talk me out of Dart, which it doesn't sound like you're going to. Gosh, I'm just nervous if he's not running. Like, is there a real ceiling for him passing wise? And I think there is, but Bryce Young has kind of been cooking in 2 of his last 3 games. He gets the Bucs next week too. He could be startable next week, but yeah, we have this as a 5-point difference. Like, I can't force it here.
You cannot play Bryce Young over Jackson Dart in New Orleans, one of the toughest places to play in the league, regardless of how good the Saints are. I think Bryce Young's going to be a letdown today. I think if they win that game, it's going to be the running backs and a big play from Tet here and there. My argument against the non-running thing is that the Commanders are, I think they allow the 3rd most passing touchdowns per game. I think they allow at least 2 a game.
They've been
bad. Coming off the bye, I mean, I don't think – I've also been thinking about this. I don't think running's eliminated for Jackson Dart. They just had the bye. I can assure you they worked on. You just got to get down. You just got to get down. That's it.
Just slide. It's not that difficult.
Well, and he did it a few times against the Patriots. The one big hit kind of ruined it for everyone. Oh, he got. And even then, hindsight's 20/20. If he got out a yard earlier, he never gets hit. No, it's not even a conversation.
It was close too. He almost got out.
Yeah. So. Jackson Dart was my QB start of the week on my live streams all week. So when I was hearing you and Seth talk about it, I was like, I got my counter argument ready. The Commanders allow a lot of passing touchdowns. I really would not play Bryce over Jackson Dart in the fantasy playoffs. We've seen what Dart can do. Like,
he has had a good floor. I'm not going to be able to bench him. Wandale or Henderson? That's
tough. That's really, really tough, I think. Just based on how I feel the Patriots-Bills game is going to go. I do. So the Commanders play a lot of man coverage, and I think that benefits Darius Slayton, Wandale, and Isaiah Hodgins. They're all good route runners. Slayton's more of the deep threat guy. I think I'd go Wandale over Henderson based on what you guys were saying earlier about the target share, high target share, competitive matchup. I think this is one of those games where it's going to be like, it's like the loser's going to have like the top pick, but I think both teams are going to put up 20 plus. So I like attacking it.
Barkley, Henderson, Hampton. We already got to this one. I think Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt or Rico.
Wow.
Yeah, let me refresh the app because I bet we have it updated now. So I will refresh this real quick. I got to admit, Samps, I'm like legit interested in Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. It certainly comes with some risk, but there's just I think this has been like a 5-way backfield like most of the season with the quarterbacks, Debo, and then like 3 running backs. Now we got no Chris Rodriguez. It's Chase Edmonds is probably going to be active, he's probably not going to play. He really might not.
He better not. He better not play.
It wouldn't be crazy to see him play with how the Commanders run their offense, but if Bill plays well, like it's just going to be Bill and McNichols. Then Debo, he's dealing with a heel injury too. I doubt he gets too much rushing work, and Mariota definitely will run too. But yeah, Rico's ceiling is so high. Gosh, I think you probably still have to go Rico. Let me see if we have Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt updated here. It doesn't look like we do. Let me see.
I feel like historical precedent just feels like one of those things where Bill did us no favors except for 1 week all season. Then the fantasy playoffs start. He's not on any teams, and it doesn't just make sense he would drop 20. But I don't know if we can say he's going to drop 20.
It does make sense. I can just see it. It's the matchup. This is like best possible scenario for him, basically.
The Giants, they should spend the entire practice all week just tackling each other. Just practice tackling each other. Just tackle, learn how to tackle. They cannot tackle. I don't know what the numbers are. I can assure you they allow the most yards after contact in the NFL. It's unbelievable. If they say, Bill, you're going to play the whole game, which they should do. Their season's lost. See what he can do in a very advantageous spot. He's going to have a great game. It's just, will they? I don't trust Dan Quinn to do smart things very frequently, personally. I don't know how you feel about Dan Quinn. I'm not a huge fan.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan either. Yeah, we're still updating the projection here. I see on the back end we have Bill for a 55% rush share now, which seems reasonable. And like I could easily see him going even a little higher than that. I still think you kind of have to go Rico though over Bill. Any other takes, Sam? You haven't gotten in yet?
I think I love Jacoby Myers. I know he's been relying on the touchdowns, but he's playing so much better than pretty much any other player on that team besides Brenton Strange, just in terms of all-around play. And there was a comment the OC made this week basically saying like Jacoby Myers has changed everything for us. Like we have turned into a different team. We're more confident. We're better. Like, so I love Jacoby Myers. It's obvious. It's cold. But it's like Derrick Henry, like play Derrick Henry. I know people that are probably, oh, it's obvious, but a lot of people are not saying that. I've had a lot of people be like, do I play Derrick Henry or Devin Neal? You're playing Derrick Henry. Like it's the Bengals, man. I know he didn't do much last time, but they pretty much abandoned everything like super early in that game, and he still scored 17 points.
Yeah, like, he didn't even have 10 carries, I think, in that game. I think that we could easily see the best Derrick Henry game of the season. This is the time of year we typically do see that. So definitely agree there.
Yeah.
Sam, so we got to talk about Justin Jefferson because Seth.
Oh, let's do it.
Seth was certainly out on Justin Jefferson, and he's citing the recent performances, the recent allegations against.
That's all
Justin.
We got.
Totally reasonable to be out on Justin Jefferson at this point. If you just look at the numbers, it's horrible. Like this is truly like more similar to Diggs, a vibes-based thing for me. But rewind, Sam's 3 months. We're on a live stream and we're talking about what we expect week 15, and we're told JJ McCarthy completed 70% of his passes last week, and Justin Jefferson gets the number one matchup for receivers this season on Sunday Night Football. We're probably expecting Jefferson to rank 1 or 2 or 3 in the wide receiver ranks. Like he could easily be wide receiver 1 this week, and I would not be surprised. Like that is his ceiling. There's not many receivers with that ceiling. And his prop line's at 60. He's ranking wide receiver 14 for us, which is like on the higher side. I've been the one pushing him up. I think the rest of our projections team wants to push him down. I mean, it's a super tough projection with how bad he's played. And I mean, last week I left out the point, for my argument's sake, he did horrible last week. And JJ McCarthy, Seth called that out as well. Totally fair. But yeah, it's just so hard for me to bench him in the fantasy playoffs. He's one of the free player props again, Sam, since you guys didn't let me make him an official prop.
If it doesn't work out, I'm sorry.
I'm like just sort of ready to get hurt again, I guess, with Justin Jefferson. And I still think the talent in the matchup and like the quarterback showing some life is all justifiable here. But man, Lad now projects even better. I like all the guys in this start sit question.
Yes.
I still think I think I would probably argue for Lad and Jefferson. RJ Harvey's so tough to bench right now too, but I have a feeling you'll advocate to bench Jefferson here.
To the shock of many, I agree it's Lad and Jefferson. I'm not playing. If I can, I don't want to play RJ Harvey. I'm very, very skeptical in this week. I said earlier, I'm pretty much avoiding anyone I can except for Christian Watson in that game personally.
Yeah.
I just don't see a good game script for that Broncos offense. This game's going to be like they call it a pitcher's duel, right? And when there's not a lot of good offense, but a lot of good defense being played. And I foresee that these teams are very similar. Like one receiver is pretty good. The rest are pretty okay. You tight end placement, running backs are good, but it's like both defenses are awesome. I don't love I feel like the projection for him this week is a little too high personally.
Yeah.
I would not play him. I think Lad and Jefferson make sense. Lad's safer. Jefferson, you're hoping for that ceiling. My concern is I don't love McCarthy in Dallas when Dallas can win out and still make the playoffs on primetime. That's my concern. Justin Jefferson's never been the concern. It's the JJ McCarthy, Max Brosmer's been the concern. I like Jordan Addison.
He's been out targeted and out producing.
Yes, that's why. That's why.
That's just as good for him too.
I think they have a good rapport. I don't know, or maybe that's just McCarthy's first read's always Addison or something. I don't know if he's like a first read guy or what. But yeah, I think I'd go with Jefferson and Ladd, but you're going to feel really silly Cyber Night if Michael Wilson drops 30 without Marvin Harrison again.
Yeah.
It's like
I'm okay risking it with Jefferson over Michael Wilson. Personally, I'm glad we're in agreement on this one. You gave me a little more confidence on in Jefferson than I expected. I also am a little nervous about RJ Harvey in this game against the Packers. We're just on the matchup tab there. Like,
it's not good. It's a lot of red.
I have him, Tracy, and Bill in one league. I honestly might play Tracy and Bill.
They look at what they've done to Gibbs, Montgomery, Swift, and Monungai.
Yeah.
All four of those running backs, you could argue, are better than RJ Harvey like in their own specific ways. Like that's crazy. Like I mean, look at Tracy and Singletary. That's pretty crazy up there. But since then, they've been clamps, absolute clamps.
Yeah, it is so tilting too with the Broncos. Like they're still going to play 3 running backs. Like Harvey had great games the last couple of weeks. Last week he was up to a 68% snap share, while it was the highest of his season. And the targets are what's so tough to bench. He's got 10 targets in his last 2 games, but he's still only seeing 55% of the carries. Like he's not like this. This is by far his ceiling last week carries wise. There's no way he gets to 17 carries. I don't think. Like 12 carries, 13 carries is probably like we have him at 13.2.
It's like even if he does, though, how efficient is he on them? You know.
Gosh, let's run through a couple more start this here. Longtime sub, shout out to you, Zach. Shout out to all of the WalterPicks subscribers in the chat, guys. I'm going to hop in our Discord when we hop off this live in about 40 minutes we got left of this live. Hop into the Discord and try to get to any comments from any of the subscribers that I missed today in there. A little faster to respond typing wise in there and give my voice a little bit of a break. But Harvey, Trevion, ETN, Shakir, pick 2. You can't bench ETN. There's no benching ETN today, Samps. I mean, he's in an absolute smash spot. Achane, Samps, I think would have had the biggest running back game of the season last week against the Jets had he not got hurt in the first quarter. He scored 17 points, Samps. He played like 12 snaps. Like, I mean, it was like crazy. Like he didn't even have 10 touches, 17 points. And then Jalen Wright goes on to score 30 plus. Ollie Gordon, I think, scored 2. I mean,
if you can allow that much to Jalen Wright, you got to be terrible because Jalen Wright, in my opinion, is still not a good player. Like, you got to be real bad.
Yeah. Henderson or Harvey, Samps. I mean, honestly, you just maybe like, I think we're both like kind of nervous about Harvey. We're projecting him a little bit.
Based on everything I've said, I'd be a hypocrite to say Harvey over Henderson. Right? Because I liked Henderson, didn't like Harvey. I honestly like Shakir in that question, by the way. I think Shakir plays a big role. Him and Kincaid are going to play. If the Bills want to win, if they're going to have a big offensive game like you said they're going to have, I don't know how Shakir and Kincaid don't have great games.
Yeah, I'm more skeptical about Shakir than you. Actually, I think I put him on my bench list. Like similar to, it's honestly like a little bit similar to Diggs. He's got 3 catches for 21 yards in the last 2 games. He scored last week, which he still didn't even have 10 points. It's like he's playing half the snaps. It's just this role is so tough to start. He's the best receiver that they have. So I do agree with you. Like there's a ceiling here, but the floor the last couple of games is like pretty scary. And Kincaid might just be better than him too, like in sort of the role that they need these guys to play. And it feels like his targets too recently, like those 3 targets, they're like quick screen passes. They're not even like real like targets for fantasy a lot of the time. Been following for a few years now. Love the community. And now it's first round of playoffs. Shout out to you, man. 12-1. Yeah, the thing about the playoffs, man, your record's just erased. All starts from 0. Doesn't matter how good the regular season was. Need some help. Pats, Cowboys, Panthers, or Saints defense. You can't play the Pats defense. They're completely out of it. Let me go to the defense ranks. I think we have the Pats as 20th. Panthers or Saints is kind of interesting.
Here, I know what my answer is. I want to hear what yours is first.
I wouldn't go with the Cowboys personally. Yeah, I think I'd go with the Panthers over the Saints. I think I'd lean Panthers over Saints, but I could see an argument for the Saints over the Panthers too.
Yeah, I'd go with the Saints personally. They've actually been playing like very underratedly well, just as an NFL defense as of late. They gave up 24 against the Falcons, but outside of that, they've allowed 20 or less in 3 of their last 4 games, points wise. And I have a strong feeling that Bryce Young is going to have a few hiccups in New Orleans.
You're going likely over Schultz and Strange?
That's tough. I would say yes in a vacuum. A 48% win probability, yes. That's an important context they added there. I do. It's like a story as old as time itself. Tight ends against the Cardinals. That's a funny comment right here.
Pearsall or JCM?
Is this person in the toilet bowl? Is that what they're asking? I mean, I don't know. I mean,
it's Bill. It's Bill over Pearsall. I like Pearsall. I'm in on his props today, Sam's, but with Rodriguez out, let me actually we'll close and refresh the app again one more time. We probably have the projections updated now. Bill has a legit 20-point ceiling in this game, and the floor is not bad either. The Giants' run defense is just like you said. Like this is just a game to attack. It just is a game you want pieces of with the 2 defenses involved. Let me see if this is. Yeah, this is updated.
And there's
now.
No pressure on the game either. Everyone's been playing loose, you know?
Yeah, we got Bill for 11.8 points I mean, yeah. Yeah, you got to start him. Let's just go to the matchup tab here, Samps. Like really quick, because I think it paints the ceiling story.
Cover my eyes. I don't want to see this.
I mean, like we saw Mondre and Henderson both went over 11
Yep.
last week, like in their last game.
Gibbs and Montgomery combined for over 60.
Yeah, and that's certainly not the ceiling for Bill, but I mean, we could see a 20-point game. We definitely could see a 20-point game.
I mean, 40 plus to the Niners backs.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Dak or Goff, and what's your guys' locks of the week? It's got to be Dak, right? Over Goff.
Yes, I think so.
We have a pretty. I have Dak at the bottom of tier 3 and Goff near the top of tier 4. Dak has been matchup proof all season. Like even in his tough matchups, he didn't do great against the Broncos, but he scored 31 against the Packers, did well against the Panthers, 16 against the Cardinals. This is a tough matchup, and these are the 2 toughest matchups of the season. And Goff is in a game with the highest over under of the week, 55-point over under.
I mean, the biggest revenge game you could have though for Jared Goff. I mean, the Rams dumped him to the curb. He's always going to have that chip on his shoulder. There's no doubt about it. Good conditions. I don't know. It's honestly really difficult. It's really, really difficult. I honestly feel like both these defenses schemes scare me. Both of them. It's tough. I'd go based on the over under and just go from there. I think that's what I would do. Just pick that one.
Yeah, I lean Dak, but they're both startable. They're pretty comparable. It's not terrible to go with Goff there. And in terms of locks, Sam, so what's your go-to lock of the week in that question?
It's kind of like a vague question. I would say the over in Giants Commanders has been one I've really gravitated. If I could sports bet, I would. That's one I would take. I don't see either team stopping each other. I think Mariota would really need to have a bad game for that not to happen.
Yeah, I'm in on. I think my one lock of the week is probably just Woody Marks. Like, I just don't think you can bench him. Like, he just feels so safe, and the ceiling feels so high there too. I didn't pull up my DFS lineup, but I am going with the Woody Marks Texan stack in the DFS lineup this week as well. It feels just like a really high ceiling play. What's up, guys? Purdy or Hurts? Pickens or Ladd? Worried about Vikings D with wide receiver? You can't bench Pickens. You're not allowed to bench Pickens. I feel like at this point of the season, I like Ladd too, but Pickens is what, wide receiver 4 or 5 on the season, 3 maybe in points per game. I know some of those.
Yeah, there's been a lot of chatter about last week and everything. I think he's fine. I think he's just fine.
He is at wide receiver 5. Yeah, you really can't bench him. We have Ladd pretty high up there now too, but yeah, he's still a decent tier below. Purdy or Hurts? Hurts is another one, like a lot of chatter after last week. I mean, he looked horrible in that game, lost the game really at the end. But I still don't think you can really bench him here versus the Raiders. It could be really, really run heavy. They've been like in these games recently where they have been throwing much more than they typically do. 39, 34, 40 pass attempts. Look at all these previous games were under 30. We haven't projected under 30. But the rushing touchdown potential is obviously there. I'm still going Hurts.
They really need to get right. And if there's ever a week to do it, I think you could argue the Raiders are the worst team in the league. I think that I'd go with Hurts.
Any of these over Harvey, Monungai, or Neal? Strange or Likely? I don't think any of those guys can be played over Harvey. I think we already said Likely over Strange. What about Monungai versus Neal? It's an interesting one, Samps.
2 running backs that are very near and dear to my heart. If anyone saw the WalterPicks rookie guide, you would know that they're near and dear to me. I don't know. I mean, I think I like Neal at home against the Panthers. I do have a little bit of apprehension. I mean, the Panthers coming off a bye. They're a playoff team right now. If they win this week and they win next week, they clinch a playoff spot. Like, it's pretty insane. But the Bears' run scheme is so good, and they're playing a run defense that's been terrible. So,
yeah, I think I lean Monungai over Neal, but it's Jennings, Neal, Wilson, Tracy, 44% to win.
I mean, Michael Wilson probably, out of that group specifically, you probably got to play him. He's in a rank higher than those other guys. You'd have to think, right?
I agree. Yeah, and then in terms of ceiling, I mean, Jennings probably has the highest ceiling.
Maybe, maybe because I don't think the Titans are in that game at all, So I think there's a world where he's kind of game scripted out in the third quarter. With Tracy and Neal, I think they're both going to be in their games till the end.
Sam, so we have Bill projected ahead of Tracy now. Oh gosh, man.
That feels speculative. That feels like a lot of confidence that he's going to.
It's close. I think they were like half a point apart, maybe. But do you agree that Singletary should project ahead of Tracy? And this backfield feels so rough for the start sits. I think the Tracy's clearly better, and should get more.
That's a fact.
But he's probably less likely to score. Like he probably is less likely to score. It feels like they just like Singletary in the short yardage. They trust him. He's not going to just, he's going to have a big role in the offense, which is kind of scary for Tracy. Gosh.
In non-PPR, it's Singletary. I think Tracy's way more capable of the home run, deep run, long run. He'll catch passes and make a play, but I feel like if I feel safer with Singletary, which stinks. I wish I wasn't saying that as someone who supports the Giants. I wish I could just say, Tracy, get him all the work. Devin Singletary in 2025. What are we doing?
I think you got your Wilson and Jennings if you're going for the ceiling. Happy fantasy playoffs, Sam. Start one. Happy fantasy playoffs to you as well. We got to appreciate all the Sundays we got left still in our fantasy leagues. It is so tough, Sam's, to win fantasy leagues. Like I always got to remind myself this time of year, like only one person wins. I'm in 12, 14 team leagues. You're under 10% to win. You're still alive. You're surviving and advancing. Like you gotta appreciate each week. If you win 1 out of every 4 years, like you're doing very well at this. So it's that type of game. That's why it's so stressful. These start sits are so stressful this time of year. All right, Hampton, Monangai, Gainwell, Neal. Really tight predictions this week. Yeah, this is tough. I mean, this is for everyone but Neal here. They're in like straight up committee backfields that could go either way based on the hot hand. I feel most confident in Monangai. I feel like out of these three, I like the matchup versus the Bears. I think he's got a great chance to score. Hampton's the best player of these three, though, like in terms of talent profile. Like his ceiling is high. The matchup's not as good for him. I think you like Gainwell maybe a little bit more than I do. I think they will be pass heavy, the Steelers, which is good for Gainwell. But I mean, the Dolphins have been just really good first running backs recently. I think I lean towards Monangai of those split backfield guys. But then you have Devin Neal, who's like, he's the safest because he's not in the split backfield. He's like an actual workhorse role and also kind of a good matchup. So I could see an argument for him too. What do you think across these 4 running backs, Sam? So you only get to choose one here in this start sit.
That makes it worse. I think if you're just looking, with no context of whether they're going to win or lose, like projected, I think you go with the guy who's alone. Personally, I think you go Devin Neal. If you're in a 50-50 in a vacuum, I think Monangai's got a better chance of like scoring touchdowns. But it's the workload. I mean, if Swift comes out there, he's averaging 6 yards a carry. Why would Ben Johnson not just keep giving him the ball? I go Neal. I think
he's the safest. He is the safest option here. So yeah, if you want to play it safe, and the projections are close enough, I'm okay saying Neal. But I do think the ceiling for Monangai. I personally lean Monangai as the combo of like the floor ceiling here. But gosh, I'm okay going Devin Neal. JMO or Olave? It's JMO.
JMO. I really am skeptical of Olave. I really am.
Yeah, you said that you thought Vele was going to lead that team in receiving. Definitely could see that. His prop lines are also in the 30s. Sam, so those feel pretty good. Him, Pearsall, Jaden Reed, all prop lines in the 30s. I like all 3 of those guys in terms of the props.
And I think if you were to look at the matchup tab and look at the Panthers, I would not be surprised if one receiver on each team did pretty bad every week. It's not too dissimilar to Passer. He's not Passer Tam, but JC Horn's very good.
We got to pick 2 here. Tet, Nico, Devontae, Adams, Warren, Henderson.
I'm assuming it's Tyler Warren. Maybe not, though.
Yeah, either way, I don't think you're starting Jalen or Tyler Warren there. You're definitely starting
Nico. Yep.
It's Tet, Devontae, Adams. It's those 3 receivers, really. I don't think you're starting Henderson here either.
Yeah, I think I go Nico and Devontae. I think that's what I would do.
Yeah, I think I agree. That's what our projections say as well. And I think I would play Ted over Devontae Smith. I think Devontae Smith is kind of underrated at this point of the season, but yeah, it could be really run heavy for the Eagles at the same time this week that you're really going to need a big play, I think, from Devontae Smith. Jennings, Aaron Jones, Rico, Swift, flex 2. Seth was kind of in on Aaron Jones, Sam, so I'm a little bit more nervous for him.
Yeah, I think Cowboys' run defense has been really good with Quentin Williams. I did disagree when I was hearing Seth say that, but I think if he's more in on the Vikings offense than I am in this game. And if that's the case, what he's saying makes perfect sense. So I think I go Rico because it's weird. I think Bryce Young struggles, but I also think the Panthers win. And if the Panthers win, Rico is going to be the one who gets it done. And I think it's Swift. I really think it's Swift over Jennings. I think with the Titans matchup, if Pearsall does well, Kittle does well, McCaffrey does well, Jennings could easily be faded to the outside.
He's definitely much safer. In similar medium projection, much safer. I'm okay with it. I'd go Swift and Dowdle too, I think. Hey, Sam, Neil Swift or Singletary? Oh, God.
Wow.
I think I would go Neil over Swift.
Oh, man.
I don't want to start Singletary, Sam's. I think it's just like crazy to me that he's in the role and the opportunities in right now. Like he's just not a good running back at this point of his career, but like the coaches love him. Like they just love him.
It's weird. Like I agree that Devin Singletary is not good, but sometimes he'll make a play where I'm like, I guess he does still have some juice. Like sometimes he'll make a play where I'm like
5.7 yards per carry against the Pats. I mean, he had 19 points.
Yeah. So
Tracy, if he plays like this again, like he's gonna have more touches than Tracy.
Yeah, I strongly would consider Singletary. He's in almost every one of my DFS lineups. I do want to see what your DFS lineup is, but we do need to get some start sits in there.
Yeah,
this is the most different lineups I've made in any week this season. By the way,
wow,
I've multiple, most I've had.
Diggs or Jaden Reed? It's Diggs over Reed for sure, and it's Strange over Gadsden as well, and Goff over Brissett. I think these are all three.
Do you still feel strongly about Strange over Gadsden with the Quentin Johnston out? I think that does, because that was the whole narrative with Johnston out. Gadsden was cooking. I think I agree with you, but I do think it's interesting.
Yeah, maybe you can make the argument the ceiling is actually that's what we have. The ceiling is higher for Gadsden. That's not unreasonable.
He is projected to lose with Gadsden, Strange, and it's definitely Goff over Brissett. There is no question there.
And it's definitely Diggs over Reed too. And I'm in on Reed's props too, and I still would go that way. I think this one's probably the 49ers defense over the Bears and Cowboys. Happy playoff Sunday to you as well, Jonah. Shout out to everyone. Happy playoffs to everyone in live. Right now, Gainwell, BTJ, Tracy, or Sutton. First BTJ question, Samps, I've seen.
Yeah.
Which is surprising. I kind of want to start him here.
I do too.
Like he actually looked pretty good last week. Made a couple big plays. He only had 3 catches, but I think went over 80 yards. And no one on the Jets.
He looks good. He's looking.
Yeah,
he's looking good. I don't like Sutton. I think Seth said it pretty much all season that the Packers are very good at limiting fantasy points to wide receivers. I think it's Brian Thomas or Tracy, and I think
I'm going Brian Thomas. I think we have Sutton ranked ahead of him too. I kind of agree with you. I'm a little nervous there. I get a little more confidence with Pat Bryant out, but the more I think about that, I think the more that helps Troy Franklin than it helps Cortland Sutton. Purdy, I think, or Dart is the 2 QBs to consider here. Can't start Brissett or one hand Herbert. Purdy and Dart is actually pretty close. I know that the game might not be close against the Titans, but if it's not close, like Purdy's going to have a role in it not being close. Like by the time it becomes a run heavy game script, Purdy probably already has 2 touchdowns in the game. I do think he's really safe. I think
that's what I was going to say. They're very safe. I think if you need the ceiling play, you go with Jackson Dart. Because I just be really surprised with Titans are in a competitive game with the Niners.
Warren, Genty, Aaron Jones, Harvey, Swift. Start 2. It's Genty and Harvey. Oh, God. I'm so nervous about Harvey after the conversation we've had about him. But I think you have to start Genty here. The Eagles actually haven't been very good versus running backs. Even with Pickett, he's going to get 15 touches. He had 8 targets in 3 of his last 4 games, Sam's. Like the target volume too is there. They have no one else. It's Bowers and Genty, and that's it. Like end of list on this offense. Like he just is in for such a good role, and the matchup's actually kind of sneaky, not bad. The other options here are so close. I personally think I'd lean Harvey over Swift.
I think we're more in sync than typically. I agree with Genty 100%. Genty's one of my starts of the week. He was on my list. I definitely think Genty's someone to start. I probably go Swift over Harvey, but I already outlined really why I don't like Harvey. But
And then it's Michael
Yeah,
Wilson,
it's close.
BTJ for these receivers.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah. And Pittman,
Yep.
you can't start the Colts receivers. Like, you just cannot. Like, maybe one of them ends up having some connection with Rivers, but like, good luck guessing which of the three.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think Rivers' stat line is going to be? Just kind of, I'm curious where your head's at on that.
Yeah, I think he goes like 12 for 24, like 12 for 20, relatively low pass volume.
Yeah.
And completes in like maybe 100 yards. Like I think it's going to be like a not exciting completions too when he completes passes. Like, I don't think he's throwing it deep. Maybe I definitely could see Warren or JT like creating some stuff after the catch and ending up Rivers' stat line not being too bad. Like, I do kind of trust the coaching staff to like scheme kind of well around the situation, but yeah,
Rivers knows the offense incredibly well. I will say that he coaches, like the high school team he coaches runs the same offense. Like he talks to Shane Steichen. That's what they were saying on like the sports outlets or whatever that they talked.
Yeah.
I think Tyler Warren is going to be okay. I don't love him, but I think he's going to be okay. So
I'm going with Dart over Darnold here, Sam. So even if you're going against JSN, it is kind of an interesting defensive move to go with Darnold, but I still think Dart's just a better play than Darnold, so I'd still lean towards Dart. And then Bailey or Olave, I mean, I can't in my good conscience tell you to start Bailey over Olave, but I do agree with Sam. It's like very possible he outproduces him, but you can't get this cute, I don't think, in the fantasy playoffs and actually start Bailey over Olave.
No, you probably can't, but Seth actually had a good point, though. Like, when you're in the playoffs, you got to kind of make some decisions depending on how the matchup looks. I definitely agree with that. It was a good point.
You can't start Bam Knight. You can't start
No,
I think it's honestly Spears and McNichols. Here also, I love the spelling McNichols here. We should change spelling to this.
I love the way they spelled that. And I also like how they spelled Purdy at the end there. I've never seen such a bench than Bam Knight this week. It's the most clear. Now that I say he's going to drop 30 and the Cardinals are going to win,
He can't be started. Yeah, and Pittman really can't be started either. Premium member app says Love over Williams. Yeah, I agree. And then Mariota though versus Love is close.
I like Mariota over both of them. I got to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think we have that. We do. We have Mariota 2-3 spots ahead of Love. I agree. I think Mariota's rushing potential is pretty strong here too. Jennings, Wandale, or Wilson. You got to go Wandale. I think over Michael Wilson.
Yep, I agree.
Gosh, it's so tough to bench Wilson. I don't think Jennings is in near the same tier as these other two guys.
No, I agree with that 100%.
Goff or Love, it's Goff, and then Terry or Wandale. It's probably Wandale, Samps, over Terry.
Just having watched every Commanders Giants game, it just feels like Terry always has a great game against the Giants. I don't know if it's the right choice, but it's interesting that Wandale's in two of those questions.
That was interesting. BTJ, Reed, Watson. Would you go Watson over BTJ? I mean, you were pretty in on him before. I would over Strange. You would go Watson, BTJ, or BTJ over Watson?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just trying to make my point that I'm adamant. I would go Watson over Brian Thomas because Brady Cook is not keeping the Jets in the game. The Jets have zero incentive to win, and it's obvious that that's what they're doing, is they're trying to lose without directly saying we're trying to lose. So, I mean, Packers Broncos could be a Super Bowl preview. Watson's going to get some looks, like no doubt about it.
Devontae Smith, Debo, Hampton, Monangai. By the way, I didn't. I would go Strange in that last start sit too with the tight ends. Devontae Smith, Debo, Hampton, Monangai. Pick 2.
Debo's the guy that's going to cook the Giants. I can tell you that right now. He's the perfect guy that cooks the Giants. McLaurin's more likely to be lined up on the Giants' best corner than Debo is, and I think Debo could easily manufacture some big touches. Honestly, we could be gassing up Bill right now, and Debo ends up with like 8 carries. You know, like it's something I didn't even think about. I think it's like very possible that happens.
I think I'd probably go with the 2 receivers here if this is a PPR league.
I agree. And I also think it's a defense question at the end there. I would go with the Steelers. I think against the Dolphins in the cold in Pittsburgh, Tua's going to turn the ball over.
Oh,
There's
God.
just no way he does it.
They're without their top defensive player, though.
That's true, but I am very good friends with a Steelers fan who said, if we're being honest and removing the name value, he's probably been like the worst actual pass rusher this year of the group.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
So
likely Andrews or Warren. I think we're probably going to agree on this one. We have Andrews in the app, Sam's ahead of likely. And I get, the argument there. I think it's like the only thing I'm scared of with the Ravens tight ends is just that there's two of them this week. Like it might not be both. It just might not be both. It might just be one of them that absolutely smashes. But like one of these two guys is going to go for 15 plus, probably 20 plus points against the Bengals. I like likely. I think Andrews is more likely to score. Likely is more likely to get more yards.
Lots of likelies. I'm trying to
wrap
my head around.
Things like Warren, though, I don't think can be started over either of these guys.
I agree that I agree with the argument that Andrews might be projected higher. Why he'd be projected higher because he's probably got a better chance to score a touchdown. For me, in the game script, if Lamar is even remotely back and this game is a back and forth, high scoring, exciting, likely I think he's got a better chance to a volume role of that 20 points, like you were saying, like 8 catches, 70 yards, maybe he scores a touchdown, like that sort of outcome. I would, if I could sports bet, I consider alt lines unlikely receptions.
Yeah.
I would
get the alt lines unlikely. The last time we played the Bengals, that was my biggest bet of the season. On Thanksgiving, I hit 3 alt lines parlayed, just 3 guys over 50 yards, and likely beat that in a single catch. I think it was him, Wicks, and I forget who the third player was.
It was who was it? It was someone. I was like, why'd you do that? And it was right. I can't remember. But Andrews not going for 50 yards on a play. Likely can do that. That's right. The difference. Oh,
it was Wicks.
Played Pitts. Yeah, Wicks. What a call that was. He had 30 fantasy points. Pitts. He played Pitts. Opponent has Dart. Interesting. It's a tight end premium.
Yeah, I'm okay going. Oh, the opponent has Dart, though. You already played against Pitts. You just need Dart to face plan. I'd probably just go Aaron Jones. If Theo Johnson,
I don't know if it's tight end premium. I think Theo over Aaron Jones.
Yeah, in a vacuum. But if you're going against Dart, you're already down by 50 points.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah,
that's tough.
And I don't think I'd play Bryce versus Caleb is actually kind of interesting. I think it's relatively close, but you probably still have to go Caleb.
Yeah, I agree. I go Caleb.
Monangai or Waddle?
Waddle's one of my plays of the week.
Yeah,
I'm very into Waddle.
He's had, I think, 3 or 4 straight 30% target shares. I think the matchup's pretty good, honestly, against the Steelers, too. Watson, Jennings, Swift, Kittle, or Fannin, full PPR. Wow, yeah. I think you go Watson and Kittle. Fannin is really in play. I mean, Sam's, I'm playing Fannin over Gainwell. I'm playing Fannin over Breece Hall today. Gosh, I mean, it's hard to bench him. There's no Sampson or Ford or Njoku. And the Bears have been really bad against slot receivers too, and that's kind of the role. Fannin plays. I think we're going to see him line up in the backfield probably a little bit today. More, he's going to play slot receiver, tight end, and maybe wing back today. Gosh,
yeah,
it's tough to bench. I would play Kittle over him, but
I want to ask this person if they could play both tight ends, if that's something they can do.
Yeah,
it's very clear. Shedeur and Fannin.
Would you go Fannin over Watson?
That one is the tough one for me because I really like both. You know more than anyone, Fannin was my favorite rookie in the entire draft. So I'm always, I said on the call earlier, I'm always going to sing his praises. I love Fannin, and he very clearly has a rapport with Shedeur Sanders. I don't know if it was in preseason or what. He's so obviously Shedeur's favorite guy.
I think you got to go Ladd over Diggs. I
think with the news, McDuffie being out is humongous. They were talking about it on Sunday Night Football last week, how much worse they are when he doesn't play. It's huge news.
Yeah. This is a big one. Flowers, Wilson, Metcalf. Flowers versus Wilson. I think I'd play them both over Metcalf.
Yes, I agree with that. I think I go Flowers because I do think if some of these weird things, with the likely thing twice, don't happen, Zay Flowers OPI doesn't happen. Lamar has some good games the last couple of weeks. I kind of think he's bordering on back.
I'm okay going Flowers there too. And I honestly would be okay going Diggs here also. I'm scared for Michael Wilson. I think he's a start in a lot of spots, but I mean,
We're gonna have some.
Gosh.
There's going to be some very, very interesting conversations when Michael Wilson drops 30 against the Texans. That's all I'll say. We're going to have some really – they're going to trade Marvin Harrison if he does that.
Wilson, Waddle, Tet, Myers, Neal, Kincaid.
That is a good group of players to have.
He's got a bench 2 here. Yeah, you don't play Kincaid here.
I don't know. I think I love Kincaid this week. Like, he's one of my favorite starts of the week because if there's any weakness the Patriots defense has, it is tight ends. And Kincaid has been such a crucial part of their offense. And Vegas thinks the Bills are going to win. I don't necessarily agree, but they think it, and Vegas is probably smarter than me. So
I don't think whether or not they win, which I think they will, they're scoring 30-plus points in the game. Like Josh Allen is I think the best player in the NFL right now, and is not going to be stopped by the Pats defense.
To anyone watching, where else are you going to see such a realistic, honest Patriots fan? By the way, they're normally absurd, so you got to respect Sam strongly. Like, no one's ever going to be like, I've never seen anyone this honest and real about their Patriots. It's crazy, but yeah, this is a tough one. I love Waddle. I love Myers. I think I go with Kincaid. That's just my strong conviction. But yeah, it's okay if you don't want to go with the tight end. And then it's Wilson, Ted, or Neal, and that to me is such a tough one. I'd go to WalterPicks for that. I'd look at the start-sit tool for that one.
Yeah, for me personally, I'm benching Neal and Kincaid here. All of these are good options. I could see myself talking into benching Wilson with the matchup as well. Maybe benching Wilson and Neal and rocking with Kincaid. I like all of these guys this week. They're all reasonable options. Why that's such a tough start-sit. Who do I start for flex? Rico or Kyle Ritten? Oh gosh, that's a really tough one. Really tough one as well.
I think it's Rico. I think you play Rico because the Lions, they're injured, but one thing they're very good at is stopping the run. They're number 1.
Yeah, it's Rico. It's Rico. JCM or Watson? Sam, so I think we can disagree on this one.
Wow.
So you got to stick with Watson with what you've been saying.
If I back down from the Watson fight now, no one could ever value my opinion ever again. I wasn't yelling at people on my live stream. It was close. We're bordering on it. We're bordering on frustration with all the Watson hate.
Sam,
it's close.
Is getting the carry. Like Debo's not.
Jeremy McNichols.
Oh gosh.
Jeremy McNichols. I think Debo does get carries. I disagree with you. I think Debo does get carries in this game.
This is actually really, really tough to work because Bill, like he played under 20% of snaps back-to-back games. Like he's been kind of phased out. He is
to me much more of a DFS guy now than a real fantasy guy. I think if you just look at Watson has been crucial to the Packers. I think a lot of people would say the Packers have resurged. Like they're back into like one of those elite teams, and I think it's largely because of Watson.
God, McNichols has played way more.
I know.
I don't think they're going to put McNichols like into this Rodriguez role though. Like they play very distinct roles in this backfield. Like I think McNichols sees something similar to what he saw these past couple of weeks. Like I think his role kind of doesn't change, but now suddenly Bill is going to lead the backfield in carries.
It's so interesting. It's truly, there's so many fascinating things now that are happening today where I just don't know how it's going to shake out because I wouldn't be surprised if McNichols takes the first carry of the game. I am going to start spelling it like that one person spelled it, by the way, for the rest of the day.
I personally would go Bill over Watson, and Sam I think feels pretty strongly Watson over Bill. Addison or Pearsall? It's got to be Addison. I like Pearsall, but I agree. I like Pearsall, Sam's, and I just don't think there's any start sits where it's like easy to play Pearsall because the floor is low for him in that game. Need one full point PPR. Dowdle, Hampton, Watson, Michael Wilson.
Need one. These teams are insane. Tough
start sits.
Earlier in the year you were saying there's some gross ones that those are the ones you love. I like the ones where now we're where it matters and we got good players we got to pick from and you got to make the right call. These are the ones I love right here, and I think you go for me. It's probably Dowdle, just the workload, the matchup, and if it plays out the way I think it's going to play out, I think Dowdle has a big game.
I mean, Dowdle's in a hot hand backfield all of a sudden. Like he's no longer Barry Sanders like he was earlier this season. He only played 42% of snaps last week was his lowest in the last 5 games because Hubbard was playing better than him last week, and that could just happen any given week now. I still think Dowdle's the starter. I think he's the guy who gets the first chance to be the hot hand, and if he's the hot hand, he could really smash in the spot. But if Hubbard 100%. Ends up playing well again, gosh, I mean, he still had 18 carries in that game, though. I think I agree. I think I'm okay going Dowdle over Michael Wilson, and I think I'm not as high on Watson as you, and Hampton is pretty risky as well.
If Watson does bad, there's going to be so many people that are probably going to be shooting me some DMs.
This one's got to be Genty over Brees and Tracy.
I despise Brees this week. Cannot play Brees I don't see the world where you do that with any confidence. Like, not only is Brady Cook the quarterback, the Jaguars' defense is like underrated.
I'm so ready for Brees Hall to like make me regret benching him this week. Because I agree, you can't start him. You just can't start him. The Jags are allowing the lowest rushing yards per game. The least rushing attempts per game are being allowed by the Jags. Like, everyone is throwing against them for whatever reason, the way that they're playing defense. And the Jets probably can't do that. But I can already picture like a 6-catch, 80-yard in a touchdown game from Brees with that way that their offense shapes up. Like, they can't really have a real passing offense today. Like, it really could be Brees. Like, kind of the whole offense is just Brees today. Like, he could get 20 touches, 6 catches. But I agree that you can't start him. It's just gonna be so painful watching him explode for a big play on my bench. Like, having Brees,
he's gonna have that's the thing. He have a big play. Like, that's what it is. That's what you're gonna bank on it if you're playing him. And I'm not someone who loves banking on big plays unless there's precedent that it happens very, very frequently.
Big plays in Brady Cook led offenses is just, you can't bank on it. You can't bank.
If I remember correctly, we were talking about Brady Cook on the projections call, and he has similar collegiate profile to Max Brosmer, but he runs a little bit more. And if that's terrible, right? Like, it's bad.
It's a better profile than Brosmer, but like not by a ton. Not
more marginal.
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't mean too much. Ferguson, Andrews, Theo, Pearsall to flex/tight end. This is a pretty interesting. I think it's probably Andrews and Theo, or Andrews and
I
Pearsall.
agree with Andrews and Theo. I'm on the same page.
Would you play Watson over Myers?
No, I wouldn't. But I love both of them. But
I'd go over Brees too, I think.
Today could be the day where the Packers are like, we can score on anyone. And if that happens, I think it's Watson who does that. But
JJ does Debo, Damo. You got to bench Debo here. Would you go Debo over Justin Jefferson? No, you're pretty in on.
No, I would not. I love my guy JJ.
It's Diggs or Pittman. You can't start these Colts receivers with any confidence. Olave, Diggs, Harvey, pick 2. I think it's Diggs and Harvey here.
I'm with you again. We're really just in lockstep here.
Rico or Tracy?
Rico.
It's got to be Rico. Tracy, yeah. Gosh, Tracy, one of Tracy or Singletary is going to smash in this game, and it's so difficult.
I think they both can. I really strongly think they both can.
Dart or T-Law today. Did you see Giants field with trucks on it pushing on snow? Yeah, so this was expected. We talked about this in the Weatherman Sam report. It's snowing pregame. It's not going to snow during the game, but MetLife is like one of the worst stadiums in the world. They were one of the only stadiums without heating, like on the field. So you can't melt the snow on the field. So they're going to truck some of it off. But there's going to be some snow on the field in the game because it snowed before the game and they have a horrible field. And it's also feels like 0 degrees. And there's also 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts. All of that has me like nervous personally for Dart. I'm starting him in that one league where my only other option really was Bryce Young. I'm okay. I think Trevor Lawrence is pretty safe. Honestly,
he is safe for sure.
Really good. The weather in that game is much better too. So I'm okay going Trevor Lawrence over Dart if you want to play it safe. I think Dart's ceiling is higher though in the matchup.
Yeah.
Olave, Genty, Monungai, Tracy, or Michael Wilson. Yeah, you can't bench Pickens or JSN. God, it's Genty versus Michael Wilson here, Sam. So which one would you go? Such a tough
I think with Pickens and JSN, I would go with Michael Wilson. I feel like Wilson. I mean, the 5.5 receptions line to me is a safe output. You know what I mean? Like, that's 10 points, 12 points. And if you have Pickens and JSN and they do their thing, you're chilling with that. Genty has shown, even in a good matchup, he can truly let you down.
Oh,
but
God.
I don't feel good about it. It's not a strong conviction. I'm just articulating why.
I don't feel good about it at all. I think I lean Genty over Michael Wilson. I'm like leaning away from Michael Wilson. I feel like in so many starts, I really think there's like a big risk here that the Cardinals offense just sort of implodes, and like they've been able to sustain like reasonable offense recently. But we just saw Mahomes like one of his worst career games here versus the Texans. This defense is very legit. I don't think Michael Wilson is better than the corners that are going to be up against him. I think the volume should be there if the offense doesn't just like completely implode, but I feel decent about Genty's floor. Like I think his floor is better than Wilson's. I don't think his ceiling's that different. I think I lean Genty personally, but it is really tough to bench Michael Wilson right now. Singletary, Sharp, or Tajay Spears. It's Singletary here. It's got to be Singletary, I think.
I see an argument for Charbonnet scoring touchdowns, but I'd probably go Singletary because I think he's a mix of both.
Nix, Brissett, or Sanders. Oh gosh,
my answer is going to make it. I'll say my answer is going to upset some people. I think I'm going to go with Shore Sanders.
Oh man, Sam's. I saw that he was like trending in the transactions on Yahoo, and I think that's the two. And I actually get it. Like he's coming off a 40-point game in my league with bonuses. He had 40 points last week. He had 35 points in normal leagues. He was QB2, 364, 3 touchdowns. Good matchup. Again, should be losing against the Bears also. But man, in the fantasy playoff, Sam's, I cannot get myself to start him. You got to have some real confidence to start Shedeur, I think, in the fantasy playoffs, because he could go negative points. Like I still wouldn't be shocked if he had a negative point game at all.
Yeah, I just feel like Nix is not the type of guy I feel to have a good fantasy performance against the Packers. You know,
yeah, that is very fair too. I don't feel great about Nix either. I mean, the ceiling for Shedeur is higher than Nix's ceiling.
I agree. I agree. Like it. I don't know. It's tough. I mean, it would be immeasurable aura if you win your playoff game playing Shedeur. I'll say that.
Sam's, here we
are.
That helps. It's week 15. Bill was on the waiver wire in every single league, like 24 hours ago. By the way, at 8:30 a.m., I started this live early. I told everyone Bill should be rostered in all fantasy leagues. This is why we wake up early throughout the fantasy.
Show up.
And
why they show up to the live streams. That's why.
Yeah, and like he hopefully is rostered now in all leagues, I assume. Even if you're not starting, like he should be rostered. If Rodriguez misses another game, they have a great schedule, I think, down the stretch of the season here due to the Commanders. But you got to go Genty over Bill, I think. Still, gosh, but it wouldn't be crazy at all to see Bill outscore Genty. Ladd, Waller, Jacoby. Ladd versus Jacoby. You can't start Waller here, but Ladd versus Jacoby.
Standard scoring, so you're not getting the PPR. I'd go with Jacoby, I think, if it was standard.
I don't know, man. I'm excited about Ladd now with Johnson out and Trent McDuffie out. Yeah, it's Jacoby for us. I do think I agree.
That's true. I don't think I've ever seen such a big boost for a player based on 2 players being ruled out at the same time. That's pretty insane, honestly.
Yeah, it is. Bears running backs, RJ Diggs, Brian Thomas Jr., Myers, Quentin Johnson, Rico. 3 guys here. Oh, gosh. This is not easy. I think Quentin Johnson's here. Yeah, he's already out. So he's out of this. There's no one.
Rico.
I think you can't go. Would you play BTJ over Myers? I don't think I would.
No, that just wouldn't make much sense.
Myers, Diggs, RJ, Bears running backs. Rico's in this too.
If Rico's, I'm kind of confused by the question a little bit at the end with Q. I think it's like QJ or Rico.
It's Rico over QJ, yeah. So I think it's a separate question. You're right. Bears running backs, RJ Diggs, BTJ Myers. So it's Myers, Diggs, RJ are one of the Bears running backs. You probably go Myers and Diggs. Oh, tough call. I mean, there's some floor.
One of the Bears running backs is going to have a great game. I'm so certain of it. I just don't know which one it is.
Yeah, I mean, you could play both Bears running backs and then go Myers.
I don't hate that.
Not a bad play. Or we go Monangai, Diggs, Myers maybe. I think I would bench RJ and BTJ in this one. Happy Sunday to every single one of you. Samps, any takes you haven't gotten off your chest yet? Because we will be wrapping up soon before we get some of these final comments.
I feel like we've really touched on a lot of them as we've gone through the questions, right? It's not until tomorrow. My last take is that I think Greg Dulcich has a great game. I've been in on it all week. In our Monday call, I told Trevor if a Greg Dulcich prop comes up, I want to take it. It popped up, and I immediately responded and said we need to take this. So I like Greg Dulcich. Don't know how many people are starting him in the fantasy playoffs, but if you're in a 14-teamer and he's available and you're thinking about starting like that one person asked earlier, I can't remember who was in the question, but Dulcich is certainly okay.
Certainly relevant for the props. This is, I think, a slam dunk question here. Look at all these guys on this team, though. I mean,
wow.
I don't think you're benching these running backs. So these first 3 running backs can't be benched. Henry, Achane, and Javonte. Sam, the Vikings are allowing the most carries per game to running backs this season. They've been like a run funnel defense. Their secondary has just been really strong. Yeah, I was surprised when I saw that too. But it's hard not to project Javonte really strongly. He's one of the workhorse running backs in the league. Right now, this game is a pretty high over-under too. So I do like Javonte, Henry, and Achane. And then, yeah, you can't bench Pickens. So I guess you could just bench Jefferson and A.J. Brown.
Well, if you're starting Javonte, would you want to play Jettas or A.J. Brown over Pickens?
Gosh.
I think if I'm starting Javonte, I'd go with A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown's been dominant.
Oh, God. Yeah, this is actually really – I mean, these are all must-starts.
This person's team's loaded. They got to be projected to win. No doubt about it.
I don't think you can go wrong here, honestly. And I do want to start Jefferson, but I don't think that's a start tip where you need to force him. Dallas or San Francisco, I'd go San Fran over Dallas.
Yeah.
Bryce Young or Bo Nix.
Oh, no.
Bad. Jacobs, are you nervous about Jacobs too?
I am nervous about Jacobs 100%. I say it before the season in the draft. I say it all the time in our calls. Like, teams tell you what they're going to do. They brought in a running back to practice squad. Their backup is sick. Jacobs is getting fun MRIs just for fun, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I do like the Neil ready to go at 4 p.m. in a pinch. I think I would probably just be like, hey.
He's safer. He's safer than Jacobs. But it's like so tough to bench.
Better matchup too, though. Better matchup.
I would go Knicks over Bryce Young too. I think Wilson, Tet, Hampton, Watson, PPR projected to lose. Michael Wilson, Tet, Hampton, Watson.
You got to go Watson if you're projected to lose.
Oh God, it's probably true. I mean, Wilson's got a ceiling too, though. If you're projected to lose,
I think I go Wilson and Watson if I'm projected to lose.
Yeah, I think
go with the 2 guys who have the ceiling.
Tyron, Dowdle, Swift, Bill, Tracy, or Neil. Pick 3.
Bill I feel like I'm in a time machine. Or like Phillip Rivers is playing, and now Bill's back to relevance in the same day. What is going on? They actually they put out a report while we're on here that Phillip Rivers didn't even have a pair of cleats like that he could like wear. So he took a pair of cleats out of his trophy case and he wore those to like the tryout for the Colts. So that's how like unprepared he was for these circumstances. Dowdle for sure. I think I go Dowdle, Kyron, and Neil, but maybe Swift in there. I don't know where you're at.
This is a really tough one. I think Neil's. I really want to start Bill. Like, I want to talk myself into Bill, like really badly. I don't know what it is. We have him below Kyron. I'm kind of nervous for Kyron Williams in this matchup versus the Lions. Like, Corum's going to get half the work, and they're playing the number 1 defense versus running backs.
I don't think that's a guarantee that Corum gets half the work. This game's a little different to me than the other ones they've been playing in.
We have Dowdle amongst these guys.
With how injured the Lions secondary is, I just see a lot of red zone opportunities for Kyron, regardless of the matchup. Man.
Where's Swift here?
Yeah, I think he's under Monungai, right? There he is.
Yeah, I think I would go with Kyron, Dowdle, and Bill. It's either Kyron, Dowdle, or Bill. It's Kyron, Dowdle, Bill, and Neil. I'm benching Tracy and Swift, I think, in this one.
The Bill conviction is crazy. I just don't. I don't know. Like the matchup is so good, but it's like, is he going to be? I don't know. It's crazy.
This is someone else. They're not giving Jeremy McNichols more than like his normal role. He's not. McNichols is not a legit 3-down running back. Like, he is just a pure scat back. You know, like a Nyheim Hines, Austin Eckler type. I don't think his role changes a lot in this scenario, whereas like Bill is now going to lead. I'm pretty high confidence he's leading this backfield in carries. He's getting at least 10 carries, and he might have the best running back matchup that exists. It's like he's in play.
Yeah, no, you're right. I just don't want to be hurt again. That's all.
Aaron Jones. I would go Monungai. I think I would go Monungai, then JCM, then Aaron Jones. Oh man, Do we have JCM over Monangai now? Yeah, we do, just barely. Look at this. My God, I'm going with our projections. Yeah, I'm going JCM, then Monangai, then Aaron Jones.
I agree, I guess, because you're
Pretty
convincing me on Bill. You're convincing
He's
me.
pretty risky, Sam's, but like this is one of those cases where like the risk really could be worth the reward. Like the risk really could be 20 plus points.
So, but I feel like with what you're saying, we have to get Bill in DFS lineups then in almost every single one.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And I feel like
probably near minimum price, right?
On DraftKings for sure.
Yeah. God, I think I would go Kyron Williams over him. Wandale, Jacoby, Jay Jettas, pick 2. Yeah, I'm benching. Oh gosh.
Oh no. You were ready to let it fly and then you thought about it.
No, we definitely have these other 2 guys ranked ahead of him, Jacoby and Wandale. No, Wandale's one. So I kind of feel like I trust Wandale more than Jacoby in their respective game environments.
Yes, that I agree with that statement. I agree.
I'm starting Jefferson here. So yeah, I think it's Jefferson and Wandale for me over Jacoby, but it's certainly really close. All these guys project close. I'm not, if you're with me and taking the risk on Jay Jettas, then you're benching Jacoby. And if you're not, then you just bench Justin Jefferson. You play the 2 safer guys. But yeah, to me, the ceiling of Justin Jefferson is higher than everyone else on the screen here, Sam. It's like Justin Jefferson could be the wide receiver 1 overall this week. I don't think any of these other guys are really capable of that.
I agree with that. I mean, and Seth touched on it for a second. He was saying Myers has scored 3 times in a row. If he didn't score, then we're looking at different outcomes. So I think Wandale and Justin Jefferson is the perfect mix of floor and ceiling.
I'm playing Genty over Michael Wilson, and I feel sick. I feel sick about it.
With that context that they provided, I would agree.
Yeah. Oh, man, Sam's. This is a really tough, I feel like, first week, playoff week.
I can't put into words how excited I am to watch Phillip Rivers play. I really can't. And it's not because I think he's going to do good. It's just truly like he was like with Big Ben, Tom Brady, Eli. Like it's really not that. Like if Eli was like coming back to play quarterback for the Giants, like it's really not that different. That's how crazy. Yeah. That's why I can't wrap my head around it. It's truly unbelievable. And what if he does good? Like what if? It's so exciting to me that it's happening. It's like a morbid curiosity.
It is a bad sign, I think, for the NFL's ability to develop young talent.
Yes.
These third-string quarterbacks are not even like they're getting laughed by 44-year-old retired QBs. And like, I actually agree. I think Phillip Rivers does give them a better chance to win than Riley Leonard. Like
100%.
It's like the NFL defenses are improving at a pace faster than these third-string quarterbacks like sort of can.
Well, and it starts in college too, though. Like some of these offenses are so catered to collegiate ball that it's not even close to the complexity of the NFL. So it's just like they're set up to fail, and they don't have the, I don't know, they just can't grasp it.
Dart or T-Law. I think I'm honestly in the T-Law over Dart if you're playing it safe, and Dart's the higher ceiling play. I could honestly see with the weather, like I am a little bit more worried about Dart with the weather. And I was honestly mostly worried just because of the rushing. But like there's a world here where Dart has some more turnovers than usual with the weather there too. Hampton, Dowdle, or Jalen Warren?
Dowdle.
Yeah, it's Dowdle over both those guys. Samps, I think that is our time, man. Good luck in the first round of the fantasy football playoffs. We grind all year, and it comes down to just win in advance, man. Nothing else up to this point matters. Praying for my best ball teams, which I think I had 4 out of like my 70 teams that advanced across DraftKings and Underdog had Pitts. So like the teams with Pitts in those best ball tournaments, 50-50 to advance out of pods of like 13 or 14 people now.
Wow.
I mean, crazy stuff on Thursday night. But yeah, good luck in the first round of playoff, Samps, and thanks so much for hopping on, man.
Yep. Want to know every week. Do my best coach speak impression. Want to know every week.
Hell yeah.
Have a good one. See ya.
Great stuff from Samps and Seth on the live today, guys. I'm going to hop into the WalterPicks Discord for all the premium subscribers, try to get to as many start sits in there that I can in those subscriber channels. So you can find me there. If you're a WalterPicks subscriber, head over to the Discord. Link is in the YouTube description if you aren't in there. Guys, I'm in on Bill. I'm ready to be hurt by Bill Kresge-Merritt here. I'm going to put him into my starting lineup, I think, over Tracy in one of my leagues. Super tough start sits. Good luck, everyone. Guys, time is the most valuable thing we have. Thanks for spending some time with me this morning. It was a great one. I'll be live next Sunday morning, of course. Good luck, everyone. And if I didn't get your start sit and you're not going to come over to the Discord, go to the WalterPicks app. It is a free app. You can get as many start sit comparisons as you want. in there. It's going to help you if I didn't get you your starts yet. Good luck, everyone. Have a great Sunday.